G'day, folks. Welcome to another Stuff and Such story. Today we're going to be doing Gambler's Gold by Peter Field. I understand that the ads on YouTube do suck. Unfortunately, they are sort of needed. There are two options if you would like to avoid them, though. There's the YouTube Premium. It's a decent option. Gets rid of the ads. You can also download the audiobooks so you can listen to them out in the field or wherever you might not have some cell service. Another option, and the cheaper option, is my Patreon account, the Reading Farmer. It's $1. There's about 200 hours of audiobooks over there. A lot of them of Louis L'Amour's that I can't put on YouTube. So if you want to check them out, feel free. So also on Patreon at the Reading Farmer, there's no ads there, and it's only $1. Anyways, I'll have the link in the comments. Let's get on to the story. Gambler's Gold by Peter Field. Chapter 1. Pat Stevens, near-hip sheriff of Powder Valley, gazed bitterly down the sun-drenched length of Main Street of Dutch Springs. Memory flew back a brief few 6 months. He saw Dutch Springs as it was then, a lazy cow town and sleepy and untroubled, ponies flicking flies at the hitching rails, riders drifting through the bat wings of the Gold Eagle Saloon, sunbonnet housewives gossiping in the general mercantile store. That was the Dutch Springs he had known for 10-15 years. Now the shining steel of the Chicago and Rio Grande Railway snaked across the zinc carpet of the sage, crawled further and further up the valley every day, like a huge glistening rattlesnake. And like a rattlesnake, too, it packed a sting, and what a sting it was. With eyes slitted against the glare, the sheriff surveyed the street, black with surging humanity, brawny Irish laborers and sombreroed Mexicans, sober-clad gamblers, sweating Easterners in suits, dance-hall girls, dark-featured desperados and nondescripts, a score of types as foreign as the valley as the coyotes in the calf pen. Even the town had changed beyond recognition, cluttered as it was with the sudden growth of clapboard saloons, tented gambling halls, and sprawling dance halls, all of which were displayed cruelly lettered signs that made a circus of the main street that now stretched away beyond what was once the outskirts of town. The sheriff listened in disgust to the torrent of sound that gave expression to the reckless life of the town. Unconsciously, Pat stiffened in his seat under the wooden awning of the Jewel Hotel. "And this is Powder Valley. Don't it beat hell?" he muttered. "Vulture Valley," cut in the swarthy, stocky individual in rider's garb, seated on his right, bright with inquisitive eyes flecked over the jostling throng that surged over the plank walk. "Reckon you're right, Sam," agreed the sheriff. "Steele sure brought a passel of vultures that fatten like hogs on railway payrolls." A huge man on Pat's further side shook an unruly mop of red hair and glared at the throng with one eye. The lid of the other lay flat upon his cheek, cut through by a jagged white scar that slanted up across his forehead. "Gutter scum," he rumbled. "Thicker'n fleas on hogs. But they'll drift. Thank God. When that steel gets laid, they'll drift." Bareheaded, a white-aproned barkeeper pushed through the knot of loungers who cluttered the plank walk. Glancing quickly to right and left, he finally caught sight of Pat Starr and ambled toward the trio.
"Jasper was knifed in the bucket of blood, Sheriff," he announced. "Reckon there's a trouble a-brewin'."
Pat sighed and rose to his feet and hitched up his gun belt. Killings were commonplace in Dutch Springs these days. Prisoners were packed in the little adobe jail tighter than oysters in a can, and a dozen deputies could do no more than maintain a pretense of order. I'll be along pronto, he told the waiting barkeep. You want we should side ye? Inquired Sam, his bright eyes snapping at the promise of trouble. No, grinned Pat good-naturedly. I gotta stop a riot, not start one. You rest your legs and keep out of trouble. With long, unhurried strides, he moved past the sun-blistered facades of the main street until his tall figure was swallowed by the tight-packed throng that spilled out of the plank walk into the dusty roadway. Pat knew the bucket of blood only too well. It was the noisiest, toughest, and most unwieldy joint on Main Street, and a tougher breed. A high wall of raw timber, already blackened and shrinking in the burning sun, formed the front. Across the blackened boards the words, "Bucket of Blood," were rudely painted in scarlet letters. A wide aperture served as a doorway, but there was no door, for the place had never been closed. Canvas supported on cross beams formed the roof, secured to the windowless plank walls. A long bar ran down the left side of the establishment, flanked by tawny, glinted framed mirrors and shelves upon which a legion of bottles glistened in the light of lamps that swung overhead. To the right were faro tables, chock-a-luck and blackjack and roulette. Between small tables and chairs that were scattered over the sanded floor. In the rear, an archway gave admittance to a dance floor from which a stairway led to the cubicles on the second floor, the nest of the girls. Pushing through the crowd of shirt-sleeved construction hands, Pat wormed his way inside. His gray eyes searched the saloon. Men, bellied 4 deep at the bar, clustered like ants around the gambling tables and bunched in noisy bunches over the floor. Through the archway he glimpsed red-shirted workers whirling short-skirted rouge partners. Clouds of swirling tobacco smoke dimmed the yellow lights of the oil lamps. A cascade of sound filled the air. The deep drone of many voices, the whirl of roulette tables, the clatter of glasses and shrill laughter of women, yelling of drunks, the scrapings of fiddles. Close to the dance hall entrance, men entered and gathered in a dense crowd, agitated by some violent motion in its center. Pat headed towards it. With difficulty he elbowed a passageway through the sweating and yammering men. At last he gained the forefront. A table lay overturned, bottles and glasses spilled in front in the sand. Beside it sprawled a lanky construction worker in earth-stained shirt and dark pants stuffed into high boots. The bone haft of a knife protruded from his hairy chest. His mouth gaped open and his eyes were fixed in a glassy stare. Crouching, intense like wolves for the kill, 2 groups of belligerents glowered at each other over the limp form. On one side were 3 raw-boned, red-faced Irishmen, one flourishing an open jackknife, his companions clutching splittering chair legs and huge paws. Facing them stood a group of dark-featured Italians, thin and wiry, each gripping a slim stiletto. Around them pressed the crowd, shouting, urging, and taunting. Pat stepped into the cleared space, moved between the opposing factions. "Cut on the knife play," he ordered curtly. "Who stuck 'em?" He jerked his head toward the prone figure. Balking of its show, the crowd snarled like a wolf pack. Curfs and cat-calls thickened the air. The sheriff waited patiently until the noise subsided. "Who knifed him?" he repeated. The burly Irishman with the jackknife spat in the direction of the bunch of taut, wiry Italians. "One of them monkeys, and you keep out of this," he boomed. Pat moved towards the Irishman. "Pocket that knife and then point out the killer," he snapped. A concerted howl from the group drowned the Irishman's reply. A wave of men surged forward, irresistibly propelled by those pushed behind. In a flash, the sheriff was packing tight and was oppressed by the humanity, as helpless as a chip in a strong current. A flying boot struck him below the knee. He staggered. A callous fist thudded against his ear. Another boot took him in the groin. Fighting to regain his balance, he went down amid the vortex of men, and as he hit the sanded floor, heavy boots flailed into his ribs. Desperately, Pat fought to regain his feet. Steel had brought new methods of warfare to Powder Valley, of which booting was now the most common. Once flat on the floor, he knew that his life was not worth an adobe dollar. Fighting blindly, he rose to his knees, still surrounded by the crowd of excited, crazed men. A heavy, square-toed Borgan took him in the stomach. Gasping with agony, he fell backwards, head bedded in arms for protection as savage kicks rained down upon him. That's it, he thought dully. Even as his bruised body hit the floor, the sheriff was conscious of a diversion. He heard the flat impact of fists on flesh, howls of pain and protest. A man fell across his body, others were reeling and dodging right and left. The crowd melted. He gazed up into the yellow light of a brass-bowled lamp overhead. Painfully, he thrust his bruised body off the floor and struggled stiffly to his feet. Surly-faced men, some bloodied and battered, ringed him, held at bay by a tanned, black-haired young giant in a checkered shirt, tight breeches and laced knee boots. Behind his rescuer stood a knot of big-muscled Irishmen grasping portions of broken chairs. One spat in his hands and grinned expectantly. "Hurt, Sheriff?" The voice of Pat Saver was pleasant and well modulated. The sheriff stretched his sore limbs and smiled wearily. "I've had been cold meat if'n you didn't butt in. Thanks, mister." He eyed his rescuer, who overtopped his 6 foot by a good 2 inches. The tall, black-haired young fellow was lean and hard-featured and had that of an outdoorsman, tanned deep by long exposure to the sun. His eyes were deep-set, dark and intense, and there was a grim set to his mouth. "Ain't seen you around town?" inquired Pat. "I imagine so." The other smiled. His face had transformed. "My name is North. They call me Bill. Assistant paymaster down at the yard." "Well, Bill, I won't be forgetting. Right now I got some unfinished business." Pat's hand dropped to the smooth butt of the gun on his hip. His eyes challenged the circling onlookers. "Next guy who rushes me gets a lead pill. Who croaked that Jasper?" He nodded at the lax body, now trampled by the score of boots. Again, a roar of interfectin poured from the crowd of Irish, the Poles, the Mexicans, the Italians, and tough construction workers to a man. A swarthy fellow, blurry-eyed and belligerent, stepped out of the throng, bowled forward, mouthing threats. 4 paces from the waiting sheriff he stopped, raised his right arm, and slid a slender blade from a neck sheath. Pat's gun leapt out and up. The roar of the explosion downed the tinkling of the knife as it dropped to the floor. With a howl, the swarthy man grabbed his right hand with the left, striving to staunch the stream of blood that spurted scarlet from his wrist. Sudden silence fell over the surrounding throng, awed by the sheriff's split-second marksmanship. Men on the outer fringes of the crowd began to drift back to the bar and gambling tables. Pat Stevens had established his authority and the fight was over. Pat holstered his smoking gun and was about to move away when a girl disdainfully emerged from the crowd. "Maggie Maloney," murmured Bill North at Pat's elbow. "She's the queen of the bucket of blood. She'd just as soon flash a knife as a smile. Quite a passionate flower, huh?" Disdain dripped from his cool tones. The girl stepped out into the cleared space in which lay the remains of the murdered man, surrounded by fragments of smashed tables and chairs. She eyed the trampled form with casual interest. Passion flower was right, thought Pat. Maggie's shapely form appeared to have been poured into a black velvety dress, glittering with sequins that clung close to every curve. Cut low, it revealed a white neck and more than a suggestion of rounded breasts. Her arms were bare, coppery hair thick and lustrous. They were piled high on her head, secured by a comb that sparkled with tiny bright stones. Her brightly painted lips were as wilful as those of a spoiled child. But it was her eyes, which boldly met his scrutiny, that intrigued the sheriff. They reminded him of a panther, dark and unfathomable, with fires raging deep in their depths. And suddenly she smiled, and they were transformed into soft, glowing pools of seduction. "What's going on here?" she demanded, in a lazy, husky tone. Pat nodded at the figure. "Jasper was knifed." Maggie's white shoulders lifted in an indifferent shrug. "So what? There's plenty of the same breed here." "And plenty of leeches to suck on their blood," mocked North. The girl's eyes flamed, and she took a quick step forward. "Just what do you mean by that crack, big boy?" The lazy caress had fled from her husky voice. North smiled coolly. "You got me the first time, Maggie. I mean leeches, silken leeches, swollen fat on gambler's gold." With a swift, graceful motion, the girl leaned down and whipped up her skirt with one hand, displaying slim silken legs, slipped a squat dagger from betwixt a garter top from the other. Before she could straighten, the brawny railroader was upon her. North's strong fingers fastened upon each white arm, and while she screamed and struggled like an infuriated wildcat, he held her with ease, grinning down into her raging eyes. "Hey, what's the trouble?" demanded a high-pitched, nasally voice. Pat, a silent spectator, swung around to see a tall, hatchet-faced man, precisely dressed in sober black, flanked with two burly housemen, breaking through the throng. Leroux, the proprietor of the bucket of blood, with his hooded eyes and hooked and acquisitive nose, always reminded the sheriff of a brooding bird of prey. Diamonds glittered on his long, bony fingers. Through his dark, small, darting eyes were venomous. His long face was set in a fixed smile of geniality affected by all saloon keepers, a smile which was as artificial as his neat, well-brushed toupee. A bulge beneath the left armpit of his tight-fitting coat indicated a hideaway gun. Leroux strode to where the disheveled Maggie, half sobbing with impotent anger, struggled ineffectually in North's iron grip. "Keep your dirty paws off the lady," he snarled. "I always do." The railroader smiled with his lips, but his dark eyes were wary. "Crown that big ox!" shrieked Maggie. Pat thrust between the two men. "Leroux," he warned curtly, "another killing in this joint, and I'll close it down. And get that woman out of here, or I'll arrest her for attempting assault and disturbing the peace. Let her loose, North." The young fellow stepped back. Maggie, panting, patted her coppery hair into place. Leroux, still smiling mechanically, but with vindictive fire in his small eyes, spoke to her in a forceful undertone. With a shrug of her white shoulders, she turned and squirmed in through the crowd. The sheriff touched North on the shoulder. "Reckon we better drift." Together, they threaded through the packed tables that dotted the sanded floor. Out on the plank walk, North inflated his lungs with a deep-drawn breath. "Gosh," he grinned. "This air is sure refreshing after the stench of LaRoe's joint." Pat rolled a smoke, appraising the young assistant paymaster's muscular frame and bronzed features thoughtfully. "You know, you don't shape up like an office man," he commented. "I'm not," smiled the young giant. "A mining engineer till I signed up with the Chicago and Rio Grande. Had a bout of malaria in Chile. Invaded back to the States and had a mind to look the West over, so I took this job. Great country out here." "Well, if you crave to see some more of it, you better watch your step," advised the sheriff quietly. "There was sure death in LaRoe's eyes when you was manhandling his gal." "She's not his wife?" "I wouldn't think so," drawled the sheriff. End of Chapter 1. Chapter 2. Daylight dwindled, but the deep-throated roar that was the voice of Dutch Springs grew as the sinking sun silhouetted the rugged Combrellas. The prairie grayed with the oncoming night, while Main Street blossomed with gaudy splendor. Glowering torches and smoking oil lamps reflected upon the dark features of sweating construction workers pouring up from the yard, eagerly seeking saloons and gambling tables after their day's work on the parched flats. Tents glowed like luminous balloons. The yapping of barkers and shouting of exuberant workers mingled with the tinny blare of music and strident laughter of women. Dutch Springs was warming up for a nightly spree. In his lean-to office back of the adobe jail, Pat leaned back in a creaky swivel chair and grinned at Sam's sadistic features. "Payday tomorrow," he announced ruefully. "And hell'll pop up a-plenty in Dutch Springs," grunted his partner. "How many stiffs did they plant last payday? 6? Pat shrugged. "Maybe, but what's more or less when they're knocking 'em off every night? Well, it won't last forever, like Ezra says. The coyotes follow the payroll, and the payroll follows the steel. The track's snaking ahead right fast." He rose and tugged a shapeless Stinkin over his forehead. "Let's take a wander down to the yard. Pay train's due in pronto. Some gun-toting galoot might get some ideas." Side by side, they elbowed through the thronging Main Street and headed for the construction camp on the south end of town. The clamor was muted as they followed the curves of deep-rutted wagon road. Ahead, wavering lights pricked the night like swarming fireflies. Soon, they were threading between huge mess nets and storage sheds, ties stacked as high as the courthouse. Mules were tethered on long lines and wagons parked in endless rows and tents mushroomed by the score. Through all the seeming confusion ran the spur tracks, upon which engines snorted as tolling gangs loaded shining steel rail and fresh-cut ties upon long flat cars. This was the yard, the nerve center of construction, the workers' city. The pair reached the main track, gleaming steel on raw earth, laid straight as an arrow north and south. The brisk clatter of key rattling in a telegram shack. Nearby, sputtering torches illuminated the dun sides of a boxcar. Through the sliding doors, gaping wide open, Pat saw a fleshly man sitting with his chair tilted back, legs stretched over a flat-topped desk, chewing on a fat cigar. He wore a gray shirt and dark pants, and a gun was holstered about his waist. Pat mounted a short wooden stairway and entered the car.
Howdy, Sheriff.
The thick-set man waved his cigar lazily. A shrill whistle echoed far off over the flats.
Here she comes, boys. You boys will be busy tomorrow.
Mark Wisner, Chicago and Rio Grande paymaster, through his belly all bulged over, the broad cartridge belt buckled around his waist, had the reputation of being thoroughly competent, but his lips were too loose for the sheriff's liking. Talk was that he liked his women. Not that that amounted to much these days, Pat thought. A white light boomed far down the track, grew in intensity until an engine hissed to a stop opposite of the pay car. Behind it was hitched an express car and caboose. 2 armed men dropped out of the caboose, and the door of the express car rolled open. Bill North and an assistant, Colts bumping against their legs, emerged from the adjoining boxcar, and the transfer of the squat leather sacks of gold in which composed of the Chicago and Rio Grande payroll commenced. North and his helper toted the sacks to the paymaster. Wisner tallied them and dropped each sack with a metallic thud into a large iron safe behind the desk. Pat and Sam hunkered against the pay car. 2 guards, snorted Sam above the hissing of escaping steam. And they'd got a sack full of galoots around town who'll croak a guy for his boots. Someday they're going to be knocking that payroll off. Maybe it's best we just stick around, suggested Pat blandly. Finally, the express car was emptied. Pat tossed aside the butt of his cigarette and rose slowly and stretched. His ribs were still sore from the impact of construction boots. The engine shunted onto a siding. Wisner waved his hand from the pay car door with a shout of goodbye. Pat returned the salutation. "Be careful," he yelled. "That stuff's mighty dangerous company." Wisner chuckled.
"I never take a chance."
With both hands he slid the heavy armored door shut with a clang. It was midnight when the sheriff mounted the worn stair carpet of the Jewel Hotel. The hectic life of Dutch Springs was still in full blast, but Pat knew from dire experiences that he would not see his bed for 24 hours after the railway gold commenced circulating on the morrow. He sat on the battered iron bed and eyed the bare walls, straight-back chair, and picture-crowded washstand of the drab hotel room with a distaste. Quite a contrast to the cozy ranch house back in the foothills, he thought, with Sally, his golden-haired wife, serving up a tasty supper, and Doc, his striping son, currying his saddle horse. A feller didn't get much time to spare for home life these days. Sometime, maybe, when the steel was laid, things would quiet down. But Powder Valley, dang it, would never be the same again. He unbuckled his gun belt and hung it on the bedpost, yanked off his boots, and pitched them into a corner.
"Sheriff! Hey, Sheriff!"
The shouting refrain awoke Pat. Someone was racing up and down the passage outside, yelling frantically. Pat stirred, snapped wide awake, and abruptly sat up in bed. The first gray light of dawn was coming through the open window. The clamor outside, plain though the flimsy plank partitions, were disturbing sleepers down the entire rows of rooms. Sleepy growls, mumbling threats, and irate curses arose in angry chorus from the rudely awakened guests. Pat slid out of the sheets and hastily put on his pants and padded to the door in his socks. A harried-looking man in shirt-sleeves and eye-shade pushed up on his forehead was frenziedly pounding on doors, ignoring the storm of explicitives that were exploding in his ears. "I'm the sheriff," bawled Pat. "What's wrong?"
"You're wanted down at the yard quick," the man gasped. "Paymaster's dead and the payroll's been looted."
"Get inside," invited Pat briskly. The messenger followed him into the room and flopped wearily onto the bed. Who are you? Questioned the sheriff, tugging on his boots.
I'm the telegraph operator. I run graveyard shift. Stanton's the name.
When did you get wise to Wisner's killing?
Oh, not 30 minutes back. A rush come through from Chicago. I toted it down to his headquarters and right next to the pay car. The pay car door wasn't closed tightly, and I knew the payroll was checked in last night, so I took a look-see.
He shuddered.
And there was Wisner. There was blood all over his shirt and the safe wide open.
When did you go on duty? Pat buckled on his gun belt.
Midnight.
Everything honky-dory then?
I can't say, Sheriff. I had no reason to look.
Anyone around when you found him?
No, I hot-footed it for you after.
Pat grunted approval and slammed on his Stinson. Well, let's go. The two ran down the stairs and hurried across the hotel lobby. Every leather rocker lined along the walls held a sleeping man. The shirted fronts and forms of weary construction workers sprawled on the bare boards of the floor, one stretched out along the cigar counter. Outside in the chill dawn, light and quiet had at last finally descended upon Dutch Springs. The flaming torches had gutted out, tents gleamed like spectacles on a half-light. Drunks dotted the plank walk, and one or two real men roamed aimlessly through the dust of the street. Before one clapboard saloon, a body was jackknifed over a hitching rail, arms dangling. In the telegraph shack, the key was clattering away insistently when they hit the road bed. Pat's companion scurried over to his instrument while the sheriff headed for the pay car. Down the track, freight cars chromed and crashed, shuttled by a snorting engine. There was no sign of life around the boxcar that housed Wisner's two assistants. The heavy door of the pay car gaped open. Pat ran up the wooden steps and came to a quick stop as he caught sight of the paymaster's body slumped in a swivel chair behind his flat-top desk. Wisner's head dropped upon his chest, bedded upon a fleshly chin. Irregular rust-like stains marred the front of his gray shirt. His arms hung limp. Pat gently unrolled the stained shirt and eased it open. The rolls of fat on Wisner's chest were caked with congealed blood. A puckered hole over the heart told the story. The sheriff touched the dead man's head, and it was cold and stiff. The arms were like ramrods. Carefully, he withdrew Wisner's gun from the dangling holster and broke it and examined the loads. It had not been fired. Replacing the weapon, Pat turned to the safe. The massive door was swung wide open, and a bunch of keys hung from the keyhole. A few account books lay on the top shelf, but the stacks of gold had disappeared. Lips pursed, the sheriff stood back, eyes searching the office. Nothing else seemed to be out of place. The story seemed plain. The killers, or killer, had surprised Wisner at his desk and shot him, and took his keys and opened the safe and fled with the Chicago Rio Grande payroll. Curiously, Pat examined the walls of the plainly furnished office. The whole car was a huge safe. Overlapping sheets of iron were bolted to the sides and ceilings like the scales of a fish. Even the sliding door that provided the only exit was armored. If the door had been secured, nothing less than a charge of gunpowder would have forced entry. Had it been secured, 2 large bolts were screwed to the inside. A quick inspection showed that they weren't forced. On the outside of the door, a heavy padlock, open, hung from its hasp. Had Wisner shot the bolt when he clanged the door shut after the gold had been unloaded? If so, and he opened the door to admit the killer, why had he not been shot in his tracks instead of at the desk? Why hadn't he gone for his gun? Maybe, mused Pat, he had neglected to bolt the door, and the killer had eased it open a few inches and shot him from the outside. The sheriff stepped outside and slid the door shut with considerable effort, and then endeavored to ease it open inch by inch, as the killer might have done. The dusty wheels on the guide rail upon which the door had hung squeaked dismally. Wet with sweat from his effort, Pat persisted, and then gave up and forgot his theory of shooting from the doorway. It was bright daylight now, and the yard pulsated with activity. Black smoke from belching locomotives stained the clear air. A string of flat cars clanged past, stacked high with ties and steel. Upon the track, hostlers were tossing hay into the mule lines. Construction laborers swarmed around the tent dormitories, eager for the pay call. Only the most essential work would be done today, and the labor bosses would have trouble aplenty rounding up hands to do that, for payday was layoff day. A painful surprise was in store for those Jaspers, thought the sheriff. At any rate, there'd be less killings in Dutch Springs when night loosened the devil's cavalry upon town. 2 other boxcars stood on the spur track below the pay office. The first, Pat thought, was the murdered man's living quarters, and the second housed the 2 assistant paymasters. He knuckled the door of the assistant's car. Bill North, bare to the waist, razor in one hand and chin lathered, slid it open. "Morning, Sheriff," he grinned. "All set for a heavy day? Better get some rubber walls on that dinky jail." And then, observing the somber set of Pat's features, he dropped his battering and bantering tone. "There been trouble?" he queried. "Plenty of trouble." Pat's voice was curt. "You stick around last night?" "I never left my quarters after we checked that payroll." "Hear any noise? A gun, for instance?" "There's plenty of noise around the yard at night, Sheriff. They load the cars after sunset. Yard men are switching and making up trains all night. You wouldn't notice a battery of artillery firing shots." "So," Pat scratched his ear. "You see Wisner after I pulled out?" "No, the old man bolted himself into the pay car. He usually makes a final check-up and timesheets, the night before we pay out." "Are you plumb certain he bolted himself in?" "Well, I didn't exactly see him, but he always does," returned North a little lamely. "If and so, he opened up again. He was plugged, and the payroll took." "Who killed him?" "You tell me," replied the sheriff tensely. "There'll be hell to pay. The road figures a few laborers will curl up, but plugging a paymaster and lifting a hunk of railroad cash is something different." A thought struck him. "Say, mosey on down to Doc Trimble's. Tell him he's wanted urgently, and don't be spreading the news yet." Without further word, the young assistant paymaster reached for a towel, wiped the soap off his face, and slipped on a shirt. "Hey!" barked Pat as North ran down the steps. "You forgot your iron." He nodded towards a gun belt that was hanging over a peg. North smiled. "I never carry a gun, Sheriff, except on duty. Mine's probably choked with dust. Never pressed the trigger since it was issued." The sheriff nodded, watched North's tall form swing out of sight along the tracks, and then slipped inside and swiftly scrutinized the interior of the car. The 2 bunks were built across the far end. In one, The blankets were tumbled, but the other was neatly made up. A small table and chairs were set in the center. Articles of clothing were suspended from hooks along the side. Several valises were stacked in a corner. At the other end of the car stood a pot-belly iron stove. Pat tested the top of it with his hand. It was cold. He lifted the lid, ignited the stinker, and peered inside. The stove was a quarter full of wood ashes. Next, the sheriff rolled up his sleeves and explored the inside of the stovepipe and was rewarded by no more than a sooty arm. He turned to the assortment of clothes and attentively fingered clothes and shirt pants, and then he snapped open the holster flap of North's gun and lifted out the heavy Colt. The appearance of the weapon verified North's words. Dust lay heavy on the butt and cylinder. Pat pressed the release key and the cylinder dropped into his hand. It was empty. The sheriff smiled absently. North evidently relied upon his hard fist if trouble cropped up. He sniffed the barrel, replaced the cylinder, and slid the pin home. Further search yielded nothing. Pat was not surprised. He had not expected to find anything, but a murder case a man can never afford to overlook a bet. "Well, now for a look-see in Wisner's den," he murmured. "Reckon I got time before the doc gets here." The door of the paymaster's car was ajar. Pat's eyebrows lifted when he studied inside, and his estimate of the dead man's character subtly changed. Compared with his subordinates, Wisner was living in luxury, sensual luxury that the sheriff found nauseating. A heavy brass bed with white sheets and a silk spread stood on one end, partly screened by a flowering curtain that was hanging from a crosswire. The floor was covered with a thick rug, centered by a circular mahogany table upon which stood a table that was bowled with glass and a box of cigars. Two comfortable rockers, upholstered in brown leather, flanked the table. The walls of the car had been painted a soft cream, and upon them was pinned a collection of nudes that, Pat thought in disgust, would put the rankest joint in Dutch Springs to shame. Here was an aspect of Wisner's character he had never suspected. Voices, down-track, pulled him to the door. Tubby, red-faced, Doc Trimble, squinted fiercely through thick lens spectacles and toted his inevitable black bag, stepped briskly over the ties beside North's big, easy-gaited figure. At sight of the sheriff, the doc emitted a disgusted snort. "Homicide, homicide, that's all I hear. Morning, noon, and night. Won't I ever have another case of a good old-fashioned measles? Well, where's the cadaver?" "Right here, Doc." Pat led the way into the car, the little doctor at his heels. Bill North headed for his quarters. Doc Trimble took one look at the crumpled figure and dropped his bag on the carpet. The little medico and Pat had worked together on cases for many years, and the sheriff knew his irritability was a thin veneer that covered a warm heart and a sound medical knowledge. "Well, what do you want to know? The cause of death?" snorted Trimble, indicating the bullet hole with a stubby forefinger. "No, even a dumb sheriff could figure that out," smiled Pat. "Just tell me how long that Jasper's been dead." Trimble rounded the desk and bent and examined the wounds closely. Then he fingered the dead paymaster's stiffened arms and working downward, endeavoring to flex the cramped legs. Finally he straightened and flicked out a white handkerchief and vigorously polished his glasses. "Well, Doc," drawled Pat.
"About 8 hours, 10 on the outside. Rigor mortis is complete."
"That would place the killing somewhere around midnight. Thanks, Doc."
Ah, damn it, ejected the sheriff as Trimble's round figure disappeared around the end of the car. I plumb overlooked Wisner's other assistant. Wonder how come he's not around. End of Chapter 2. Chapter 3. North had finished his shave when the sheriff again hammered on the door. "Where's the other gink?" Pat demanded, easing aside. For a moment, the tall young railroader hesitated. "Must be downtown, I guess," he replied casually. Too casually. "Bunked down here last night?" North was obviously at a loss. "No," he admitted reluctantly. "How come?" "Oh, he has friends in town and often spends the night with them." It was plainly apparent to the close-watching sheriff that North was ill at ease. "Quit covering up," he snapped. "You're acquainted with those friends?" "I am not," replied the other with emphasis. "Well, come down off your high horse, mister. There ain't no use acting. This is murder," replied the sheriff softly. Quick anger sparked in North's dark eyes. "I realize that, Sheriff," he replied tartly, "but Jeff, what he does off duty is none of my business." Pat smiled, sat down and pulled a sack of makins from his pocket of his loosely hanging vest and leisurely rolled a smoke. North was plainly a high-spirited horse who would not take the spur. "I get you, Bill," he replied soothingly, "but you got the wrong angle. I want to clear your partner, not convict him. Now just cool off and rest your legs and give me the lowdown. You know the hairpin better than any man around here." North tamped tobacco into a stubby briar and squatted on a seat, applied a match to the bowl and frowned in indecision. For a minute or so he puffed vigorously and then, "What do you want to know?" he asked gruffly. "All that you know about this Jeff Jasper." The young ex-engineer slowly dribbled smoke through his nose. "Well, in the first place, Jeff doesn't need money that bad. His father is director of the road, rolling in filthy lucre. Jeff's a good fella, as easy-going as they come, but with no more backbone when it comes to booze and gambling than a jellyfish. His family shipped him west because he drank like a fish. Now don't be getting me wrong, Sheriff." North pointed his pipe stem at the lounging Pat. "Jeff's, he's not vicious. The fella's as harmless as a puppy. He's just weak and he's a sucker for a skirt. I ain't seen him around the faro tables at the Bucket of Blood." The other smiled. "Probably he haunts them. Silky Shelby holds a flock of his IOUs. That wolf knows Papa will pay if necessary." "And last night?" prompted Pat. The wooden steps that led up to the car door creaked behind him. Jeff's clear-cut features eased in manifest relief. "Here's Jeff. Thank goodness. Question him yourself." Pat turned to watch the approach of a flabby-featured young fellow. "Like North said, weak right through," decided the sheriff. Noting the pouched folds of flesh beneath the newcomer's blurry eyes, his wide mouth and a smudged mustache, eyes as soft and melting as a rabbit's. Geoffrey Glencorf's tan shirt was wrinkled, and his high boots crusted with dust. The aroma of stale whiskey hung around his person. A gun was holstered in a black leather holster on his side. "Meet the sheriff, Jeff," drawled the North. The newcomer blinked and focused his eyes on Pat's tall figure in quick surprise, and then, as hastily, averted his gaze.
He nodded abruptly and stepped into the car.
What a night, he yawned. And now it's payday. Ye gods, is there no rest for the wicked?
He swung round towards north.
Say, Bill, you invite your guests rather early, don't you?
The sheriff was waiting for you, replied North shortly. Glencourt wheeled like a startled colt.
Me?
Just checking on your whereabouts last night, said Pat casually.
And what business is that of yours?
There was a note of irritability in Glencourt's voice. Wisner was cut down and the payroll was lifted. Pat rolled out sharply. I'm checking up on people.
Mark Wisner's dead.
Glencourt's mouth gaped. His eyes wavered before the sheriff's direct gaze.
Surely you don't be suspecting me.
I suspect everyone till I jug the killer. Now, just where and when did you hit the hay last night?
Oh,
returned Glencourt vaguely, fondling his soft, whiskery stubbed chin.
I was playing a little poker in the Bucket of Blood saloon.
All night?
No, I retired around 3 a.m.
Where'd you bunk down?
With a friend.
Give me his name.
Say, Sheriff, pleaded Glencourt, flushing. I really can't. It was a lady.
If your alibi can't be verified, you go into jail, produced Pat. Suspicion of murder. Glencourt wiggled indecisively and North stared out the door. At length, Glencourt muttered sulkily,
Blondie.
Is that one of LaRoe's girls?
Yep.
Let me see your iron. Glencourt gingerly tugged the weapon out of the holster and passed it to the sheriff. Pat gave it a quick once-over. The dead slug had not been fired from that gun. He turned to the door with a curt nod. Through the ground windows of the telegraph office, Pat glimpsed the harried-looking operator hunching over his instrument. The sheriff pushed open the door and entered. A plain plank counter spanned the little shack. Behind it, the operator sat at a table, jammed against the rear wall. The instrument stammered away noisily, while Staton scribbled rapidly on a pad. He clicked a staccato acknowledgement, and then his head screwed around, and he squinted at Pat from beneath an eye shade.
Grab the killer yet?
He inquired. Not yet. Anything on your mind?
Headquarters got Pinkerton on the trail, volunteered the other eagerly.
He tore the top sheet off the pad.
Run your eye over this.
Pat stretched over the counter and fingered the flimsy piece of paper, and quickly he read. G. McAllister, Chief Engineer, Dutch Springs. Have instructed Pinkertons to investigate Wisner death and payroll robbery. Their operator Pierce now at Indian Creek. Proceeding to Dutch Springs immediately. Should arrive noon. Afford him full faculties, also enlist aid of local sheriff. Will duplicate payroll. Walsh, Superintendent. Pat tossed the sheet back. Feller you relieved at midnight around?
Ted Stallman?
The operator fished a fat timepiece out of his vest pocket and slipped off its leather fob.
He's due for day shift right about now.
Boots crunched on the sand outside.
Here he is. Ted's as regular as the sun.
A soldiery feller with ruddy cheeks and square shoulders kicked open the door and slammed a lunchbox on the planked counter table. His quick eyes flashed to Pat's star, and he grinned. "You know why I'm hanging around?" inquired the sheriff with an answering smile.
"Well, I reckon it's probably Wisner."
"You hit it. See anyone sulking around the yard last night?"
"Yep,"
replied the squarely built man without hesitation. Interest gleamed in Pat's gray eyes. "Can you describe 'em?" The operator's forehead furrowed.
"Well, sorta. Somewhere after 11 o'clock a fat feller dodges around them empties on the siding yonder."
He nodded across the tracks.
"I figured it was a drunk." The jasper cupped a match in his hands and lit a cigar, and gave me a sight of his map. It was fat and round. He paused.
"Note anything special, like a scar or something?" prompted Pat.
"No, but boy, oh boy, he sure wore quite the sparkler on his finger. Bigger than a headlight."
"Right hand?" Salmon ran thick fingers through his graying hair.
"Well, let me see. He rolled the match in that hand, and yep, it'll be the right hand."
"Roly pool high," thought Pat. "A pal of Silky Shelby's." Aloud he said, "Thanks, old timer." He turned again to Stanton. "You keep copies of incoming messages?"
"Oh, you bet,"
grunted the night operator. He grabbed a long spike and set it on a slab of wood. A thick pad of yellow sheets were skewered upon it.
"You want to look it over? Reckon you got the authority to."
Pat nodded. Stanton dropped the duplicates on the counter and shrugged into his coat. The sheriff gave his attention to the messages. They had been spiked as received, time and date noted on the corner of each sheet. He slid off the previous day's flimsies and leafed them over. They appeared of no interest, official messages regarding work and supplies. Suddenly, Pat held his breath, and carefully he reread a short, curt note. "Geoffrey Glencourt, Assistant Paymaster, Dutch Springs. Not another dollar to pay your gambling debts. Your mother and I disgusted and deeply disappointed. Thomas Glencourt." "So, Jeff friend needed a little bit of cash," pondered the sheriff. "Man, a dance girl is his only alibi for last night." He laid the flimsy to one side and continued to con through the duplicates. Again his attention was arrested. With knitted brow he digested another. "William North, care of Paymaster, Dutch Springs. Identity established. Changed name before proceeding to Chile. Full report follows by mail. Acme." Further search revealed nothing with any apparent bearing on the case. Pat reskewered the flimsies. The two addressed to Glencourt and North he carefully folded and stowed into a pants pocket. "See you later," he flung in Salmon's direction. The operator, busy at his instrument, nodded absently. Deep in thought, the sheriff lagged over the ties towards town. During the years he had toted the sheriff's star, he had been called upon to solve more than a few murders. Always he had based his investigations on the axiom, find the motive. Pat's theory, oft prudent in practice, was that once a motive was established, apprehensive of a killer quickly followed. In this case now, he pondered, Geoffrey Glencourt had a clear motive. Used to lavish spending, deep in debt, and source of cash cut off. He knew the payroll was guarded only by Wisner, and was acquainted with the paymaster's habits, was basically a weak character. Logically, that made him suspect number one. But why had Rolly Pooleye moseyed around the pay car after dark? Pat knew Rolly. Everyone knew Rolly. A stock buyer and feed dealer. Pudgy, round as a barrel, with shrewd eyes buried in beads of fat. Rolly circulated freely among everyone, from saloon keepers down to grimy-handed track layers. But the spot where the sheriff saw him most frequently was the bucket of blood. Funny how the trail always doubled back to LaRoe's outfit. Pat's questioning brain next turned to Bill North's telegram. Whose identity was established and why? Who and what was Acme? Plenty work ahead, he thought warily, checking on leads. Not much chance of getting the goods on the killer before Pinkerton men turned up. Main Street was clouded by a dark atmosphere of depression. News of the murder and payroll looted had spread over town like a prairie fire. Few were concerned with the murder. Killings was all too commonplace, but the payroll looting was an altogether different matter. Men gloomily gathered on the plank walks or drifted aimlessly up and down Main Street, scuffing up the dust, unresponsive for once to the yapping of barkers and the hurdy-gurdy music of the saloons. Pockets were empty, for there were few who had not spent their last dollar in anticipation of payday next day. Before Steele snaked into the valley, Pat thought, as he elbowed through the discontent groups and crowding saloon fronts like thirsty steers around a dried-out water hole, the Gold Eagle was always stake a man to next payday. But the breed who ran the new crop of dives were like a flock of vultures. They'd pick his pockets and pitch him out into the street. Pat stepped into the semi-darkness of the huge canvas-covered structure of the bucket of blood. A thin scattering of men were sprinkled down the long bar, nursing their drinks. 2 bartenders listlessly polished glasses. Chuck-a-luck or faro and poker tables, they were deserted. A forlorn group of girls hung around the dance hall entrance in the rear. LaRoe, hatchet-faced and sinister, moved restlessly around the vast emptiness like a brooding spirit. Pat scanned the spread of vacant tables. His eyes lit upon 2 men seated at a small table against the side wall, heads bent close together in close confab. He crunched across the sand floor. One of them was Rolly. Rolly's huge bulk overflowed the straight-backed chair like a sack of jelly. His back was to the entrance, and he gave no sign that he was aware of the sheriff's approach. His companion, Silky Shelby, who bossed LaRoe's gambling tables, watched Pat draw near with blank eyes. Shelby's face was as still and expressionless as a plaster cast. His white hands, slender fingers interwoven, rested easily upon the table. He was neatly clad in sober black, with white shirt and string tie. "Howdy, Sheriff." Shelby's low, soft voice was a little higher than a whisper. "I hear some guy turned a trick down there on the yard last night." "Yep," replied Pat shortly. He came to a stop, standing above the pair, and stared down at Rolly. "You hear anything?" he asked the fat man pointedly. Rolly's face crinkled into 1,000 creases. It reminded the sheriff of a big white moon, in which 2 shrewd eyes were deeply sunk into. "Sure, Sheriff," he chuckled. "I hear everything. They all bring their troubles to good old Rolly. I kinda liked Mark Wisner, but—" He spread his pudgy hands. "We all gotta go sometime." Pat hooked up a chair with his foot and jackknifed into it. "You take much exercise, Rolly?" he inquired casually. The fat man shook over with internal laugh, and his triple chins and belly quivered in unison. "Do I ever take much exercise? Sure, Sheriff, at the bar.
Arm exercise, a tilting a bottle.
Not legging it around the yard? Inquired Pat carelessly. Cold silence draped the trio. Silky sat like a graven image, cold eyes flickering from the sheriff's lean features to his companion's fleshy face. Rolly stiffened, his weary glance meeting Pat's accusing stare. And then he commenced chuckling again, a chuckle that grew in volume until his entire body palpated. "Well, can you tie that, Silky?" he gasped. "The law puts the finger on me for Wisner's killing. Me who'd never hurt a fly. Sure, Sheriff, I was down at the yard last night, hunting Simpson, the commissary boss. Heard he could use a bunch of steers. Couldn't locate the gink, though. Got all tangled up. There ain't a marked trail in the joint." "Did you tote any iron?" Again Rolly's features creased.
"Me carrying iron? Hells no, Sheriff. I make too good of a target."
Pat abruptly switched to silent Shelby. From the corner of his eye he observed Leroux's lanky figure edging closer and closer along the wall, straining to overhear the talk at the table. "Might as well sit in, Leroux," he flung over his shoulder. "Might strain a gut the way you are." Masked by his mechanical smile, the saloon keeper stepped forward briskly and pulled up a chair, eased up the legs of his well-pressed pants, and sat down. The sheriff was addressing Shelby. "How deep's young Glencourt in the hole here?" Almost imperceptibly the sheriff raised his dark-clad shoulders.
"I don't discuss personal affairs," he purred.
"See here, mister," Pat's voice hardened. "There ain't much law here in Dutch Springs, but I aim to rod what little there is. You come clean or take a trip down to the caboose. It's jam-packed with stinkin' drunks right now."
"He's in the hole $8,000, whispered Shelby.
"Thanks." The sheriff scraped back his chair and rose, followed by 3 pairs of questioning eyes. "So long, gents. I'll be seeing you soon." End of Chapter 3. Chapter 4. Night fell on spiritless Dutch Springs. The golden stream of payroll dollars had run dry, and the parasites who fattened themselves on the earning of the hard-toiling men of the steel wilted in the drought. Main Street was still hudry-drudry, but there was a hollowness in its hubry. Barkeeps yawned in the saloons. Black-coated gamblers beguiled the monotony with solitary. Pat strode into his lean-to office and scaled his Stetson towards a peg on the wall. Sam and Ezra hunched in chairs, tilted back against the wall. The litter of cigarette butts around their feet gave evidence they had waited a long time for the sheriff's return. Sam's snapping eyes flashed an eager inquiry as Pat flopped wearily into his swivel chair. Ezra's one eye regarded the sheriff's dust-powdered form expectantly. The latter eased out on his long legs and built a smoke with a careful consideration.
"Well, slip the dally off your tongue," snapped the fidgeting Sam. "Who'd you put the finger on?"
Pat ran his tongue over the edge of the paper and scraped a match on the desk side, lit it, and drew deeply on a cigarette. "No one," he replied shortly. "That payroll must have evaporated in the sun, and as for the killer, well, maybe it was Glencourt, maybe it was Raleigh, maybe Salmon, and the telegram operator, maybe some gink we never seen hide nor hair of."
"It seemed plain as a boil on a pug's nose," sniffed Sam, "and just about as helpful."
"So spread your hand, Pat," grunted Ezra, glaring at his squat partner. You sure are keeping us guessing. The sheriff wriggled into a more comfortable position. Well, let's start with Glencourt. He's one of Wisner's helper. That gink sops up liquor like a sponge and got no more backbone than a rope, and he's flat broke. His alibi for last night is Blondie, one of LaRoe's girls, and she swears Glencourt didn't step outside the bucket of blood till sunup, and you should hear that skirt swearing. And then Raleigh was hanging around the pay car mighty close to the time Wisner got his comeuppance. He gave me a cock and bull story about hunting for Simpson, the commissionary boss, to sell him a bunch of steers. Simpson tells me Raleigh peddled enough beef last week to feed the crew for a month. So his alibi seems to be hogwash, which makes that bladder of lard suspect number 2. And then we got Ted Selman, the telegram operator. He was on duty in the shack below the pay car when Wisner checked out. Carries himself like an ex-soldier. There's plenty on the railroad payroll. Shooting comes easy to them. I checked on his record. He seems like he plugged a greaser down in Hopewell that way. Mind you, that don't mean much, except Salmon's wife is mighty sick in Kansas City Hospital. Every dollar he draws goes east, and he puts the bite of a statin a month back for the loan a couple hundred pay carts. He sure be craving the dollaro. You done forgot Bill North, cut in Sam. Wasn't he around? Yeah, and I checked on him too, yawned the sheriff. He got a wire yesterday. Pat pulled a crumpled yellow flimsy from his pants pocket and put it and tossed it to his squat partner. Sam smoothed out the sheet and scanned it and mumbled. Identity established. Changed name before proceeding to Chile. Full report follows by mail. Acme. Well, what in the hell is that all about? He questioned with crinkled forehead. North's twin brother in New York, explained Pat. Bill gave me the whole story. Appears the Jasper hit the booze and was fired off his job and sunk without a trace. Bill hired Acme Detective Agency to check up on him. The hombre had swinched names and lit out for Chile. So that's that. Ezra's deep voice rumbled. You're barking up the wrong tree, Pat. Every hairpin in town knew the payroll come in last night. I'll stake my saddle some tin horn moseyed down to the yard and blew out Wisner's light and jackknifed the whole lot. The gink's over the border by now. Silence followed the redhead's man's proclamation. You see that Pinkerton guy around? Broke in Sam. Pat shook his head. Big shots from the east don't crave the help of no rawhide sheriff, he chuckled. I don't see how you could give him much, rejoined Sam sourly. He rose. Come on, let's go get some liquor. A feller can get into a saloon from once without losing the shirt off his back. Black-lettered posters blossomed over Dutch Springs the following day. The sheriff and Sam emerged from the Chinese restaurant opposite the Jewel Hotel after their customary breakfast stack of flapjacks washed down by black coffee. They stopped and eyed a ragged Mexican as he lazily tacked up the bills to the livery barn. It read, $5,000 reward. The Chicago and Rio Grande Railway will pay a reward of $5,000 for the arrest and conviction of the murderer or murderers of Mark Wisner, the paymaster, at Dutch Springs, Colorado, May 20th, 1872. An additional reward of 1/4 will be paid for all the gold recovered. Patrick Walsh, Superintendent, Western District. What do you figure that reward would tally? Inquired Sam, eyes darting over the big block letters. Well, probably 20,000 cartwheels, I'd reckon, drawled the sheriff. 20,000, breathed the swarthy little man. Good gosh,
Ain't you got a clue, Pat?
I got 5,000 bank plaster on my spread. Pat's lip quirked at the longing in Sam's eyes. You go catch this payroll hog and we'll divvy it up. I'll go corral that Glencourt and that blonde filly and bet you they're working in cahoots. Well, you just give me some proof and I'll go jug the hairpin, promised Pat dryly. Me, I'm personally watching Raleigh. He don't hoof around the yard for exercise and not to sell steers. You and Ezra mosey around the saloons and keep your ears open. Maybe you'll soak up something besides that terrible liquor. Dutch Springs sizzled in the torrid heat of noon when Pat sought the shade of his office after a morning of fruitless fretting. Geoffrey Glencourt, now thoroughly scared, still stuck to his story, and Blondie failed to crack under the sheriff's remorseless cross-questioning. Raleigh Poulin, smothering his evident uneasiness with deep chuckles that shook his huge bulk, but stubbornly insisted he was hunting the commissionary boss on the night of the murder. Salmon, the telegram operator, swore he'd never left his shack, and there was no one to disprove his word. Pat had scarcely loosened his belt and sunk into his chair when a heavy-set fellow with bulky shoulders darkened the doorway. The visitor was a ruddy, weathered-featured man. He was dressed in dark and dusty store suit, topped by a gray Stinson. The sheriff's inquiring glaze cataloged him as a rancher on a trip to town. "Are you the sheriff around these parts?" drawled the newcomer in slow, friendly tones. "Sure. What's the trouble?" "You should know." Pat's visitor shook with silent laughter. He dropped heavily into a chair. "Name's Pierce. Jake Pierce, of Pinkerton's." Pat swung around, and his appraising gray eyes met Pierce's steady stare. He had pictured the operative as a glimly-eyed, alert individual. This fellow looked like he was more at home among cows than criminals, but the sheriff had learned from hard experiences to reserve judgment. Jake Pierce bit the end off his cigar with even white teeth. He lit up, unbuttoned his vest. "Well," he inquired placidly, "got anything?" "Nothing but ideas." "Well, take a gander at that." Pierce fumbled in his vest pocket and pitched a spent shell onto the desk. Pat picked it up and examined it curiously. "It's a .45. "Sure. The bullet that croaked Wisner came out of that shell." Pierce puffed his cigar. "Yeah," replied Pat cautiously. He had a feeling that the Pinkerton man was leading up to a startling announcement. "Where'd you pick it up? Outside the car?" The sheriff glimpsed amusement twinkling in his visitor's steady eyes. "Figures he's scored over a hick sheriff," he thought. "Wonder what he's going to be springing." "No," drawled Pierce. "Sifted the ashes in the stove. North in Glencourt's car." "Glencourt!" exclaimed Pat, stirred with excitement. Pierce's lips twitched with ill-concealed amusement. "No, North." The sheriff sat silent, digesting the Pinkerton's man's words. Inwardly, he flailed himself for failing to make more of a thorough examination of North's quarters. If the slug that had killed Wisner came from that shell, and the shell was hidden in the assistant paymaster's stove, North's guilt was plain. Glencourt spent the night in town. North had admitted he was the only person around, but he knew North and Pierce didn't. Somehow the accusation didn't sit right. What proof did the Pinkerton man have that this was the shell? It might have laid in those ashes for weeks. "You plumb certain on that?" he asked. "Oh, dead sure. I got the gun." Pat masked his surprise. "From North's car?" "No, he pitched it in the scrub back of the car. Never would have found it, but some cur dog nosed it out. Reckon I got a break there." conceded Pierce. He straightened and buttoned his vest. "I guess I'll swear out a warrant and bring North in." He pulled a .45 from an outside pocket and laid it on the desk beside the shell. "Well, there's the evidence." "Is North around?" "He's handling Wisner's job down there in the yard. I got a shadow on him." The detective chuckled silently. "Figured I was up against a tough job, but seemed it was a bit of a cinch." Pat detected a good-natured patronage in the Pinkerton's man's voice. Slowly, with a puzzled frown, he filled out the warrant. An hour later, Jake Pierce brought in the tall, young railroader. North's eyes were belligerent, and his strong jaw was set in a stubborn lie. "Rest your legs." Pat waved North to a chair, where the detective's stocky form disappeared down the street. Stiffly, the young fella sat down. "How come you got tangled up in this mess?" inquired the sheriff easily. "That's that fool detective." The young railroader's voice was harsh with bafflement. "He claims he found an empty shell in the stove and it fits my gun. Why, I haven't fired that gun since it was issued." "Not the railroad iron," corrected Pat. He indicated the .45 on the desk. "That one. You fished it out of the brush behind your car." A thought hit him. "Say, you plumb certain you didn't leave your quarters?" Frowning, North nodded his head. "Didn't you take a passer up the track towards the telegram office?" North's sober eyes lit with sudden recollection. "Certainly, but I wasn't away from the car for more than 10 minutes. "Bill," replied Sheriff soberly, "that trip's gonna burst Pierce's case." He rose. "Right now I gotta jug you, but you won't be in there for long." Pat slid open a desk drawer and dropped the keys of the jail inside. He built a smoke, frowned unseeingly at the fly-speckered calendar on the wall as he mulled over the case. If North killed Wisner, what was his motive? They were comparative strangers. Report was that they got on well together, and the tall young railroader was well behaved and had no bad habits. He didn't booze or gamble, and was not in any need of money. Why then would he risk the ruin of a fine reputation by murdering Wisner? The sheriff shook his head slowly. He had never yet handled a murder case where an all-powerful motive was not the incentive of the crime. Except for paid gunmen and desperados, men did not kill unless impelled by some unrestrained passion, uncontrollable greed, or stark necessity. Here it seemed that motive was entirely lacking. His thoughts flew to Leroux and the bucket of blood. There was a tie-up somewhere between Raleigh and the saloon-keeper. Leroux had been flurried as a broody hen when Raleigh was being questioned. The fat man was seen in the vicinity of the death car about the time the murder was committed. North had manhandled Leroux's fancy gal, and Pat had seen flaming rage in the saloon-keeper's eyes when he broke into the bucket of blood fracas. What would be easier than for Raleigh to shoot the paymaster and wait for North to leave his living quarters, slip in and drop the spent shell in the stove? By this simple act, Leroux and his gang would avert all suspicion, and the saloon-keeper would be revenged upon the young railroader. To further incriminate North, they probably dropped the murder weapon behind the car, knowing that sooner or later it would be found. The longer Pat considered this theory, the more convinced he became that it fit the facts. His next job was to convince Pierce. That might not be easy, he pondered, since the Pinkerton man was a stranger to Dutch Springs and was not familiar with the sinister reputation of the bucket of blood and the Rose feud with North. Well, he'd try. Pat hadn't forgotten the debt he owed North for his intervention in that bucket of blood fracas. Hunting Pierce in the sprawling confusion of the yard was akin to searching for a pin in a pile of hay. Throughout the blazing afternoon, the sheriff lagged it around commissionaries and mess tents, through mule lines and wagon parks, questioning brakemen and laborers and bosses in search for a thick-set man in a store suit, but he failed to find him. When the squat gray adobe that was Dutch Springs jail was built, block by block, by a gang of Mexican horse thieves Pat Stevens had rounded up, citizens inclined to the belief that the sheriff was maybe a mite too ambitious. One cell, in the courthouse basement, had served the town for 20 years. Why waste tax dollars in constructing 6 more? It kind of looked like the town was going to the dogs when it had to build a 6-cell jail. Pat, however, insisted that since the labor was donated, albeit unwillingly, they built the real jail. As usual, he had his way. The onset of steel proved even Pat a piker. Deputies packed the drunks and disorderlies 6 to the cell, and still they were overflowing into the courtroom basement. True, Judge Bemas held court daily, imposing stiff fines, and did his full share to relieve the housing shortage, but though they cleared the cells each morning, the saloons filled them again every night. Due to the temporary dearth of dollars, the loan and load had been lightened after the payroll robbery, which enabled the sheriff to place North in a cell by himself. Unfortunately, the young engineer was not in a frame of mind to appreciate the honor. Through a small square aperture high on the wall, the rising sun shone into the gloom of the jail. North, with features taut and wan from sleepless night, hunched on the edge of the bunk, staring at the stout iron bars of his cell. Around him, the barred cages held birds of every feather, from jabbering Italian to deep-chested Irishmen, the majority of whom were mostly recovering from overnight drunks. In hearty chorus they groaned and cursed and kidded, according to their natures. Not a sound registered with the discontent assistant paymaster. He was too deeply concerned with his own predicament. The heavy outer door squeaked open on dust-cake hinges. Gaunt Wes Lagarde, the jailer, lumbered in, followed by a vision that startled the frowned, blurry-eyed prisoners into amazed silence. It was as though someone had tossed an orchid into a pig pen. Maggie Maloney tripped demurely behind Wes like a dove, or perhaps a bird of paradise would be more descriptive. She wore a floppy, wide-brimmed hat, garlanded with tiny flowers. A pale, yellow silk dress rustled upon her form, and long, white silk gloves covered her arms. An orange-colored pastoral was suspended from one dainty hand. Her features were devoid of makeup, save for a faint suggestion of red that blossomed upon her cheeks, all of which combined to form the effect of a dainty, fragile slip of female, a variety breath of spring interjected into the torpid atmosphere of the jail. Landguard nodded in the direction of the sulking North. The latter, despite the sudden cessation of noise, had not glimpsed up. "Hey, North," bellowed the jailer. "You got a visitor." While his fellow prisoners eyed Maggie in awed silence, the assistant paymaster rose and moved swiftly towards his barred cell door. Maggie stepped gracefully up to the door, the parcel swinging from a gloved hand. Scarcely 6 inches apart, they faced each other through the bars. Frowning, the prisoner glimpsed down into Maggie's dark eyes that were soft and luminous beneath the brim of her wide picture hat. "Hello, sucker." Her voice was too low to reach the expectant ears around. "This is what you get for sticking around. How come you didn't take it on the lam?" "Why?" Maggie smiled, a world of wisdom in her unfathomable dark eyes. "Why?" she mimicked. Her voice became crisp. "Quit kiddin', big boy. Jake Pierce knows his onions. You croaked Wisner. Why didn't you beat it when you had the cash?" And if by chance I didn't kill Mark Wisner, should I still beat it? Inquired North.
All right, consoled Maggie. You didn't croak him, so what? Jake Pierce puts the finger on you, and that means you'll swing. Jake convicts him every time. Say, you're as good as strung up right now.
North's strong fingers clenched on the bars. His white knuckles betrayed the stress under which he was laboring. Thanks for calling to taunt me. His voice was brittle. Paying off old scores, huh? Maggie's dark eyes burned into the prisoner.
Aw, nix that, she snapped,
reverting swiftly to her dance hall manner.
I like you, big boy. You got spunk.
She swung the closed parcel closed to the upright bars. North noticed a bulge in its silken folds.
I got a hideaway in this dingus. Grab it and make a break.
The parcel slipped from her fingers and fell through the bars onto the cell floor. At the same moment, Maggie turned and tripped towards the rugged-featured Langard standing solidly by the outer door, effectually screening North from his eyes.
Oh, Mr. Deputy, she cried. I dropped my parcel, and that rude Mr. North wants to keep it for a keepsake, he says. Make him behave like a good boy, please.
It's a wonderful play acting, thought North. He bent and picked up the fragile silken gadget, thrust it through the bars, and held it towards the advancing jailer. Maggie minced beside Langard on high heels shoes. The girl pushed forward and snatched her parcel from North's grip. The fingers of her free hand exploring its folds, and felt the unwielded weight of the concealed derringer. Fire smoldered in a glance she shot at North's somber face. She tossed her head and snapped.
Well, swing then, sucker.
With a lift of her skirts, she pivoted towards the door. Aren't you going to talk to me, Maggie? Bellowed a burly track layer. She swung around and flashed a smile at the crowded cages and raised a slim arm in salutation. The prisoners roared a deep-throated approval, and Maggie made her exit, true to style, thought North. Alone once more, he resumed his seat on the thin straw mattress of the bunk. What was Maggie's game? If he had grabbed the gun she brought and made a break, it would have been a clear-cut confession of guilt. Had she figured on that? Or did she believe him guilty? If so, her gesture must have been a spontaneous act of sympathy. He shook his aching head in bewilderment. Who could fathom the motives of a woman? End of Chapter 4. Chapter 5. It was noon before the sheriff's trail crossed Pierce. He stumbled upon the Pinkerton men in the last place he would have sought them, the bucket of blood. The saloon exercised a particular fascination over Pat. Some deep intuition told him that within it, some sun-sunken plank walls, lay the key to Wisner's killing and the payroll looting. If LaRoe framed Bill North, reasoned the sheriff, then he took a hand in the hold-up, and why did Brawley Poulin buzz around the saloon as persistent as a blowfly? With no definite purpose in mind, the sheriff stepped through the ever-open doorway. After the blinding glare of the midday sun, the canvas-top saloon appeared to be in semi-darkness. Pat stood for a moment or two inside the entrance while his eyes grew accustomed to the subdued light. Business was apparently still on the downgrade. A sprinkling of railroaders sat around the tables, vests unbuttoned and shirts open, guzzling beer and whiskey. The long bare stretch of bar was broken by but one individual, who stood at the far end chatting affably with the barkeep. Pat blinked as he stared at the lone drinker. There was no mistaking Jake Pierce's thick-set figure and gray Stetson, the Pinkerton men at last. Pierce raised a bottle, took a long pull as the sheriff approached. He turned, lips puckered in distaste. "Warm beer's the damnedest drink," he declared, "but the red eye they serve round here would burn a hole in a boiler plate." "Ever try the water?" grinned Pat. "Give me a slug of that red eye," he told the barkeep, hooking his boot over the rail in beside Pierce. "Never," replied Pierce scarcely. "Scared of rust." Pat poured his drink, tossed a coin on the bar, and nodded towards the nearby table. "I got something on my mind. Let's chat," he suggested. The other picked up his half-empty beer bottle, and they sat on down at the table. "You got a line on the payroll?" inquired Pat. "Nope," grunts Pierce. "Not likely unless North cracks." "Jake," said the sheriff slowly, "you done rounded up the wrong steer, and here's why." In careful detail he told of the fracas in the bucket of blood, Maggie's virulence and Leroux's anger, emphasized the North's lack of inception, showed how simple it would be to plant the spent shell. Jake Pierce listened impassively. When Rowley's name was mentioned, he showed a glimmer of interest. "So that's the guy that's ghosting around." "I'd lay the hog could tell plenty if he spilled his guts," declared Pat. The Pinkerton man chuckled deep in his throat. "You sure got the knife sharpened for Rowley. Maybe he was peddling steers." The sheriff snorted. Pierce carefully bit off the tip of a cigar, gripped it firmly in strong teeth, and stared thoughtfully at the luminous canvas ceiling high overhead. "Maybe you're right about North," he conceded finally. "And if he grabbed the coin, he cached it somewhere around. We'd tail the Jasper. If he cut down Wisner, he'll maybe put the rope around his own neck." Pat grunted dissent. "And as for Leroux," continued the sheriff, "you can't call him a rattlesnake. His blood's too danged hot. He'd nurse a grudge from here to hell. I tell you his record stinks. Killing in Panama, knifing down San Antonio way, and was chased out of Chicago. Yeah, like you say, he might have held a hand." Pierce removed his cigar, closed his eyes, and swallowed the remaining contents of the bottle. "Ugh," he shuddered. "Gives me salts any time. Well, I reckon you can spring North. I had a hunch when I pulled him in the case was too darn simple." His ruddy face creased in a mirthless grin. "Well, guess I really gotta get to work now." Unshaven, clothes wrinkled, and lines of weariness etched upon his forehead, Bill North stepped out of the adobe jail a free man. In front of the flat facade of the courthouse he hesitated, touched his bristly chin, and angled across the street towards the nearest barber shop. Steam drifted from kinks in the bathhouse built against its rear. 40 minutes later, bathed and shaved, he emerged, and there was a decisive step and a sprinkle in his eye that had not been there before. He had thrown off every vestige of his brief sojourn in jail. Briskly, he strode across the plank walk. Sandwiched between a saloon and a photographer's, in the midst of the many joints that lined Main Street, a little square tin roof shack sat modestly back of view. Above the fly curtain that screened the open doorway, a sign bore 2 words: "Homemade Pies." Inside the door, a plank counter spanned the narrow room. Tiers of shelves, carefully screened, rose against the rear wall. Behind the counter, when she was not too busy baking in the sweltering rear kitchen, a calm young woman was to be found, heavy coils of wheat-colored hair neatly pinned around her head. The only criticism men had of June Larson was that her pies never lasted for more than 10 minutes after she brought them crisp and fragrant from the double ovens of the back of the big iron stove. This capable young person could have disposed of 10 times her output without difficulty. As it was, at $1 a pie, her receipts were not inconsiderable. All the old-timers knew June. To them, she was the one good thing left on Main Street. She was the only daughter of a nester who ran a shirt-tail outfit on the edge of the barrens and scraped out a livelihood raising horses and grabbing whatever mavericks wandered his way. Some claimed he was particularly nearsighted when the brands were concerned. A year before Steele invaded the valley, Ollie Hanson had been stomped to death by an outlaw. The orphan girl succumbed to the swift courtship of Nels Larson, former bronc buster who rode Circle L, a barren hill spread. Nels was tougher than any bronc he ever broke, and rumor said he applied the same methods to June. One night she rode into Dutch Springs and sent Doc Trimble's buckboard bouncing out to the Circle L. The doc found Nels drunk, with a slug in his chest. The bronc buster pulled through, claimed he was cleaning his gun, and gave town a wide berth. For a while, June worked as maid in the Jewel Hotel. There was sound sense behind her steady blue eyes, however, and she grasped opportunity when Steele brought a horde of hungry men into Dutch Springs. Now she was on her way to modest prosperity. North brushed aside the fly curtain with a sweep of his long arm and entered the pie shop, bending his head to clear the doorway. "Out of stock as usual," he commented with a grin. "And here I am, dying for a slice of pie. Real pie." June's eyes brightened at sight of the tall young railroader. "You're wrong." She smiled and bent down and slid a pie brown to a nighty from a shelf beneath the counter. North's gaze dwelt upon her firm, capable hands, the crisp gingham dress, and trailed up to her cheeks rosy from the kitchen's heat. "You never forget, do you, June?" he said quietly. "Well, naturally, I never forget my regular customers." The girl's voice was demure, but color tinged the clear contours of her cheeks. "You almost lost this particular customer," said North, his voice tightening. "Competition?" North overlooked the curious emphasis she placed on the word. "Competition, heck! You got no competition. I was jailed. Was charged with killing Wisner." He told of his arrest. "Pat Stevens said it was a plant," he concluded. "He believes LaRoe, who runs the bucket of blood, is behind it. That gentleman has cause to dislike me." "Maggie Maloney," said June quietly. "You hit it," smiled North. "I told his fancy lady a few home truths." "She likes you." June compressed her lips, and the words had slipped out unthinkingly. North chuckled. "Like a boil." "Didn't she go to the jail to visit you?" North met the steady gaze of June's blue eyes. He laughed unconvincingly and inwardly cursed himself for omitting to mention that incident. "Well, yeah," he admitted lamely, "she did. How'd you know about that?" "She buys my pies, too," returned June calmly. $1, please." North dropped $1 into the girl's outstretched palm. His fingers closed upon her hand. You're not angry, are you, June?" he demanded with a puzzled frown. "I wouldn't give $1 for a dozen of those type." The girl twisted her hand free and wheeled abruptly towards the kitchen. "Why should I be? You're forgetting I have a husband," she commented placidly without turning her head, and disappeared into the kitchen. "You're separated, aren't you?" demanded North. No answer came from the kitchen. Damn it! He ejected and hit out for the street, banging his head on the top of the door frame, ripped out a healthy oath, and then gained the plank walk. The pie lay on the counter, forgotten. South of Dutch Springs, the road bed, a yellow-brown bank of earth, crested by two shimmering rivers of steel, ran straight as a stretched string for dozens or more mile. Then it wavered as though the string had been loosened, and coiled up the flank of Coyote Ridge, a rock-pitted hogback that lay across the valley like a huge log. Steel topped the ridge, through a shallowed cut that knifed into the yellow earth. High banks pocked with protruding boulders sloped up on either side of the track. Nests of rocks were heaped up beside the road bed, varied in sizes from fragments the size of a man's head to great boulders heavy enough to crush a wagon. As the sinking sun peopled the prairie with shadows, 5 ponies were being tethered and hobbled beside the track of the north end of the cut. 4 were saddled and bridled, 1 carrying yaks. Midway through the cut, 3 gray-shirted figures lounged against the boulders. A 4th stretched flat on the top of the embankment high above their heads, staring southward. Below the lookout, the tracks on a 90-foot grade curved down the flank of the ridge, straightened, and then shot south like an arrow. Finally, they merged into a single thread that dissolved into the blue mist of the distance. Nothing stirred on the far-flung prairie, save loosely bunches of groups of cows. Far off on the ragged foothills that marched down to meet the skirted track, the windows of the ranch house sparkled in slanting rays of the sun. Unheated, a horned toad squatted beside a clump of sage and regarded the motionless rider with bright, unwinking eyes. A jackrabbit zigzagged through the brush, and one ear erect. Birds twittered as they settled for the night. Over all, brooding the silence of the solitudes, occasionally broken by a harsh laugh or a brusque oath from the lounging men below. Slowly, the purple haze deepened, erasing the ranch houses and browsing cows and shimmering track. The watcher's limbs twitched impatiently. Suddenly he stiffened, stared through the dark. Far across the plain, the faint, sharp whistle of an engine pierced the silence. Eyes strained to look out lay tense. A distant headlight glowed, no larger than a spark, gathering intensity as the oncoming engine crawled closer. Through the gloom, from the direction of the ranch, a light winked, once, twice, 3 times. Unhurried, the watcher scrambled to the edge of the bank and half slid and half tumbled down the slope in a shower of dust and pebbles. "She'll be here right away," he snapped as he hit the bottom of the bank in a dust cloud. "Let's go," yelled a slightly built rider. In a flash, the 4 set to work with grim intensity, grunting and cursing as they rolled boulders upon the track. The oncoming engine was close now, and the pounding of the pinned wheels on steel, the roar of throttled steam, the clank of connecting rods shattered the silence. Another piercing shriek of whistle, and hit the curved grade and chugged upwards towards the cut. Perspiration rolled down the dust-smeared features of the wreckers. Their job completed, they bunched at the side of the track and discarded their hats and slipped white flour sacks over their heads and tucked in the loose ends beneath sweat-soiled shirt collars. Through slits in the sack they gazed expectantly down track. Like a shrieking demon, the engine panted around the bend, its headlight bathing the rock pile with silver and silhouetted the fast-moving figures of the 4 wreckers as they scrambled up the crumbling slope of the embankment. The brakes ground and squealed. Too late. There was a crash that thundered through the hills, the harsh whine of tortured steel, the hiss of escaping steam. Slipping and sliding on the slopes above, the 4 gazed down at the derailed engine, hurled broadside across the roadbed, enveloped in white steam. Behind it, upended as though it was attempting to crawl over the cab, was the express car. The caboose had been wrenched free and lay on its side against the further embankment. A figure emerged from the rear of the caboose and dropped down to earth and moved unsteadily towards the belching engine. The wreckers cascaded down from their perches above. One drew a gun. A flash, and the wobbling figure dropped. With silent, intense haste, the wreckers went to work. It was dark in the cut now, a darkness filled with the hiss of escaping steam. An explosion again awoke the echoes. Two of the wreckers climbed through the splintering side of the express car, tossing small, jingling sacks of coin to those below. Heavily burdened with their loot, the four crunched slowly down the track, and like a dying monster, the steam-shrouded engine subsided into silence, but the dull sound of hooves could be heard fading into the distance. Sam breezed into the sheriff's office around 9 o'clock. "Train wreck in Coyote Cut," he announced. "Just got it from the yard." In common with every old-timer, Sam resented the invasion of Steele. "How come?" inquired Pat absently. Sam's abrupt entrance had interrupted the contemplation of a possible new angle on the payroll murder. "I reckon a boulder rolled onto the track. The hills is choked full of loose gravel." "Yep," murmured the sheriff. And then his interest quickened. "What kind of train?" "Just the usual kind, and engine hauls it and rolls on wheels," returned Sam innocently. Too innocently. "Quit acting smart," advised Pat. "It wasn't the payroll train, was it?" Sam grasped the significance of the sheriff's remark. Inquiry gleamed in his eager eyes. "Say, you don't suppose—" he began. "I got a mighty strong hunch," grunted Pat. He rose and reached for Stinson. "You go get Ezra. Meet you down at the yard at the telegraph office." Salmon was hunched at the telegram shack, a sheaf of messages on the table beside him, the key stuttering insistently. Pat stuck his head through the doorway. "What's this about a wreck?" Without breaking the symphony of his busy instrument, the ex-soldier threw back over his shoulder. "There's a pay train derailed in Coyote Cut. Engine pulled out with a broke-down gang an hour ago back. That damned payroll must be jinxed. I'm flat broke myself." An engine wheezed to a stop in the glare of the flares of the outsides. Pat saw a raw-boned man in overalls drop from the cab and head to the telegraph office at a run. He pushed past the sheriff at the doorway. "Feller was found shot by the wreck." His voice was taut with excitement. "Rocks was piled up on the track and the payroll's gone. It was a hold-up." He dropped a scribbled sheet on the counter. "Boss says to get that out right away. Gotta go. Gotta locate that Pinkerton guy." And he hurried away. Pat drifted around to the front of the shack. Down track, two men, one tall, one short, picked their way gingerly over the ties. The sheriff moved to meet them. "It's a hold-up," he rapped out. "The payrolls took off again. Huff it back to town. We got a ride now." "Just when we got here," grumbled Ezra in disgust. "And he says go back. Much more of this doggone huffing and I'll be worn down to the size of that ornery little runt." He dropped a huge paw onto the crown of Sam's shapeless Stinson. "And maybe you'll grow something besides maggots in that old big thick skull of yours. You act like a damn buffalo." Jake Pierce's stocky form emerged into the lit area. The train man, talking rapidly, walked beside him. The detective sighted Pat. "Get the bad news?" he shouted. The sheriff nodded. "Hop into the cab. I'm heading out to the engine," invited Pierce. Ezra's solitary eye brightened. "Well, maybe we won't have to lag her back to town," he told Sam hopefully, but Pat shook his head. "Reckon we'll just fork our broncs, Jake. You can't trail none with an engine." End of Chapter 5. Chapter 6. The trio again thumped along the plank walks on Main Street. A pool of yellow light from 2 suspended lamps marked the entrance of the bucket of blood. Pat stopped. Ezra pulled up beside him and coughed hollowly. "Reckon I'll need to wash the trail dust out of my bellers," he explained. "Forget it," grunted the sheriff. He knew the redhead's capacity of absorbing liquor. "You fellas hustle down to the livery barn and saddle up," he directed. "Throw the saddle on my sorrel. Meet you right up there pronto." Ignoring Ezra's snorted disgust, he stepped inside the saloon. News of the second hold-up had already seeped into town. A quick glance at the knots of men gathered about the bar told Pat that. The stern set of their features and the deep, serious mumble of their voices bespoke serious discussion. The usual gaiety of Leroux's patrons was absent. Maybe, thought the sheriff, they were wondering if there ever would be another payday. And where was Leroux? Pat scanned the half-empty saloon. With a cautious feeling of disappointment, he sighted the proprietor's tall form on the side wall behind the gambling tables. Although the distance was too great to observe the direction of Leroux's gaze, Pat had a feeling that the hatchet-faced man was covertly watching every move he made. The sheriff drifted across the sanded floor. Silky Shelby was engrossed in a poker game with 2 hard-faced Easterners and Rowley. Pat wandered aimlessly past the table, stopped and built a smoke, and watched the game. Silky raised his eyes and swiftly scrutinized the visitor, dropping them back to his cards without change of expression. Rolls of fat bulged on Rowley's bull neck as the fat man discarded his hand and twisted his head round. He met the sheriff's blank gaze with a friendly grin. "Here they got another payroll, Sheriff," he announced cheerfully. "For gosh sakes, don't be pinning it on me. Silky here has been lifting my payroll," he chuckled gleefully. Pat nodded and turned towards the door. 3 of his suspects were accounted for. Likely they had a airtight alibi. But that didn't prove they hadn't taken a hand in the hold-up. There was clever planning behind these outrages. The brains in command could hire the tools. Leroux threaded between vacant tables as quickly and quietly as a cat. "Something wrong, Sheriff?" he challenged, approaching, the set smile glued upon his thin features. "Nothing that I can put a finger on," retorted Pat. He saw by the quick fire that burned in Leroux's restless eyes that the saloon man caught the double meaning. But Leroux's mechanical smile continued to function. "We always try to observe the law," he returned glibly. Outside, Sam and Ezra were lounging against the hitching rail smoking. Pat swung into the saddle, and the 3 loped southward. "How's the gang there in the bucket of blood?" inquired Sam, as they left the garnished honky-tonks behind and the ponies' hooves pounded over the crumbling ruts in the road. "Like a bunch of cats just sitting there guzzling the canary," replied Pat. "Leroux, Silky, and Rowley all got nice and slick alibis. Too dang slick." "Did you expect anything different?" rumbled Ezra. Ahead, the shadowed bulk of Coyote Ridge rose out of the plain. A faint breeze rustled the dry prairie grass, and the distant bellow of a cow sounded out mournfully across the flats. Pat sniffed the pungent sage. The peace of the night took his thoughts back to the days before steel came to disrupt men's lives in Powder Valley. Sure, there was plenty of action even in those days, but it was clean action. It was gun against gun. Even a horse thief was a gent compared to these slimy, slick-up artists, and a rustler was a prince. Well, a feller couldn't stop steal no more than he could a stampeding herd. The moon bathed the flats with cold radiance as the three angled towards the cut. Smoke drifted from the stacks of the engines on the grade. Its headlight shone upon the dark features of men that hurried back and forth. Pat swung out a leather, a stone throw from the engine, and knotted the sorrel's reins securely around the gnarled trunk of a squat oak. Sam and Ezra followed suit, and the three picked their way over the rock-littered ground beside the track, past another throbbing engine and flat cars, and strode between the confining slopes of the cut. By the wavering lights of flares, a breakdown gang was already working on the wreck. Pierce's was Heavy's form materialized out of the confusion of toiling men. "Cleaned out every dollar," he announced unemotionally, "and killed 2 men. 2 more bashed up quite bad." He led the way to where the engine lay overturned across the cut, indicated the boulder-strewn track. "The buzzards derailed the train, shot Kelly, one of the guards, blew the express car, and then beat it," he explained. "Any witnesses?" asked Pat. "Yeah, we got a break there. Sampson, the fireman, hit the grit when he sighted a block ahead. Says he saw 4 masked men and guessed it was a hold-up. Busted his leg, but he had enough sense to lay. If he hadn't, he would be twanging a harp right about now." "See anything worthwhile?" "He saw him cut down on Kelly and set a charge under the express car. Watched him tote the payroll down the track and heard him galloping away." "That all?" "I reckon so," returned Pierce with a shrug of disgust. "Nothing we couldn't have figured out for ourselves." "This Sampson gent around?" The detective jerked his head towards the end of the cut. "Laid out there in a flat car with the others, and due to pull out any time." "Guess I'll go take a look at him," said the sheriff. Ezra and Sam were engrossed in the salvage operations. He left them staring wide-eyed and hurried back along the track. 2 motionless forms lay on one end of the first flat car, the bodies of the engineer and the murdered guard. Wrapped in blankets, 2 more men were stretchered out on the further end. Beside them, Pat picked out a 3rd man, propped up on an elbow, puffing a short-stemmed clay pipe. "Are you Sampson?" The sheriff scrambled up on the car. "Well, that's my name," replied the smoker, his features streaked with sweat and dust, glistening in the moonlight. "How's the leg?" "Plain hell, but could have been my neck." "Did you see the hold-up?" Pat dropped down beside the injured fireman. "That I did. If I had a gun, I could have killed them murdering thieves." "You wouldn't know them again if you saw them, would you?" The fireman shook his head. "They were masked, and the dirty varmints, they looked like ghosts with white sacks over their head." "Didn't see a fat feller waddling like a duck, did you?" Sampson glumly chewed the stem of his pipe. "They was all moving pretty slick." "Head east or west?" The injured man's teeth bit into his stem pipe as he eased his roughly splinted leg. "I wouldn't know. I was that mad with poor Nelson scalded to death in the cab. He laughed way back when I told him it was an omen." "What was the omen?" demanded the sheriff quickly. "The winking light, like a evil eye it was." Pat was all attention. "Where? On the track?" "Oh, hell no, in the hills. 3 times it winked. Nelson, I says—" "How far back did you see that winking eye?" cut in Pat. Sampson regarded his leg soberly.
About 5 miles down track, I'd say.
In the hills, huh? Mused Pat. That's where the rails skirt the foothills. He rose. All right, so long, Samson. Good night. Stirrup to stirrup, the three partners jogged back through the night to Dutch Springs. Sam, ever impatient, broke a long silence.
Well, what's doing? Or do we just set and wait for the Jaspers to ride in and say, "Give me a nice sell, thank you kindly"?
Pat fished out his watch and squinted at its face in the moonlight. You just get yourself 3 hours of shut-eye, he pronounced. We'll lose Ezra on the trail at sunup. Pack some biscuits and some airtights, and fill your water bag. Who's squatting on the old Circle L spread since Nell's pulled out for Arizona? He concluded abruptly.
June's ranch? No one's around there but pack rats, and what's Nell got to do with that hold up?
Plenty, returned the sheriff. Sampson, the fireman, he saw a signal lamp in the hills about 5 miles back down the track, which is just about the location of the Circle L. Now, if you were figuring on wrecking a train, which I wouldn't put beyond you. Nor me, rumbled Ezra. You'd wait until the right train breezed on ahead, continued the sheriff. Otherwise, you'd tip your hand to no purpose. So you'd plant a guy to keep cases on down track. When your special train hits the track, this feller could tip you off. Got it?
I sure do, muttered Sam. The Circle L is close to Steele. A lookout keeps cases on the track from his ranch house and gives the Jaspers on Coyote Ridge the high signal. And then they got plenty of time to plug the cut.
Well, ain't that runt kind of bright? Boomed Ezra. He can figure out most anything, after you make it as plain as a wart on your nose. Sam was too engrossed in the possibilities of Pat's suggestion to reply.
Well, then, why don't we hit the ranch now? He burst out finally.
Likely because the lookout took off after he gave the signal. He'd be crazy to stick around. They seem to have some brains behind these stick-ups. When the first beams of the rising sun glid over the rugged pinnacles of the Cumbrellas, Pat and Sam lazed in their saddles while Ezra, his pony ground-hitched, cast around the slopes before the dark gap of the cut, half bent like a great shaggy bloodhound seeking out scent. It is said that every human being is endowed with at least one talent. Ezra's was tracking. The big, unwieldy redhead could read mire sign with his one eye than Pat and Sam, and they were both good trailmen themselves. Good between them with 2 eyes apiece. It's the Apache blood in his veins, Sam would want to say when all the other taunts failed to get under the big fellow's skin. Ezra motioned with his arm, and the pair pricked their ponies into motion. There was 5 horses tied here, he announced. They was hobbled too. They hit out west at a gallop. 'Pears like a button rode one. Look at his tracks. The redhead was standing by a clump of brush with a slight depression. He pointed a thick forefinger to chaffed branches in the sun-baked ground, scoured and chopped by iron-shod hoofs.
What was the markings on the horses? Inquired Sam slyly.
Just like yours, shot back Ezra. Oversized ears, all the same kind of jackass. Let's go, broke in the sheriff briskly. Ezra forked his pony and dropped down a gully, then swung west. Eye focused on the trail, he rode at a lope, occasionally pulling down to a walking pace when they crossed a stretch of rock or hit the boulders in a dry wash. About 2 miles from the scene of the wreck, he suddenly jerked to a stop, peeled out of leather, and circled around the sand and sage. One pulled off right here, headed for town. A lightweight. Was he packing the cash? Pat's gray eyes were eager. Ezra ran a hand through his thatched red hair and squinted fiercely at the ground before him. No, he indicated finally. 'Twas on the lead pony. See? He indicated faint impressions. That critter, he dug in plenty. Oh, I'd gamble that hairpin reported to LaRoe, said Pat, as they drifted up beside the redhead. Say, what was that you picked up in the sage? It was a flour sack. Ezra held up a small, neatly bundled, secured with a thong. The sheriff shook out the white sack. 2 small diagonal holes had been scissored close to the bottom. It's a mask, he ejected. The hombro who hit for town dropped it. He sniffed the sack curiously and turned it inside out and gave it a careful examination. Pat regarded it with puzzled eyes. Finally, he folded the makeshift mask and stowed it into the saddlebag. Let's ride, he said crisply. Ezra mounted again and led the way, steadily and bearing westward toward the mountain. Throughout the morning hours the sun bit through the shirts of the 3 and burned their backs as Ezra tenaciously followed the trail of the fleeing wreckers. They left the valley floor, and the flat terrain swept into rolling hills. In turn, these were left behind as the landscape changed. Behind them the valley had long since faded in the blue heat of haze. The tough grass thinned, scarcely patched the baked earth, and at last disappeared entirely. The pony's hooves rang upon bare ground, iron hard from lack of moisture. A fine white powder haze drifted sluggishly before them, and powdered riders and ponies, stinging their eyes and prickled their nostrils. Before them stretched the barrens, a heat-blasted, waterless expanse of canyons and gulches, riven hills and rock-littered washes. Beyond towered the grim Cumbrellas, tawny masses of rock, rising cliff upon cliff, pinnacle upon pinnacle, to naked peak and chiseled black against the bright blue of the cloudless sky. Ezra rode slowly now. Alkali gave place to rock. The 3 wound across barren benches and twisted through gloomy canyons. Again and again the redhead came out of the saddle, searching around with shaggy head outthrust like a bird dog flushing quail. Finally, when the sun blazed high overhead, he pulled rein on the brim of a wide dish-like depression, crusted with gleaming alkali and speckled with outcrop and rock, like the surface of a petrified lake broken by the fins of a giant fish. For a while, he quartered the ground afoot, and then returned to his waiting partners with grum features. Signs most petered out, Pat. Seems like they split up right about here. Which trail are we going to follow, if any? You can't hit the trail of the back pony? The flat tone of the sheriff's voice indicated he knew the answer. Ezra shook his head. Rock don't give much sign. There's 3 trails to follow. It's a gamble which one hits the jackpot. Well, I reckon we quit, said Pat. Figured they had split before too long. He ran his tongue over dry lips caked white with alkali dust. Let's hunt for a patch of shade and feed our stomachs. Trail stained, the trio jogged wordlessly through the dredgy waste back towards Powder Valley. A sense of failure weighed on their spirits. At last the barrens lay behind them. The pony's hooves thudded upon yellowed grass, and the ravines were green-veined with chaparral pinyon clothing the benches. Pat pulled his hard-breathing sorrel to a stop as they topped out on a ridge. The 3 stiffly got out of leather, loosened their dust-matted animals' clinches and rock saddles. The sheriff pulled out the makings and fashioned a smoke and eyed the scene below. At his feet, the foothills rolled smoothly like waves of sea. The valley lay beyond, a vast dun bowl, quivering through the rising heat waves. Far off, black smoke from a moving engine smudged the horizon. Idly, the sheriff's gaze wandered southwards towards Coyote Ridge. A drifting dust plume caught his eyes. He stepped back to his browsing pony, slipped an spyglass out of the saddle, and focused it upon two ant-like features crawling along the flank of a hill. "Hey, Sam," he called. "Take a look-see. There's two hombres there heading down for Dutch Springs. Where do you figure they come from?" The squat rider grasped the pea glass. "Ain't no place they could have come," he replied after long scrutiny, "except June Larson's Circle L." Recollection of the injured fireman's ill omen, the thrice winking light flashed into Pat's mind. "Hit leather," he snapped. "We gotta head off them Jaspers." End of Chapter 6. Chapter 7. At the prospect of action, fatigue dropped from the three-man posse like a discarded slicker. Cinches were quickly tightened. Tallying Pat's sorrel, they dropped down the slope. For 30 minutes the three nursed every ounce of speed from their tired ponies, working through the hills on a course calculated to intercept the two riders heading for Dutch Springs. Unexpectedly, the hard-riding horsemen flushed their quarry at the mouth of a brushed ravine. Crashing down through the undergrowth, they emerged into a narrow grassy valley, down the center of which two riders were ambling leisurely. "Looky," gasped Sam in quick surprise. "One on the near side's a woman, riding side saddle." Reining down to a trot, the three fanned out and cut across towards the suspects. The woman stared straight ahead. Beyond her, the man raised an arm in careless salutation and seemed in no wise perturbed. "It looks like Glencourt and his lady friend," murmured Pat. "Looks like we hit a blind trail." The assistant paymaster reined up at their approach. His eyes ran over their dust-powdered garb and the sweating ponies. "Greetin', Sheriff," he hailed cheerfully. "You fellers seem a little shop-worn, so to speak. Returning from an arduous manhunt, I presume?" "Another payroll was lifted," returned the sheriff, reining up ahead of the pair. He watched Glencourt's pasty features closely. Quick surprise registered on the young fellow's face. His jaw dropped in astonishment. Then his wide mouth quirked in a grin. "Saved my bacon, by Jove! Bill North threatened to flay me alive if I didn't turn up this morning to help dole out the cash. But there's no dollars to be dollin'." He chuckled gleefully. His expression changed at a sudden thought. They didn't kill Bill, did they?" Doubt clouded Pat's gray eyes as he watched Glencourt lolling easily in the big saddle stock. Either the dispassionate young Easterner was an ace actor, or he was as innocent in complacency in the hold-up. "Weren't you in town last night?" queried the sheriff. The girl spoke for the first time. Her voice was sharp. "Don't answer any of his questions, Jeff. It's none of his damn business." Pat's gaze flickered into her direction. Blondie had been beautiful, once, before the excesses of dance-hall life had marred her. Devoid of makeup, her features were well molded. A thick mane of hair, as yellow as the sun-dried bunch grass, hung in a long braid down her back. A tight button blouse confined her generous curves, but the revealing sunlight was unkind to Blondie. As the sheriff's searching gaze dwelt upon the flesh sagging beneath her chin, the faint wrinkles etched around her eyes and the traces of gray at the roots of her hair, he was reminded of a rose, full-blown and fading fast. "Blondie's right, Sheriff," rejoined Glencourt a trifle uncertainly. It really is none of your business." "I asked if you were in town last night," reiterated the sheriff emphatically. Glencourt fidgeted uneasily in his saddle and glanced appealingly at the girl's frigid features.
It's a beastly embarrassing question, he evaded.
Long hours on the trail had rasped the sheriff's temper. From neck to buttock his skin itched and burned from the powdered alkali dust, and his throat felt as though it was lined with cinders, and his eyes were reddened from the sun's glare. "See here, mister," his voice was flinty. "The pay train was wrecked last night, and 2 fellers were killed and 3 mashed up. If you had been in town, you'd know it. If you're out here of town, you're a suspect, and that spells jail."
"Oh, fiddlesticks," burst out the young man defensively. "I was miles away. I spent the night at the Circle L ranch house."
And then, conscious of the implications of his admission, he cleared his throat apologetically and stared studiously at his pony's ears. "You got a witness, too," commented the sheriff ironically. Blondie sniffed. Pat rasped his chin and eyed the discomforted Glencourt. "I reckon we'll just take you 2 in," he decided finally.
"You can't get away with it, you hick sheriff," shrilled the girl, pale cheeks reddened with anger. "I got friends. You can't pick on us. We never did nothing, and you know it. You haven't got the savvy to catch a cold, so you railroad the first person you meet. We was never near Coyote." She checked abruptly with quick, indrawn breath. Brittle silence enveloped the group. "Did I say the wreck was in Coyote Cut?" inquired the sheriff gently. Lips tight-pressed and bosoms raising, fallen beneath the tight-fitting blouse, with repressed emotion, the girl sat emotionless. "I heard the crash," she admitted sulkily.
"And guessed it was a hold-up, so you walked outside with a stable lantern for a look-see." Derisive rode the sheriff's tones. He kneed his pony and wheeled beside Glencourt. "I reckon we'll hit for town." He turned his head. "You tail us with the gal," he shouted to his partners, "and drop back a ways." By the time the cavalcade reached the scattered tents that mushroomed around the fringes of town, the sheriff had wormed a Glencourt story out of him, or the story he chose to tell. It was so simple and sordid, and so plainly reflective of the weak-willed assistant paid master's character, that it sounded like the truth. Glencourt claimed to have obtained permission from June Larson to use the Circle L until the construction camp moved on. He maintained it as a nest of which he entertained his lady friend. The previous afternoon they had hired ponies at the livery barn and rode out. They had seen no one. He had not the slightest inkling that anything untoward was occurring, and had escorted his lady friend homeward when he met the posse.
"Blondie's a good girl at heart," explained Glencourt. "She's just the victim of unfortunate circumstances. She detests that dance hall crowd. I leased the ranch so we could get away from it all together."
Touching, thought Pat, and quite plausible, if Blondie hadn't let the cat out of the bag. Just how much did Glencourt really know of the hold-up? Had the girl hogs-wiled him? Or he was really either just a jackass or a danged clever coyote? From the corner of his eye, the sheriff saw one of the loungers, hunkering in the shade of the Bucket of Blood's high plank front, jerked hastily to his feet and scuttled through the entrance of the saloon at the dusty knot of riders that were jogging down Main Street. So, Leroux had a lookout posted, pondered Pat. More proof that he was linked up with the hold-up. Sam and Ezra walked the ponies back to the livery barn while Pat escorted his 2 suspects to the little lean-to office. Jake Pierce was set solidly in a straight-backed chair and chewing a cigar. His gaze lingered upon Blondie, but he made no comment as Pat herded the pair before them. You watch that lady, Jake, admonished Pat, sliding open a desk drawer and picking up a ring of keys. I gotta make this gent comfortable.
I say,
protested Glencourt as the sheriff steered him outside and flung open the jail door.
You can't do this. I know nothing of that beastly hold-up. I demand a lawyer immediately.
You ain't arrested yet, drawled Pat. Just protective custody. I'll spring you in about 30 minutes, maybe. With this sparse consolation, he pushed the bewildered young man into the cell and clanged the door shut. The air in the small office was blue with cigar smoke and stifling from the sun rays that beat upon the tin roof. Pat set the door ajar and plunked down in the swivel chair. Blondie sat as far away from Pierce as possible, tight-lipped and stiff-backed. "Kinda looks like you caught yourself a canary," commented Pierce pleasantly. "Yeah, and she's gonna sing if she craves to keep out of the cage," returned Pat shortly. Briefly, he told the Pinkerton man of the signal light that flashed from the vicinity of the Circle L to warn the wreckers that the paid train was going through, of the couple's overnight trip to the ranch, and the girl's involuntary admission that she knew of the holdup. "There's no way that she could have heard about that wreck," he summed up. "I'm staking my star that she was in cahoots with the wreckers and lit that lantern." He eyed Blondie's pale features, now taut with attention. "You come clean, and we'll ease you out of this tight spot. If not," he paused significantly.
"You dumb flat feet would arrest a person to make a showing," flashed the girl. "You dribble plenty of words, but they mean nothing to me. Jeff will confirm we never left the ranch."
"You knew the train was wrecked," accused the sheriff.
"I heard it crash, if that's what you mean."
"And guessed it was the pay train?" said Pat.
"That's just it. Now make something out of it," she rejoined tartly.
The sheriff sighed. He hated to be tough on a woman. Abruptly, he changed his line of attack. "Nice little holdout you and Glencourt got a hold of," he commented.
"We like it."
"How come you got the notion to ride out yesterday?"
"Jeff wanted to get away from town."
"North wanted him to stick around because he was needed bad on payday." Blondie shrugged indifferently. "And Glencourt says you were dead set on riding out for the Circle L." The door moved slightly, but no breeze stirred the heat-burdened air. The girl tossed her head.
"Maybe it was my idea, so what?"
"Plenty," returned Pat grimly. Silently, he gathered his long legs beneath his chair. Without warning, he leapt headlong for the door. It flew open with the impact of his shoulder, and he caught a glimpse of a fast-moving leg vanish around the corner of the shack and plunged after it. A wagon, its team tied to a wheel, had drawn up beside the courthouse. The pursuing sheriff caught a fleeting glimpse of the eavesdropper as he dodged behind the wagon. Before Pat could round the vehicle, his quarry was mingled with the stream of moving men that were back and forth over the plank walk. Breathing heavily, the sheriff returned to the office and slammed the door shut behind him. "Missed the coyote," he grunted to Pierce. "Who rods the hold-up gang? Leroux?" He swung around towards the silent Blondie, firing the question as he turned.
"You should know you're a sheriff," returned the girl coolly.
Jake Pierce, previously a silent spectator, cut in. "Let me ask a few questions, Pat. You see, I know Blondie." The girl's head jerked in his direction.
"Plenty know me. I'm real popular around here."
Pierce eyed the smoke curl slowly from the tip of his cigar. "Well," he murmured, "this was way back. You used to go under the name of Kitty Newton in those days. Feller by the name of William Bardsley lived in Kansas City. Got tangled up with you. Poisoned his wife and swung for it. And you skipped out.
That's a lie. You're crazy.
Blondie's eyes distended and the blood drained from her pale face. Maybe I am, but I knew I'd seen your face somewhere. It was on a reward dodger. There's a warrant out for Kitty Newton. I recollect the description said she carried a purple birthmark on the back of her neck. His voice hardened, his eyes probing the tense-faced Blondie. Could be that's why you wear your hair down. Perhaps I should take a look at your neck. He rose ponderously and crossed the room towards her. Blondie threw up her hands in sudden terror, striving to ward him off.
No, no!
She shrieked. Her gaudy self-assurance was gone, swept away by a storm of tears. Pierce returned to his seat. The two men eyed her silently as she slumped in her chair, her body shaken by unrestrained sobbing. It's a hell of a business, thought Pat. But the lure of payroll gold had killed 3 men, and it looked like this dance-hell jade held the secret to the killings. Blondie gradually regained self-control and her sobbing quiet. Pierce spoke again, his voice cold and emotionless. Come clean and we'll forget Kitty Newton. If not, well, I reckon we'll send you down for 10 years on that poison count.
All right, Flatfoot, you win.
Blondie's voice was as dead as her reddened eyes.
Sure, I was the lookout. Jeff was dead drunk in the shack. A
shadow darkened the unwashed window behind the sheriff. The girl shrank back in quick terror, and Pat whirled as a gun roared almost in his ear and glass shattered. Blondie pitched forward. Both men plunged for the door. It was secured on the outside. They flung their bodies against it. The stout timbers creaked, but would not yield. Pat snatched out his gun and turned to the smashed window and knocked out the remaining glass. Pierce hoisted him through, head foremost, and he hit the ground on all fours and scrambled to his feet, gun in hand, searching for the assassin. Nothing moved. On the flat ground outside the courthouse, the killer had made his getaway. Slapping his .45 back into leather, the chagrined sheriff turned to examine the door. The handle had been securely roped to a hasp, driven in at some time in the past for a padlock. He sawed through the rope with his Barlow knife, and Jake Pierce stepped out, the cigar butt still clenched in his teeth. The detective grinned humorously. Outguessed us. Pat moved past him and bent over the girl's crumpled form. Dead before she hit the floor, grunted Jake. 2 more minutes and we would have had the goods on the row, said Pat. I'm going to go brace the bastard. Boiling inward, he headed for the bucket of blood. There was no sign of the hatchet-faced man on the floor of the saloon. At the far end of the bar, a door gave admittance to a small room he used as a small office. Without ceremony, Pat kicked open the door and walked in. Leroux was seated at a table at the center of the room. Behind him, a safe bulked against the wall. Lithographs of racehorses decorated the plank walls. A closet was built into one corner, and there was no other furnishings save 2 straight-back chairs. The saloon man's head jerked up when Pat barged in. From long habit, the stock smile masked his features, but the sheriff read veiled caution in Azuda's eyes.
Nothing wrong, I hope, Sheriff?
Leroux's high-pitched voice was almost a whine. Plenty, snapped Pat. Blondie spilled her guts. Leroux flicked open the lid of a cigar box on the table before him and fumbled for his smoke. The diamonds set on his finger rings danced and sparkled. Scared, thought the sheriff.
Blondie?
The saloon man's voice was puzzled.
Oh, one of my girls.
He spread his hands in a gesture of helplessness.
What can I do about that? That Blondie, she lies like a greaser.
Not about the wreck in Coyote Cut.
Blondie mixed up in that affair.
LaRoe's voice reflected, incredulous. She's not the only one. She put the finger on you, LaRoe. The saloon man jumped to his feet, his chair crashing backwards. The set smile was wiped off his face, his eyes sparkled with anger. Thin lips were drawn tight against his teeth.
What do you mean? He choked. What could have I done with a train wreck? That blonde's foozel's word ain't worth a damn.
He padded towards the door.
Where is that hellcat? I'll make her eat her words.
You cut the play actin', drawled Pat. She won't talk any more, and you know it.
She'll be talking plenty, raged LaRoe, when I kick her out into the streets.
For the first time, doubt stirred in the sheriff's mind. Either LaRoe was a staged acting master, or he was innocent. Blondie could have been working with another gang. Anyway, his bluff hadn't worked, and he hadn't a shred of proof to back up his suspicions. He rose and shouldered indifferently past the saloon keeper and moved outside, carefully pulling the door shut behind him. The door closed. He froze, hand still on the knob. Then he flung it open again and thrust his head inside. LaRoe stood frowning at the wall. In a flash, the frown was replaced by the stock smile.
Did you forget something?
He inquired smoothly, eyes mocking the poker-faced Pat. Yeah. Send Blondie a wreath. At least you owe her that. With this, he closed the door and turned away. There was the smallest doubt in his mind regarding LaRoe's guilt. If only he had some proof, and the proof was locked behind Blondie's lifeless lips. Glittering with sequins, the white arms bare and black dress cut low, Maggie Maloney sailed across the saloon, her bold eyes smiling a greeting. The sheriff was in no mood for Maggie's pleasantries. With a curt nod, he headed for the entrance, but LaRoe's fancy girl circled the table and planted herself squarely in his path.
Say, Sheriff, you look all tuckered out.
Her husky voice was low and sympathetic.
Have a drink on the house.
Too busy to stick around, lady, Pat sniffed. Say, that's a swell brand of scent. Maggie's lips parted in a lazy smile.
Thanks for the compliment. It's odeur d'amour. I get it special from New York.
I gamble there ain't a gal around here who can get scent like that. Pat had regained his affability.
I should say not. They wouldn't pay the price.
I wouldn't think so, agreed the sheriff. It sure is different. Good day, ma'am. When he emerged from the bucket of blood, a light shone in his eyes like that of a prospector who unexpectedly hit a rich vein. Lady Luck was surely a fettle jade. With one hand she crowded a feller with a club, and with the other she handed him a prize package. End of Chapter 7. Chapter 8. The hotel was quiet when Pat slipped out of his room and jingled down the threadbare carpet of the stairwell. His footsteps rang hollow on the plank walk as he strode down the silent street towards the livery barn. Eastward, pale fingers of light groped uncertainly across the grey sky. Rocklessly a cock crew and greeted the dawn. For no good reason, Pat had decided to ride out and give the Circle L the once-over. The sheriff had a well-confirmed faith in hunches, and lay abed. A hunch hit him that Nels Larson's deserted ranch house might repay inspection. The payroll bandits had made 2 rich hauls. They'd used the ranch for a lookout spot. Could be they cached the loot thereabouts. Back of the livery barn, a bunch of ponies drifted around the pole corral. The early morning air was chilly, but the sheriff was thoroughly warmed up by the time he succeeded in dallying a rope upon his sorrel. He led the pony into the barn and threw on the saddle. A feminine voice startled him as he bent and fingered the latigo with the cinch ring.
Well, well, Sheriff, this is a surprise. I thought I was the only early bird.
He jerked erect and peered around in the wavering light of a stable lamp he had hung on a peg. Miss Larson, what, no pies today? There was appreciation in Pat's grey eyes as they took in the girl's well-knit figure. June Larson was dressed in typical rider garb, denims tucked into spurred riding boots, a checkered shirt, even a gun belt buckled around her slim waist. Her hair was gathered beneath a wide-brimmed Stetson. The sheriff knew well that she was as coolly capable as she looked. He had seen her, a spindly-legged girl of 14, in cotton shirt and ragged jeans, racing over the hills on a half-broken bronc, rigged with nothing more than a rope halter and a saddle blanket.
No payrolls, no buyers, she laughed. The town's flat broke. Anyway, I needed a day off. Thought I'd ride up to the ranch. I'd almost forgotten what a saddle feels like.
Pat chuckled, nodded as the gun bumped against her leg. Prepared for anything, huh? The girl's firm lips tightened.
If you were a woman, Sheriff, you'd know I need to be. When some of those big he-wolves take a few drinks, anything with long hair is fair game.
She led a pinto from a stall, waved Pat back when he offered assistance, and smoothed the folded blanket across the animal's back and lifted down her saddle.
Are you going my way?
She inquired, swinging the saddle across the pony's back. Planned on going all the way.
Well, that's dandy.
June's voice was muffled as she stooped to grab the swinging clinch. It appears your spread is tied in with these hold-ups. She straightened with an amazed gasp.
The Circle L, it's deserted.
Briefly he told her of the signal lantern and Blondie's unintentional confession of the duplicity.
Did this woman implicate the gang? Asked June, wide-eyed.
No, they rubbed her out before she spilled the beans, corrected the sheriff hastily. But I got a hunch there's been some shenanigans around your old spread. The girl set a neatly butted foot into a stirrup and swung into the leather. Together they clattered over the loose planks of the barn floor and jogged along down the deserted main street. June set spurs to her pony as soon as the main part of Dutch Springs lay behind. The weary pony stretched out in a wild gallop, head stretched forward with hooves pounding and tail flying. Swinging easily in the saddle, the usually composed June Larson yipped and shouted in great glee. Thundering in her wake, the sheriff smiled in sympathy. He had appreciated how she felt after endless days before a hot stove. The girl reined down her panting pony and turned to greet Pat as he pulled abreast. Her cheeks were glowing, her eyes afire with life, and she inhaled lungfuls of crisp air.
It's just wonderful to get away from that madhouse, she cried.
I guess pie bacon does get kind of wearisome.
Worrisome? I hate it, she returned. I sometimes envy all those dance hall girls with their jewels and dresses and good times.
Then abruptly she stopped, her tone changed.
I'm talking like a locoed fool. Oh, it must be the air. It's like wine out here.
Ahead, the brown hills, dark seamed by ravines, rolled down to meet the plain. Cottontails frolicked in the mesquite. A black bear lumbered along the pinions that clothed the draw with a casual backward glance at the two interlopers. Squirrels chittered and scurried up tree trunks as the riders followed a cow path that loped along the flanks of a ridge. Impulsively, the girl slipped her gun out of the holster, clicked back the hammer, and threw down on a squirrel squatting on a dead branch 20 paces distance. Her pinto pitched as the gun roared, but the little furry animal, mashed to a pulp by the big .45 slug, tumbled to the ground. June shrieked with joy, then turned her head quickly to meet the sheriff's sober eyes. "Oh, I'm sorry," she jerked out in quick reminiscence. "The poor thing. As I told you, I'm a bit crazy this morning." "Let it pass." Pat smiled at the tragedy in her blue eyes. "That was a dang good shot." 2 hours later, the pair threaded through a growth of aspens in a shadowed draw. Through the slim tree trunks, the Circle L ranch house stood plain, on a bench high above the valley. This was no deserted ranch, decided Pat, eyes on the trail. The earth damp beneath the trees showed the impressions of many hooves. The sheriff mentally flailing himself for failing to bring Ezra along. The red-thatched rider would have read the story those tracks told like a newspaper. Maybe the pay train wreckers had doubled back and rode this way. Behind the ranch rose the slope of a hill, crisscrossed with cow paths. Below, the terrain dropped in succession of lightly timbered benches to the flat floor of the far-flung plain. Ravines bright green with chaparral twisted around the spread, spruce and pine thrust their heads high. As the riders pulled out of the timber, the sheriff eyed the Larson ranch with growing interest. Long and low-built, the house was timbered and chinked with mud. Small square windows were cut in its walls. In the rear stood a weathered horse barn. Holes gaped in its roof. The door hung askew upon rawhide hinges. Flanking it were 2 small corrals, connected by a chute. In a gully below the house, a small spring had been dammed with logs through which a pipe had been driven. A thin stream of water splashed musically from the pipe's end into a barrel below. June slipped out of the saddle before the long, slender trunk of a pine set upon 2 stumps that served as a hitching rail. She quickly knotted the reins around the pine and hastily towards the house. Pat loosened the cinches of the 2 ponies and followed. He stepped through the open door into a rudely furnished living room with beaten earth floor. An empty whiskey bottle with 2 unwashed glasses stood on a square table beside a glass-bowled lamp. Pelts of mountain lion and coyotes were tacked on the wall. Before a circular iron heating stove, a dusty bear skin was spread on the floor. 2 wooden rockers and several straight-backed chairs completed the furnishing. In one corner, a litter of saddlery gathered dust. Doors on either end were closed. Pat surmised they led to bedrooms. He glimpsed a kitchen stove in the rear of the room. June Stenson's hat lay on a chair. On the smooth floor beside the chair, the sheriff noticed an amber-colored bone hairpin. Idly, he bent and picked it up and laid it on the hat. The girl's disgusted voice sounded from the kitchen. "As I expected, dirty dishes." She came to the doorway with a bucket and held it smiling to the sheriff. "You're deputized. You towed a bucket of water from the spring. It's below the house." Pat returned with the water. "Now you go investigate, and I'll clean the house." The sheriff watered the ponies and tied them in the shade of the trees, and then he rolled a smoke and hoisted himself onto the hitching rail, gazing over the valley, outspread below like a map. A glittering strand of silver, the rail track stretched across the yellowing plain. Out of the haze-shrouded range lay to his left the dark flanks of Coyote Ridge. With his glass, Pat scanned the long, undulating line of its crest and picked out the square notch that was the cut. "Simplest thing in the world," he ruminated, to watch the rail track below from the house and flash a signal when the pay train steamed down valley. But his job was to find the loot. He slid off the pole, crossed to the ponies, and stowed his glass away. First, he climbed through the poles of the nearest corral and walked over the roughened ground scarred with hooves and thick with grey wash. There was no signs of digging here. Neither the chute nor the other corral gave promise. He peered into the horse barn. 3 stalls at the back were heaped high with hay. The sheriff sighed, for the sun was high and the barn stank with manure. He picked up a fork and commenced pitching hay out of the nearest stall. The third and last stall was emptied, and Pat was wet with sweat when June's calm voice sounded from the door. The girl's earlier exhilarance had evaporated, and she'd regained her customary casual calm. "Coffee's ready, and pie. That's the best I could do." The sheriff straightened his aching back and set the fork against the wall. "That's a feast," he assured her wholeheartedly. "Any clues?" "Not a sniff, except dung fresh, too. Someone's been around. Take a look at that." He dolefully indicated the towering piles of hay. "I pitched that out of the stalls and got nothing but exercise." Comfortably filled, Pat relaxed in a kitchen chair and made a smoke and lazily watched June washing the dishes. "Staying long?" she inquired. "Oh, till about sundown, I reckon," grunted the sheriff. "Figure on combing the spread. I still got a notion the gold's hereabouts." The girl's smooth brow wrinkled in perplexity. "Why would they pick the Circle L? There's thousands of hiding places around these hills." Pat sucked his cigarette methodically. "Well, there's plenty of sign under the aspen, and the Glutes posted a lookout right here. I gamble my hunch ain't far off the target." "There's a reward for the recovery of the loot, isn't there?" "Enough to put the guy who noses it out on Easy Street. Care to give me a hand? 50-50. June laughed. "No, sir. This is my day off. I'm heading back to town anyway, just as soon as I'm through with these dishes." "I ain't driving you away." Pat spoke with sudden compunction. "No," returned the girl decisively. "I just don't want to stick around. This place, it brings back too many memories." Recollection of the abrupt and violent split-up between the tough-fibered Nels and his attractive young wife restrained the sheriff from further urging. Balanced in the saddle with careless ease, June disappeared into the shadows of the aspens. Left alone, the sheriff again went to work. In a corner of the kitchen ceiling, he noticed a square aperture that gave admittance to an attic above. He pushed the table beneath the opening and climbed up upon. Head protruded through the hole, he examined the attic. It was apparent at a glance that there was no loot hidden up there. On either side, the roof sloped back to the plank floor. At each end, an opening about 2 foot square allowed free circulation of air. A swarm of hornets had built their nest in one corner and attached to it, like an earthen football to a rafter. Like specks of gold, they hovered in the sunlight. At the other end, a chipmunk was perched on the window ledge, bushy tail erect, watching Pat with bright, beady eyes. Sight of the little animal brought the episode of June and the slaughtered squirrel into the sheriff's mind. Such wanton cruelty didn't seem like June, he thought. After all, it was no worse than knocking down a jackrabbit. Still, it didn't quite sit right. Pat jumped down and pulled the table back into place. Then he began to examine the beaten earth floor, kicking aside the bearskin, and glanced under the brass breads. But everywhere the hard-packed earth was undisturbed. Where next? He leaned against the frame of the front doorway, questioning eyes roaming over his surroundings. Mentally, he put himself in the bandit's boots. If he had a sack of loot, where would he cache it? First thing would be to hit a hiding place that would be quickly found day or night. If it was necessary to move the spoils in double quick time, then it would have to be a spot where some long-nosed maverick wouldn't stumble upon it by accident. His gaze fell upon the water barrel set below the timber dam. He had seen that before a year back when he rode up to quiz Nels about a stolen horse. Like June's father, the bronc buster was never overly particular about a brand. It was the same brand, yet looked kind of different. How could that be different, Pat argued mentally, if it was the same? In a flash, the solution jolted him. Then it was buried midway into the soggy soil. Now it was set on the surface. A growing excitement stirred his blood. He ducked beneath the pine hitching pole and dropped hastily down grade beside the spring. Why had that barrel been moved? Ankle deep in mud, he stood beside it. It was filled to the brim, the water seeping steadily over its moss-green sides as it splashed down from the pipe above. Grasping the slippery edge with both hands, the sheriff tried to rock the barrel, but it was firmly set, weighed by its contents. A thick fence post lay by the dam. Pat pushed one end into the mud beneath the barrel and tilted upwards with all of his strength. And the barrel moved, tilted, and crashed over, its contents spilling around his feet, soaking his boots. But Pat had no thought for wet feet. In the mud, beneath the sight of the barrel, he glimpsed the top of the bulging leather sack. As feverishly as excited as a prospector who had located a rich strike, the sheriff dropped to his knees in the water and dug into the mud with eager fingers, and hoisted up a weighty pay sack. His eyes shone. The hunch had paid out. He groped in the muck and yanked out sack after sack heavy with coins and piled them in a muddy heap beside him. He was down to his armpits, soaked with water, plastered with yellow clay, groping for more golden treasure, when the sharp, metallic click of a cocked gun reached his ears. He froze, every nerve tight. "Stretch 'em, mister, and stretch 'em fast," rasped a cold voice. Slowly the sheriff stood up and raised mud-coated hands shoulder high. 3 men stood about him, each with a leveled gun, white flour sacks covering their heads and masked their features. Through triangular slits he could see their eyes, gray and weary. They were clothed in rider's garb, gray shirts, denim pants, and spurred boots. The nearest reached forward with his left hand and swiftly unbuckled Pat's gun belt. It plumped into the mud. And then he prodded the sheriff roughly forward with the muzzle of his .45 and inclined his head in the direction of the house. "Rattle your hocks," he growled. The barrel nudged his backbone. Pat climbed the slope on leg and feet, his captors tailing him. Behind, they left the piles of yellow sacks, dripping with water, beside the overturned barrel. As he trudged up the rough trough, Pat inwardly cursed his carelessness. It stood to reason, he told himself bitterly, that they should have a lookout posted to keep cases on the loot. Probably spied on him all morning and laid dog-like until he hit the jackpot. What would their next move be? The hard barrel of the 6-gun, insistently digging into his flesh through the sodden shirt, was a vicious reminder. End of Chapter 8. Chapter 9. 100 paces spanned the distance from the spring to the ranch house. To the discomforted sheriff, with the chilly nudge of steel in his back, it seemed a mile. Pat's paramount feeling was anger. Anger that he had all out himself to be surprised and captured so tamely, and at that moment of triumph. Swiftly he calculated his chances of pulling out alive. The masked men who plodded silently behind him could have cut him down with ease at the spring. The fact that they had not gave him hope for survival. Hard cases, he figured, but not imported killers. Likely some of the rustling fraternity LaRue had cut in to handle the rough stuff. Hold-ups and horse stealing and gunfighting was all in their day's work, but the code of the range forbade shooting a man in the back. They'd have no compunction in putting him out of business, though, if they decided his continued existence endangered their lives, and they were walking in the shadow of the noose. The slow-moving procession reached the ranch house. Prodded by the gun barrel, the sheriff stepped inside, crossed the living room, and entered the kitchen. When he came up against the wall, he turned and coolly faced the three masked men, seeking signs of identification. There was little to help him in the dusty range duds visible beneath the loose-hanging sacks. Each wore a coarse shirt and dark pants scuffing into riding boots, as did 100 other punchers. Only one marker did the sheriff file away into his mind. The soft leather upper of the right boot had been ripped away, and the ragged edges were clumsily laced together with a rawhide thong. "Rest your legs," growled the gun-wheeler, pushing forward a chair with his foot. Pat sat down. One of his captors ducked into the next room. The sheriff heard him foraging amongst the pile of discarded saddlery. He returned, and several rawhide thongs dangled from his hand. In a trance, the seated sheriff's wrists were pinioned behind his back, and his legs lashed to the chair legs. Roped as securely as a hog-tied calf, he was left alone while the three bandits moved into the next room and slammed the door behind him. "What next?" thought Pat. He flexed the tight-bound thongs against his wrist, but the tough rawhide cut deeper into the flesh. His legs were immovable, tightly splintered to the chair. The deep mumbling of voices, punctuated with crisp oaths, came from an adjoining room. Abruptly, the discussion ceased. Spurs jingled and died away into the distance. Pat heaved a sigh of heartfelt relief. He was seating himself for a quick trip to the pearly gates. For a while he sat motionless, listening. A hail-fly bumped against the dark square window. Chipmunks chattered in the attic overhead. Then he felt, rather than heard, the faint thudding of horses' hoofs. "The sidewinders must have took off with the coin," he murmured under his breath. "I gotta get out of this." The straight-back chair was old and rickety, its glued joints loose from long exposure to the dry air. Tense in his muscles and feet solidly braced against the floor, the sheriff pressed backwards. The chair back creaked and snapped off with a sharp crack and slid from beneath his tied arms to the floor. Two vicious kicks and the legs broke off, pitching the helpless sheriff onto his face. A splintered chair leg lashed to each shin. He rolled over and struggled to his feet. June Larson had dropped the cutlery into a shallow box beside the stove. Arms bound tight behind him, Pat crossed the box and eyed an assortment of forks and knives and spoons. Bending, he dug for the butcher knife with his teeth. After several unsuccessful attempts, he gripped the bone handle firmly and straightened, and eyes darted around. Where to wedge it now? He moved towards the door, sank on his knees, and dropped the knife. Stretching his jaws to the utmost, he slid his lips over the door handle. It was a bulky mouthful, but he made it. And gripping hard, he twisted his head and levered back the catch and inched the door open. Again he dove for the knife. His lips gritted on the steel blade, and he thrust the handle between the door and the jamb, shouldered the door tight against it, and slowly worked to his feet. Weight thrown against the door, it held the knife in place. At last he stood erect, blocking the door hard against the knife handle with his foot, and backed against the protruding blade. With a seesaw motion, he rasped the rawhide thongs that bit into his wrists against the knife's edge. It was a finicky job, with nothing but the feel of the blade to guide him. At the first attempt, the knife tip jabbed deeply into his right hand. He winced from the pain and felt the warm rush of blood, and grit his teeth and tried again. Blood spattered to the floor as he sawed back and forth. With a faint twang, the rawhide parted. Pat shook the lashings off and swung his arms free. Quickly he tore a strip from his bandana and bandaged up his bleeding hand. Then he severed the thongs that secured the fragments of the broken chair to his legs. Free at last, he slid into the living room and peered cautiously through a window. Apparently the spread was deserted. His sorrel horse browsed peacefully beneath the trees. The sun had sunk behind the hills that bulged against the ranch, shadowing the path that wound down to the spring. For several moments, the sheriff stood gazing and pondering. If the raiders left a lookout, a bullet might greet him the instant he stepped outside. But it'd be a full hour before darkness would veil his movements, and he had a hunch that his captors were far away. He made his decision, threw the door open, and dashed for the spring, zigzagging like a jackrabbit as he raced downhill. But no roaring gun splashed lead. Panting, he reached the spring, floundered in the mud beneath the dam. His gun belt lay where it had fallen, wet and covered in clay, but the gold was gone. Pat headed for the house again, cleaned and reloaded his gun. With that done, with the comforting feeling of the gun belt about his middle, he breathed more easily. The shadows were thickening fast. Across the vast dim bowl at the plain below was an engine's headlight crawling slowly like a giant firefly. Pat tightened the sorrel's clinches and mounted and headed for Dutch Springs. It was night when he rode between the flaming fronts of the main street. Sam and Ezra were hunched on either side of the desk in the lean-to office, a cribbage board betwixt them. "Bite on that," rumbled the redhead as Pat entered. 15-2, 15-4, 15-6, and pairs 8. That's $2 you owe me, you darned runt. But Sam's searching eyes were on Pat, dropped to the blood-soaked bandage about his hand. "So you didn't go off eloping. What'd she do, bite ya?" "Better cut the deck a shade deeper," grunted the sheriff. "How come you rode out with June Larson at sunup? If and Sally gets wise to your shenanigans, you old warthog, there'll be a hair-pulling bee." "Well, I nosed out the payroll while you two range tramps were idling away your youth with the filthy pasty boards," returned Pat. "What?" yelled Sam. "Don't tell me you done lifted the mortgage with that reward money." "Nope," returned the sheriff glumly. "The coin was lifted, not the mortgage, right underneath my nose." Dropping into the swivel chair, he told of his misadventures. "Well, if we had been along," began Sam, "and you'd have been snoring like a hog on that fancy bearskin rug they got at the Circle L," drawled Pat. "Now listen, we're going to hit for the spread pronto. Come sun up, we'll hit the trail. Them highbinders may drift along easy, figuring I'm tussled up. Let's go feed our tapeworms, and then we'll be splitting the breeze soon enough." Beneath the great yellow moon that silvered the ridges, they rode into the brooding silence of the Circle L. The shriek of a mountain lion quavered from the shrouding hills. Bats circled in silent pinions around the dilapidated barn. Watered and fed, the ponies were loosed in the corral, and then the three bedded down in the house. Dawn found them, beating through the hills, Ezra in the lead. The vermin sure didn't rattle their hocks. They ain't moving faster than a walk so far. Doesn't depress my spirits none, rejoined Pat. Don't you forget you ain't hobbled. Oh, he's doing his best, said Sam. Old age done overtook him way back. The big redhead snorted and pricked his pony with the spurs. In a glade they found the ashes of a campfire. Ezra scraped them aside with his boot and put a huge palm on the ground. It's warm, he rumbled. Noon found them far to the west, deep in the jumble of hills and canyons that bordered the barrens. In single file they threaded through the boulders of a dry wash that curved between two steep-cut banks. The air was still and stifling, tainted with the nauseating odor of skunk weed crushed beneath the pony's hooves. Sam dropped sleepily over the horn. "A gamble," he yawned. What he intended to gamble was undisclosed. With a shrill whine, a bullet ricocheted off a rock beside his stirrup. His frightened pony pawed the air, screaming as another slug took it in the neck, and it crashed down in a flurry of dust. Sam flung himself clear. As the roar of the explosions reverberated through the canyon, Pat and Ezra hit the grit and dove for cover. Crouching behind boulders, the three waited. "Looks like we caught up with some trouble," said Pat with a slow grin. "Let's go grab them Winchesters." He jerked erect and dropped it suddenly. Two rifles spoke, the echoes in their ears. The three plunged towards the ponies, wrestling rifles out of the saddle boots, and threw themselves behind cover again. But not before a slug nicked off the heel of Sam's left boot. "Can you beat it?" he growled, saddened eyes on the still form of his pony. "First my horse, and then my doggone boots." Bellied into the hot sand in the nest of rocks, Pat peered cautiously up canyon, now as silent as a grave. But he could guess what lay beyond. One bandit was hightailing it with the loot, while his two companions covered the trail. Nearby, Ezra was sprawled in the lee of a boulder, while Sam crouched in a niche in the bank, screened by low-spreading manzetta. Pat itched his hat into view around the side of a weathered boulder, meanwhile squinted around the far side. A rifle spat, and the speeding slug punched a clean hole into the sweat-stained Stinson. The sheriff's searching eyes marked a haze of blue smoke at the foot of a tall pinyon, which, with gnarled and knotted roots, were exposed by the eroding bank. Rifle cuddled to the shoulder, he waited. Gaze focused on the squat brush that grew thick around the pinyon. A branch swayed slightly. Pat squeezed the trigger, levered out the spent shell, and fired and levered again 3 times. Something threshed around the brush like a freshly landed fish. Ezra's gun poured lead into the aggravating undergrowth. Empties tinkled into the hot sand as Sam joined in on the fusillade. Squirming convulsively, a gray-shirted figure rolled out of the brush and toppled over the edge of the crumbling bank and flopped heavily down into the wash. Beyond the crumpled form, the remaining rifleman flung lead feverishly down canyon, his bullets ricocheting and moaning off the rocks, and abruptly the outburst of fire ceased. Pat lay prone, the sun scorching the nape of his neck, and a horned toad investigating his left ear. In his mind's eye, he saw the third bandit drawing further and further away with the payroll gold. "Cover me," he yelled suddenly. "I'm going ahead." He marked a bulge in the bank a dozen paces distant, sprang to his feet, and flung for its shelter, tensing for the numbing impact of a bullet. But no shot came. Again crouching, he darted forward. The gunman, hidden in the chaos of rocks ahead, still held his fire. Crunching footsteps pulled his head around. Sam and Ezra were dodging from boulder to boulder in his wake. Panting, they dropped behind him. "Maybe we can plug 'em both," gasped Sam. "No," said Pat. "I gamble the other Jasper skedaddled. That's why he threw plenty of lead to hold us. You go get the horses, Ezra. Sam, me, we'll work on ahead." Disdaining cover, the pair plodded through the skunk weed and followed the uneven course of the wash. At the body of the dead man, they stopped. His grey shirt was stiff with the drying blood. Flies blackened his slack features. "We sure made a sieve out of him," commented Sam, prodding the remains with his foot. "Let's go," urged Pat, forging ahead. "Maybe we can get his partner." They rounded a bend and dove for cover, the sharp bark of a Winchester in the ears. Not 200 paces distant, a rider stood on the bank, gazing down the wash, rifle at the ready. Behind him, 2 saddled ponies were tethered beneath the gnarled oak. A bullet zipped through the slack of the sheriff's shirt as he hit the ground. Without pausing, Pat commenced wriggling up the sloping bank, digging into the yielding sand with elbows and toes. He jerked off his Stinson and peered over the top. The bandit was swinging into leather. Pat leveled his rifle, praying that the barrel was not plugged with sand. Sighting on the bandit's broad back, he squeezed the trigger. The horseman swayed, recovered, set spurs to his mount. Pat fired again as the animal leapt forward. The fleeing bandit, sagging over the horn, slowly slid sideways and tumbled headlong and lay motionless, a dark smear on the dun earth. Stirrup swinging, his pony raced wildly out of sight. Ezra wound up the wash behind them, the sheriff's horse on the lead. The 3 gathered round the body of the dead bandit. "I sure seen that map before," muttered Sam, squinting at the whiskered features. "Cheyenne Charlie," said the sheriff sharply. "Rode for Nels Larson. He served a stretch for horse thieving." "Well, there ain't but one left," rumbled Ezra, "and he's leading a loaded pack pony." "The upper right of his boot is torn and has been laced up with rawhide," added Pat. "And he wears some store teeth," flung Sam offhand. "Prove it, you little runt," roared Ezra, glaring at the grinning Sam. "I'll prove that I'm wrong," shot back Sam. "I got as much license to run off at the mouth as you folk." "Come on, let's catch up with that hombre," suggested the sheriff, stepping into his stirrup. "Then you pair of windbags can talk him to death." Sam back-trailed towards the pony beneath the oak. Again the 3 strung out, and the tenacious manhunt resumed. Gradually the trail veered round in a circle until, as the sun dropped westward, they were heading back for the Circle L. With puzzled eyes, the sheriff pulled up abreast Ezra. "You sure on the sign?" he queried. "This just don't make much sense." The redhead pointed a thick forefinger at the trail. "It's plain as a wagon load of hay. A ridden pony and a leading horse, drifting along easy." "'Pears like the hombre is mighty sure his partner stopped us." "Too sure for my own peace of mind," returned Pat. "I gamble we step right into a hornet's nest right before long. This gent's no jackass, though he sure acts the part." But no untoward incident disturbed the quiet of the lonely trail that led them closer and closer to the Circle L. Finally, they again reached the aspen grove at which the long day's ride had started. Pat glimpsed movement by the corral near the house. At his curt word of warning, Sam and Ezra peeled out of leather. Alert for action, the 3 ingined forward towards the slim trees. Screened by a fringe of brush, they eyed the ranch house. Saddled and bridled, a riderless pony stood by the corral gate. Beside it, A laden pack pony dozed. The tail flicked lazily. "I'll go get 'em," grated Pat. "You fellers grease your trigger fingers. This seems too danged easy." Rifle beneath his arm, he broke for cover, advanced across the open ground towards the silent ranch house. His eyes swiveled round, searching for a sign of the surviving bandit. Nothing stirred. The saddled pony turned its head and whinnied. Pat reached the house and flung open the door and jumped to one side. 6-gun in his fist, he stepped inside and braced to meet the challenge of a roaring gun. Still, no sign of his quarry. Rapidly he moved from room to room, yanked the kitchen table beneath the opening to the attic, and peered his head up into the dimness. But the fugitive had disappeared. He strode back to the door, motioned to his partners. Leading the ponies, they moved towards the house. "Well, this beats creation." The sheriff's voice was sharp with apprehension. "The jigger fox is through the hills most all day, then beats it, and leaves us the loot and his saddle horse. Well, that just don't make any sense." "Crazy from the heat, maybe?" suggested Sam. "Well, crazy like a coyote," grumbled Pat. He crossed towards the pack pony. Its packs were piled with bulky sacks roped securely into place. Pat pulled out his Barlow knife and ripped the topmost sack, and gray rocks spilled out. "We've been hog-wiggled, by God," yelped Sam. The sheriff fingered the remaining sacks and felt the rock with which they were filled. And then the solution dawned on him. He chuckled in dire appreciation of his quarry's shrewd trick. "You figure it out?" He swung round towards his wide-eyed partners. Ezra slowly spat in deep disgust. "Sure. The runway pony caught up with the hombre leading the pack pony. He figured we'd plugged the gents covering the trail, and he switched the gold to the runaway and muffed its hooves with the gunny sacks, maybe. Then he piled rocks on the pack pony and slips off the trail with the loot. The two ponies mosey back to the home corral, and we foller like 3 dog-blasted jugheads." "Speak for yourself," cut in Sam. "Some one-eyed galoot can't track a wagon through a bog hill." "Lay off it," grunted Pat. "That hombre was just a mite too smart for us, but he'll overplays his hand. They all do." End of chapter 9. Chapter 10. 3 silent men rode back over the dusty trail to Dutch Springs. The sheriff mulled over the events of the day. Ezra sulked over the sandy. The alert bandit had run over him. Sam mused on the reward money that had seemed so close but now so far away. Pat was not the only one with a plaster on his spread. Nels Larson figured in the sheriff's mind. Pat knew Nels from before. The ex-bronc buster was tough and tricky, with no more respect for the law than the law could enforce on a 6-gun. Rumor had it that he had drifted down to Arizona after the fracas with his wife, but news of easy pickings in Powder Valley may have lured him back. Cheyenne Charlie had been one of his old cronies. The loot was cached at his ranch, and his ponies were used to tote it away. Pat remembered the stink of fresh dung in the horse barn. That barn had seen plenty of use as of late. Every sign shouted Nels and looked like he was linked up with LaRoe, but dang it, the sheriff's lips twisted with annoyance. There was not one concrete piece of evidence that would justify a warrant for the arrest of the boss of the Circle L. The sole clue the train wreck had yielded was the flour sack mass that Ezra had picked up on the prairie, a sack to whom traces of a fragrant scent still clung. Sam and Ezra pulled off at the Gold Eagle to wash the trail dust out of their throats. There were weightier matters on Pat's mind. He headed for the livery. 2 burros stood outside the pie shop, laden with dun sacks. Bent over double, a portly Mexican toted them through the low-hung door. June was particular about her flour. From the day of opening, the stout Jose had packed it in from his small mill near Hopewell. The perspirating Jose grunted an affable "Buenas noches," and Pat nodded and wheeled into the livery. His pony watered and grained, he hit for the lean-to office. Sunk in his swivel chair, feet crooked on spur-scratched desk, the sheriff built a smoke and considered the case with a worried brow. 2 hold-ups, a murder, a train crew smashed up, and no arrests. It didn't sit very well. For a while he pondered, and then came to a decision. He slapped at the sweaty Stinson and emerged from the office, and hit for the bucket of blood with purposeful steps. There were more loiterers outside LaRoe's joint than patrons inside. The plank walks were clustered with construction laborers, moodily clustered around the doorways of the brightly lit saloons, disgustedly spit out of the drifting dust, but not $1 in their jeans to buy a drink. The sheriff sighted Maggie Maloney, sitting with a bored group of girls at a table in the rear of the bucket of blood. The knots of poker players and sprinkling of men along the bar seemed lost in the vast timber and canvas structure. Maggie rose at his approach. "Look, girls," she cried. "A cash customer. I saw him first." Scarlet lips parted in a smile. With a devilment dancing in her dark eyes, she advanced to meet him. "Well, she's a fine-looking figure of a gal," thought Pat, in an unwilling admiration. Well, if she'd washed that paint off, that is. "It's nice to see you again, Sheriff." Maggie's voice was softly caressing. "I know you're just itching to buy me a drink." "LaRoe in his office," put out the sheriff shortly. "Don't tell me you called just to see him." Her eyes were mocking. "He's over at the barber's." "Well, that's husky-dory. Let's me and you have a little powwow." He grasped her white arm and steered her towards the office. She waved her free arm gaily towards the short-skirted rogue group at the table. "I got me a man, girls." But Pat felt her muscles tense. He kicked the door shut behind him and nodded curtly towards the empty chair behind the desk. "Sit down, ma'am." Maggie glanced at him sharply, then rounded the table and gracefully sank into the chair. "What's this, a new technique?" she inquired lazily, stretching her slim arms. The sheriff sat on the table's edge and stared down at her silently. "Well?" There was an edge on her voice. "I was just trying to figure you as a train wrecker." "Say, how many drinks have you had?" "Listen, lady," returned Pat stonily. "There were 4 hombres in that gang. 1 had small feet." He stretched forward and glanced beside the table at her shapely instep and high-heeled shoes. "Just about as small as yours. She broke away from the gang and headed for town. She dropped her mask, a white flour sack with slits. It was a clear giveaway because the scent she'd used stuck to it. That scent was odeur d'amour. I guess that's what you called it. Not another gal uses it in town. Ain't that a fact?" Maggie Maloney was sober enough now. Questioning, her dark eyes met his. "Is this a shakedown, or are you crazy?" she demanded. "Sniff this." Pat yanked a crumpled flour sack out of the pocket and dropped it on the table. Maggie picked it up and held it beneath her nose. "Well?" "It is my scent," she admitted coolly. And how'd it get on that sack? Maggie shrugged her white shoulders indifferently. How should I know? Well, see here, Maggie, grated the sheriff. You can't bluff out of this. You come clean and I'll give you 2 hours to leave town. If you dumb up, you go into jail, charged with hold up and conspiracy to murder, and that means a life stretch. The dance hall girl rose to her feet, eyes blazing. She's game, thought Pat.
You can't railroad me, you dumb ox, she raged. I was never out of the saloon when that pay train was wrecked. Get out of here before I have LaRoe throw you out.
And you can prove your alibi by LaRoe, Silky, and a bunch of floozies who combines oath ain't worth a dead cigar butt, derided Pat. You come along with me. He slid off the table's edge and took a quick pace towards the defiant Maggie.
LaRoe, Silky!
Her shrill shriek filled the room.
Come quick!
Small fists clenched. She hammered the sheriff's face and chest as he crowded her against the wall. Outside he heard the scuffle of feet on sanded floor. He grabbed the girl, threw his left arm around her and pinned her arms down. The door flew open and LaRoe burst in, and Silky Shelby was at his heels. Behind them, pattering a flock of chattering dance hall girls. With his free hand, Pat jerked the gun out of his holster and cocked it with one swift motion. LaRoe's right hand dove swiftly beneath his black coat. Silky slid to the side of the room, and the girls packed the doorway. Pull that hideaway gun, snapped the sheriff, and I'll be dropping you. His level gun swiveled. Silky, get back to the door. LaRoe froze, hand beneath his armpit, expressionless as usual. Silky Shelby came to a halt.
What's the trouble, Maggie? He whispered. This big goof claims I helped hold up the pay train, she shrilled.
You picked up the wrong hand, Sheriff, said Silky softly. That's for me to say, returned Pat crisply. A barkeep broke through the press of girls grasping a sawed-off shotgun. At sight of Maggie, held tight against Pat, the sheriff's circling gun, he came to a quick stop and stared around in a pop-eyed bewilderment. Silky spoke again, his whispering voice playing in the brittle silence. Better throw in your hand, Sheriff. You can't get out of here with Maggie. She's going all right, Pat assured him grimly. He had noticed a door to his left that gave exit to the rear of the saloon. Arm firmly locked around Maggie's twisting form, he scuffled slowly sideways towards it, dragging her with him. LaRoe had not spoken, but the sheriff saw a quick glint in his eyes that foreshadowed action. Shelby had been sliding backwards. He whispered to the white-aproned barkeep. Pat, gun held on the row, saw the short barrel of the shotgun edge up. Hell, he thought, swiftly calculating his chances. That dumb gink will blast the pair of us into shreds, and if I down him, LaRoe will get me.
Drop that gun, Johnny, shrieked Maggie frantically. Cut it out. You'll make mincemeat out of me, too. Stop him, LaRoe.
LaRoe swung around and wrenched the gun out of the barkeep's hands. Pat had reached the door now. It was latched. With one hand he held the gun, with the other Maggie. She grasped his predicament.
Loose me,
she urged in husky undertone.
There'll be blue murder if we don't get out of here.
His grasp relaxed, and he felt her arm go under and back, and the fingers fumbling for the doorknob. The door swung open outward, and a cool breeze welled in. His opponents stood irresolute, held back only by the threat of his pointing gun. He could see LaRoe's long fingers twitching. Quickly he stepped outside and kicked the door shut. Maggie, released her breath in a sigh of relief.
Gee,
Her husky voice shook.
Johnny's dumb enough to let fly with both barrels of that shotgun.
The sheriff became aware that his shirt was sticking to his back. He suddenly felt foolish, standing in the dark, tightly embracing Maggie. His arm slackened about the girl's waist, and he shifted his grip towards her arm. Impatiently, she wrenched free.
You don't have to maul me,
she added vindictively.
I wouldn't be wearing your pants for $1 million when the boys get wise to this.
Pat wanted no more trouble with Maggie. To avoid contact with the construction hands who idled thick upon the plank walks, he conducted her down to the rear of the store and tents that fronted Main Street. In tight-lipped silence, Maggie stumbled through a litter of empty cans and discarded bottles in her high-heel shoes. Sam and Ezra were tranquilly smoking in the office. At sight of the bare-armed girl in low-cut evening dress and dark hair pyramided high, their jaws dropped. "Give me the keys to the cooler," requested Pat behind the scornful Maggie.
"You're not jailing her, are you?"
gasped Sam. "Just watch me," said Pat coolly. Due to the dearth of ready money in Dutch Springs, the jail lacked its customary quota of drunks. 2 Mexicans picked up in a knifing fray, and an Irishman, who had crowned a barkeep with a bottle, were the sole inmates. In wondering silence, they watched the sheriff unlock the door of an empty cell and usher the girl inside. Maggie had not spoken a word since she had left the vicinity of the bucket of blood. "I'll tote some blankets over later," said the sheriff gruffly, as he clicked the door behind her. He hated to jail a woman, but 2 men had been killed in the Coyote Cut wreck, and the lingering odor of Maggie's scent on the mask was plain proof that she was implicated. Blondie had confessed her part in the affray, and so had Maggie, he assured himself after a night in the cell. Pat read the question in his partner's eyes when he irritably jerked open the desk drawer and dropped the keys inside. "Well, we got one hold-up artist," he commented.
"Not that gal."
Sam's voice reflected his disbelief. "Ever see a prettier sight than a wildcat till it shows its teeth?" boomed Ezra. "You hit it, Ezra." Pat dropped the creased, folded flour sack on the desk. "That's what jugged Maggie." He told of the dance hall girl's exclusive scent, sent especially from New York for her use. But Sam, bewildered as a terrier, was obdurate.
"Women just don't go wrecked in trains. It ain't their nature," he objected.
"Bet you to the 2 cartwheels you owe me she spills her guts come sunup," challenged Ezra.
"Well, that's a bet," snapped Sam.
Bill North brought the first hint of impending trouble. The tall young railroader, now paymaster down at the yard, hustled into the sheriff's office an hour later. "You better fort up," he warned tightly. "There's trouble brewing at the bucket of blood. LaRoe's thrown the joint wide open, free whiskey for all. The place is packed to the doors. Right now they're passing out bottles to the overflow on the plank walks, and they're damning you, Sheriff, as the biggest skunk ever created. Maggie's the belle of Bucket of Blood. When those construction hands get all liquored up, they're liable to tear the town apart." Before he finished his recital, Jake Pierce's stocky form filled the doorway. "You sure make a martyr of Maggie," he told Pat. The idea of LaRoe's passion flower enduring martyrdom evidently tickled him, for his ruddy features crinkled in the gust of silent laughter. "You better hustle the gal out of town before trouble breaks." The sheriff shook his head. "We'd never get out of town now. Best I can do is gather a bunch of deputies and ride herd on the jail." He dispatched Sam and Ezra to round up every dependable citizen who could be deputized and then slipped into the night himself. At first sight, it seemed that Main Street was deserted. The plank walks were empty. As if realizing the futility of his vocal efforts, a barker leaned against the front of a saloon smoking a cigar. A few wayfarers brushed past Pat, evidently heading somewhere in a hurry. The mystery was solved when the sheriff neared the bucket of blood. A deep rumbling roar throbbed from within its blank walls. North had not exaggerated. When Pat surveyed the saloon from the shadows of the opposite plank walk, he saw that it was packed to the door. A torrent of sound poured from the seething mob of construction laborers that filled up the Rose free whiskey, drunken shouts and hoarse threats and ribald song. Beneath the flaming lamps at the entrance, men were clustered like swarming bees, striving to enter the crowded hive. 2 barkeeps elbowed through the press, a case of whiskey slung between them. Before they reached the plank walk, it was wrestled from them, and 100 thirsty men fought for the bottles. The drought in Dutch Springs had ended, but, thought Pat bitterly, LaRoe was not emptying his cellar out of pity for the dollar-starved railroaders. There was a sinister motive behind his lavish generosity, and the motive was only too plain. A dozen or more deputies, all old-timers, packed the little lean-to when the sheriff re-entered his office. Each was armed with a shotgun or a Winchester. Briefly, Pat warned them of the expected trouble and posted a lookout round the jail and held the remainder in reserve. For a while, all was quiet. The office filled with smoke as men puffed with pipes and cigarettes hunkered down around the walls. And then pandemonium broke loose down Main Street. A trouble-hunting mob poured from the bucket of blood with but one aim in their muddled minds, to free Maggie Maloney. Pat hustled his reserve force outside and doubled the circle of armed men around the adobe jail. Standing in the darkness, he listened to the hullabaloo that heralded the approach of the mob. Shouting, singing, and cursing, they surged down Main Street, flooded the plank walks, and scuffled wild-eyed through the thick dust of the street. A premonition of defeat chilled the sheriff. Before this mob, his little band of deputies would be swept away like chips on a raging current. Resistance was futile. Why attempt to fight a hopeless battle? Free Maggie. The moment of weakness passed. He had sworn to enforce the law. Maggie Maloney had helped hold up the pay train. Her place was behind the bars. Mob or no mob, he'd hold her for trial. A ragged, yelling column. The throng streamed along both sides of the courthouse and converged upon the little jail at its rear. In the gloom, Pat watched the shadowy mass of men, closing in around the line of guards. The sheriff drew his 6-gun, pointed it skyward, and fired. Sudden silence draped the mob, an ominous silence, like the tense calm that precedes a violent storm. Pat's shouted warning broke the quiet. "Don't let LaRoe fool you, fellers. Maggie helped grab your own coin. She's in the jail and she'll be staying there." A concerted roar broke his eardrums and drowned his voice. A guard's gun crashed. In thundering reply, a dozen guns flashed from the mob. The roar of explosions mingled with the tinkle of glass as the windows of the office splintered. Around the sheriff, the night became alive with dim, hurtling forms. Before he could thumb back the hammer of his gun, a flailing fist took him on the side of the head, and he sprawled headlong. End of Chapter 10. Chapter 11. Head ringing from the impact of the swinging fist, the sheriff scrambled to his feet, to be carried along in the mad push of yelling, delirious construction hands surging towards the jail. as irresistible in their blind rush as a stampeding herd. For the next few minutes his impressions were blurred. In the darkness it was impossible to distinguish friend from foe. The sheriff was jostled by cursing, panting men. Guns blared, the flashes illuminating a sea of wildly excited faces. Like a wave, the onrush broke against the sturdy adobe walls of the jail, flowed around it, and stamped all opposition. The thin corridor of deputies was swept aside and submerged in the tide of brawny humanity. Men battered the iron-bound door of the jail with their fists and threw their bodies against it, but the stout timbers defied them. Pat worked his way clear of the press and headed for the office. Back against its front, ignored by the clamoring mob that milled around the jail, were grouped the remnants of his small force. He recognized Ezra's hulking form, Bill North's straight figure, and Jake Pierce and 3 or 4 deputies. The remainder had disappeared in the human vortex. Behind the office towered the huge box-like outline of the courthouse. Its windows stared down at the scene of riot and confusion. From behind the shadowy press of bodies that hid the jail door came a heavy, rhythmic pounding. Someone had brought a sledgehammer and was smashing the pine planking. Hopelessly, the sheriff's eyes ran over the survivors of his defense force. If the little group attempted to intervene, the mob would brush them aside like flies. Yet, if the swarm of rioters were not checkmated, the jail door would cave in before many minutes had passed. Sight of the courthouse windows brought inspiration. He gestured and led the way into the shadows of the courthouse at a run. The remnants of his force thudded behind him. Pat opened a rear doorway, stood aside to allow the panting men behind him to crowd in, and then slammed the door shut and shot a heavy bolt home. They stood in a corridor that ran the length of the courthouse. Feeling his way in the pitch darkness, the sheriff fumbled along the wall, located a bracket oil lamp, and lifted it down. He put a match to the wick. Long shadows wavered up the silent corridor. For the first time, the sheriff saw that his aides were not unscathed. North's left eye was closing and blood trickled from the corner of his mouth. Ezra's jaw was cut and swollen, and Jake Pierce's features were smeared with blood. "Listen." Pat's voice was hard. "The windows upstairs cover the jail. We can blast the varmints from up there, and they can't get back at us unless they smoke us out. So let's get to work." Headed by the sheriff toting the lamp, the file of men clattered up the bare wooden stairway. On the second floor were the judge chambers and offices of the county officials were. Pat entered a high ceiling room, lined with yellow-backed files of court records. 2 lofty windows looked down on the flat roof of the jail. The sheriff blew out the lamp, crossed to the nearer window, and hinged it wide open. Below he could see the outlines of the mob swarming around the jail entrance. The sledgehammer was still swung. Its evenly spaced blows reverberated like a pounding of a great drum. "Give me a scattergun," rasped Pat. North pushed a short-barreled shotgun into his hands. At that distance, Pat knew that the charge of buckshot would not kill, but spread over a wide area, would not fail to inflict painful but superficial wounds upon a large number of the rioters. If he could flush the mob away from the jail door, the prisoners might yet be held. Covering the masked men, bulging black around the jail, he loosened both barrels. Howls of pain mingled with the shouts of rage as the mob scattered. A bullet flew through the open window in reply. Pat ejected the empties and slid 2 more shells into the breach. Again he loosened a blast of leaden pellets. The wavering mob below streamed for shelter. The jail front was wiped clean of men, revealing the partially shattered door. "Reckon that'll hold the coyotes," growled Ezra from the dark behind the peering sheriff. "Not if they can get their hands on a few picks," came North's voice. "They'll knock a hole in that adobe wall and back of the jail as fast as you can roll a cigarette. Wes Langard, the jailer, leaned on the window ledge beside Pat. From force of habit, he built to smoke. His match flashed. Too late, the sheriff knocked the telltale light out of his hand. A gun flash blossomed white in the gloom below, and Pat heard the flat slap of lead hit flesh. Langard grunted and sagged forward. The sheriff grabbed his legs as his body slid out the window and yanked him back into the room. He lay limp, unconscious on the floor. Two men toted him back to the shelter of the corridor, and Pat followed and relit the lamp. The bullet had gouged a bloody furrow along the jailer's scalp. Leaving his companions to adjust a makeshift bandage, the sheriff returned to his observation post. Quiet now enveloped the battlefield around the jail. Not a rioter was in sight. As his eyes became accustomed to the dim light, Pat picked out still forms scattered on the ground. And then, through the night, came the steady tap, tap, tap of picks, pecking insistently on sun-hardened adobe. The rioters were hacking a hole in the rear wall of the jail, and, thought the sheriff bitterly, there was nothing he could do to stop them. For a while he listened to the steady play of the picks, and then, with a stab of appreciation, his thoughts flew to Sam. He hadn't seen his perky little partner since the mob first cascaded around the courthouse. Was his body among those laying on the ground below? The sheriff left the window. As a vantage point, it was useless now. A glum group was gathered in the corridor, eyeing north as he finished the job of patching up the unconscious Langard. You see Sam around? Ezra shook his unruly thatch moodily as the sheriff's sharp question. No, he ain't set sight on the little rooster in a coon's age. I gamble he give St. Peter a good argument at the pearly gates. Footsteps echoed hollowly on the corridor below, briskly ascending the stairway. Every head swiveled. Sam's dark hair came into view, and then a squat body. "Where in the hell you been hiding?" bellowed Ezra in manifest relief. "Not in the courthouse like you jaspers," snapped Sam. "I've been out there in the action. Who loosed off that doggone shotgun? I gots to be standing eatin' for the next few months." "You got your just deserves," rumbled Ezra. "Mingling with that murderin' pack, by rights, Pat should commit you to jail right now." "What?" inquired Sam caustically. "They've knocked a hole in the doggone cooler that you could drive a team through. I've been keeping cases on the hairpins. You fellers can come out of hiding now. They took off already." The little band of survivors tramped down the stairwell and filed out through the rear door. Silence wreathed the jail. Every rioter had faded into the night, except a few whose forms lay quiet beneath the stars. Sam led the way to the rear of the jail. Here, out of sight and range of the lawmen, at the courthouse windows, the mob had hacked a gaping hole into the adobe wall. Pat stepped through and struck a match. Cell doors hung open with smashed locks. Maggie and her fellow prisoners had been spirited away. Pat set his men to gathering up the dead. 2 deputies and 5 laborers were laid side by side outside the office. Other deputies were unaccounted for, but the sheriff figured they had either mingled with the mob and slipped away to their homes, or had headed for Dr. Trimble's bungalow to be patched up. He dispatched 2 men to pack Wes Langard down to the docks, and then he went to his office. Slumping in a swivel chair, he direly contemplated the splintering fragments projecting from the window frames and the litter of broken glass on the floor. Leroux had made the law in Dutch Springs a dead letter. He had freed Maggie Maloney, and the price had been 7 lives. 7 men sacrificed that a dance hall girl with a yen for train robberies might go free. The sheriff's gray eyes hardened with cold anger. There'd be a payoff or he'd know the reason why. Pat dozed fitfully until daybreak. Heavy-eyed, he strode through the graying dawn, Sam and Ezra tagging behind. When he stepped through the ever-open doorway of the bucket of blood, the scene that met his eyes brought him to a stop. LaRoe's joint was a wreck. The floor was strewn with empty bottles and smashed glass, shattered tables and chairs. Drunks were scattered among the debris. Two sleepy swampers were making a half-hearted attempt to clean up the mess. Behind the long bar, the ornament mirrors were cracked in dozens of places. Shelved bottles had tumbled down and broken glass were heaped on the shelves. "Reckon the herd got out of hand before LaRoe stamped them for the jail," grunted Ezra. "I guess they staged a victory dance, and they sure waltzed all over the joint," put in Sam with satisfaction. "LaRoe around?" bawled Pat. A swamper inclined his head drowsily towards the office. Pat crunched over broken glass towards it. When the door opened, the saloon man appeared. LaRoe's dark suit, usually immaculate, was creased and dust-dabbed, his chin stubbled, and his shirt tie askew. He waited as the sheriff advanced to meet him. A pace apart, Pat halted. Face to face, both men eyed each other with unveiled hostility. "So, you loosed Maggie," said the sheriff softly. LaRoe switched on his mechanical smile. "Not me, Sheriff. The men from the yard." "You put 'em up to it." The other shrugged. "I deny the accusation." "They were liquoring up on your red-eye. For free." LaRoe's thin lips twisted with malicious humor. "You may not believe it, but I am a generous man. When they're in velvet, they'll patronize my saloon, and when they're flat broke, they'll drink on the house." "7 men died last night." The sheriff's voice was somber. "And you're the murderer." A quick surge of anger wiped the set smile from the saloon keeper's face. "If you have a warrant, arrest me," he rasped. "If not, get out of this saloon. I deny any knowledge of the affair. When I feel like serving free drinks, I'll serve them." He swung away, but the sheriff's fingers fastened onto his shoulders. "Take your paws off me," he snarled. Pat swung him around and thrust his left hand inside LaRoe's coat and yanked out a derringer. He tossed the hideaway over his shoulder and unbuckled his own gun belt. "LaRoe," he gritted, "you're clever like a coyote. The law can't touch you, but I can. I'm going to pound the daylights out of your rotten carcass." The saloon man backed hastily before Pat's low-voiced threat. He tripped over a broken chair, recovered. "Tom, Bill, Henry!" he yelled. Men issued from the dance hall at the rear. They ran forward, picking their way through the litter. One pulled a gun. Behind the sheriff, Ezra's deep voice boomed. "Stretch 'em, you buzzards, or I'll be putting daylight through you." The gunman fired hastily. Ezra's .45 blared. His opponent spun around and dropped, and he sat up, stared stupidly at his reddening shoulder. His companions halted in their tracks, arms thrust high. On the other side of the saloon, Sam was riding herd on the swampers and several blurry-eyed drunks who sluggishly swayed to their feet at the sound of gunfire. Pat reached forward and grabbed LaRoe's vest and jerked him close. Fist bunched, his free hand swung against the angle of the other's jaw. LaRoe tore free and stepped back. Pat bore in, jabbed him viciously in the midriff, and LaRoe doubled, gasping, and backed into a table. Brought up short, he twisted and dodged as Pat's fist sank into his stomach. With quick, indrawn breath, he sagged forward to stop a swift uppercut that rattled his teeth. Eyes venomous, the saloon man swayed out of reach. Again, Pat relentlessly bore in. LaRoe's long arms swung wildly. Inside them, the sheriff's hard fist pistoned into his middle. Left, right, left, right. LaRoe's knees slowly buckled desperately. He wrapped his arms around Pat, vainly endeavoring to smother the pounding fists. The sheriff twisted free, flung a straight left to the other's jaw that rocked him back onto his heels. Eyes glazing, LaRoe stumbled behind the table, gripping its edge with both hands, gasping for breath like a newly landed fish. Pat followed relentlessly, LaRoe's right hand streaking for the back of his neck. A short, bright blade leapt into view. His wrist flicked back, the slim hilt grasped between forefinger and thumb. Pat tipped the table and ducked as a sliver of silver slipped through the air. It zipped into the crown of his Stinson and carried the hat off his head. Then he was atop of LaRoe again. Mercilessly he ripped into the tall, hook-nosed man, hammering the breath out of his body with short jabs, mashing his features with a flicking left, beating him down with pounding blows. At last, bloodied and battered, one eye closed tightly against swollen blackened flesh, smashed nose streaming scarlet, mouth cut, LaRoe went down. He made a feeble attempt to regain his feet, and then flopped back onto the sanded floor and lay with heaving chest and closed eyes. Breathing hard, red and fist clenching, the sheriff stood above him. "Maybe you'll think twice before running another wiser over me," he growled. The three partners bellied up to the bar at the Gold Eagle. "You sure knocked the stuffings out of LaRoe," commented Ezra as he downed 3 fingers. "Kinda ruined the rattlesnake's good looks, if he ever had any." "Didn't help none, except ease my feelings," returned Pat soberly. "I reckon he didn't dare leave Maggie in jail for fear she'd squawk like Blondie, and the payroll is as far away as it'll ever be." "Yeah, like the reward money," added Sam morsefully. "If an Ezra could track an elephant through 3 feet of soft snow, we'd be sitting on top of the world right now." Ezra downed another drink. "Leastways, I didn't stop a charge full of buckshot in my backside, aiding and abetting in the mob over there." Around the three, the bar was lined thick with men discussing the events of the night. A steady drone of talk filled the saloon. A newcomer wedged in beside Pat. The sheriff eased over. Glancing down as he did so, his gaze became intent, quick excitement charging his nerves. The upper edge of the newcomer's right riding boot had been rent, and the edges were roughly sewn together with a strip of rawhide. End of Chapter 11. Chapter 12. Sight of the rudely spliced riding boot hooked on the bar rail flooded the sheriff with bitter memories. Memories of 4 masked men ghosting down as he dug sacks of payroll gold out of the mud on the Circle L. 4 men who left him bound to starve or survive as fate might will. One of those men bellied up to the bar beside him now. Pat raised his glass, and as his head came up, focused the newcomer's features in the mirror back of the bar. It was a strong face, strong, unscrupulous, deeply tanned by the desert sun. The newcomer's blue eyes met the sheriff's with cool bravado, the eyes of a man who feared neither man nor devil. A curly dangling carelessly from the corner of his firm-set mouth. His long, loose frame was relaxed against the bar. From rakish Stinson to file-off spurs, Nels Larson radiated arrogant self-confidence, and the smooth, worn butt of the gun thonged down to his right leg testified he was ready to back his play any time. "Well, if it ain't Nels." The sheriff's tones simulated surprise.
You guessed it, Sheriff. First time.
Larson's teeth flashed white against his bronzed features. Figured you was down in the Rio Grande. With his left hand, Larson trickled a drink from the bottle a barkeep slid towards him.
I was, he admitted with a chuckle. But it happens I got itchy dogs, and reckon I'm just a tumbleweed rolling along, and the wind done blowed me back to Powder Valley.
Heard you was prospecting, commented Pat casually.
Prospecting? Echoed Larson. Hell, what would I be prospecting for?
Gold, returned the sheriff pointedly. He noted the veil of caution that quickly dropped over the other's eyes. The ex-bronc buster slowly downed his drink and set his glass firmly onto the bar.
You wouldn't be funnin' now?
His lips twisted humorously. Pat noted that his right hand dangled above the thronged-down gun. I believe I hit the target plumb center, he thought. Aloud he replied, Well, that's just the talk around town, Nels. Never put much stock in it myself. Couldn't picture you nohow with a guinea pack horse and a shovel lagging it across the barrens. Larson, relaxed but suspicious, still lingered in his eyes. The sheriff's voice drawled on, filling the fleeting moments with small talk as he played for time in which to frame a plan of action. From the first he had suspected Nels, and the torn boot top supplied the evidence he was seeking. Nels was wary, but apparently was unaware that the sheriff had identified him. If he grabbed the Circle L man now, considered Pat, he'd have no clue to the whereabouts of the loot. Nels was no scared dance hall floozy to break under questioning or to quail about threats. He would play his cards close to his vest, and there was nothing to convict him of payroll loot and save suspicion and a busted boot top. The sheriff made his decision and kicked Sam's shin and moved back from the bar. So long, Nels, he grunted. I'll drop in and see you sometime. Larson grinned.
I ain't saying you'll be welcome. You and me locked horns are plenty in the past, and ain't saying you'll find me around neither. A tumbleweed, that's me.
What didn't you corral the buster? Demanded Ezra as they pushed through the batwings. How come? Inquired Pat. Well, he rods the Circle L, and his boots is stitched with the rawhide. That one eye of yours don't miss nothing, does it? Chuckled out the sheriff.
We can't jug nobody, cut in Sam. The cooler's done busted wide open anyway.
Button up, advised Pat, and listen. We want the payroll, both payrolls. Larson, he's cashed that gold, and he won't help us any in the jail. If we give the galoot his head, he's liable to lead us to it, and then we can pick him up too. The trio crossed Main Street and drifted down to the bench under the awning of the Jewel Hotel and relaxed in the shade. Almost directly opposite, the bat wings of the Gold Eagle squeaked on dusty hinges as men pushed in and out. Hat slanted over his eyes, Pat leaned back and watched the saloon. Before 10 minutes passed, Larson sauntered out and leisurely rolled a smoke, lit up, and untied a raw-boned bronc. With the effortless ease of a born horseman, he swung into the saddle and jogged down street. As he passed his estranged wife's little pie shop, June chanced to be outside, sleeves tucked up, washing her windows. The sheriff heard Nels hail her cheerfully. She pivoted abruptly, stared at him, and threw him, lips tight. Her husband's arm, half raised in careless salutation, dropped quickly. He hastily pricked his pony into a canter and was lost in a haze of dust.
Kind of appears like June don't hanker for Nell's company," commented Sam.
"I reckon he done tried to break her to bit and spur," rumbled Ezra, "and she stuck her bill in the ground and bucked. Takes a better man than Nels to break June. The Hanson are tougher'n rawhide. Old Ollie, her pa, could have tackled his weight in wildcats with one arm tied. Well, time we get hightailing, reckon we'll mosey along Nell's trail." Half straightening, the sheriff relaxed and dropped back onto the bench. "Hold it," he warned quickly. Neglectantly, he stretched out his long legs as if setting for the day. Sam shot a surprised glance at the sheriff's blank features, took the cue, and rolled a cigarette. Ezra hadn't stirred. Bulging over his saddle like a bag of jelly, Roly-Poly ambled over the ruts. The fat man's bulk waddled with every step of his big, rounded-bellied gelding. His pudgy features were creased in an amiable smile as he jogged his triple trin towards the numerous acquaintances on the plank walks. He, too, disappeared into Larson's dust. "I got a hunch that bag of lard is dog and Nell's," explained Pat, as Rolly's rounded figure faded into distance. "Maybe we should just set a while and give his dust time to settle. Seems like the Circle L is getting kinda right popular." When Dutch Springs sank into midday siesta, 3 ponies padded over the yellow carpet of the prairie. Ahead of the riders, the foothills quivered like blue shadows in the heat haze. Coyote Ridge lay like a rampart across their left front. They hit the parched hills. Nothing stirred save occasional bunches of cows hiding in bushy draws. Half dozing, for he had been on the move for most of the past 24 hours, Pat tailed Ezra as they wound deeper into a maze of canyons in which Larson's spread nestled. The distant report of a shot punched thinly through the brooding silence. The sheriff's head jerked up, and, wide awake now, he listened intently. Another report drifted from the hills ahead, 2 more in quick succession, and then there was silence. "'Pears there's a fracas ahead. 2 guns," grunted Ezra over his shoulder.
"Well, maybe Nell's cleaned up on Rolly. One less to cut in."
"Well, Rolly claims he doesn't pack a gun," returned Pat, kneeing his pony. "Let's get going." From the aspen grove below the spread, the Circle L appeared to be deserted. And then a pony nickered in the brush. Pat reined off the trail. Hidden in the chaparral, reins knotted over a pinion, was Raleigh's gelding. The sheriff dismounted, moved his hand over the animal's dust-covered coat. It was wet. "'Pears like he rattled his hocks," he commenced. "But where in the hell's Raleigh?"
"Slid down a badger hole?"
suggested Sam. Pat mounted, urged his mount through the brush towards the house. As the sorrel breasted the slope, the sheriff's searching eyes noted that the front door was wide open, and a window pane was smashed. "Grease them trigger fingers," he threw back. "There's trouble brewing." But no threatening gesture came from the silent ranch house as they piled out of leather at the smooth-worn pine hitching rail. Fingering the butt of his .45, Pat ducked under the rail and moved quietly towards the open door. Inside the house, Sam and Ezra at his heels glanced sharply around and stiffened. Raleigh's bulk overflowed a straight-back chair, dripping red. A bandana was roughly tied about his right forearm. Wheezing with the effort, the cattle buyer was bending forward, head stretched over his protruding paunch, trying to staunch the blood that welled from another wound in the calf of his leg. "What's the trouble?" inquired Pat crisply. The fat man glanced up, sweat glistening on his hanging jowls.
Assault and battery, by persons or persons unknown, he chirped cheerfully. If they'd placed that slug a foot higher, I'd have to find a hole I couldn't have come out of.
How come they threw down on you? Demanded Pat, puzzled eyes darting around the room. Rolly's moon-like face creased in a rueful smile. You tell me, Sheriff. I ride up peaceful like to dicker for horses, and some gent throws down on me from the brush. We heard 2 guns.
Well, maybe there was 2.
The bandage adjusted. Rolly rolled down his pant leg. Shooting from the brush?
You said it, mister,
beamed Rolly. Then how come there's an empty underneath the table? The sheriff bent and picked up a blackened .38 shell and then sighted another. Jingling the empties in the palm of his hand, he swung on the portly cattler rider. Rolly's brow creased in perplexity.
Well, they must have been laying there, he declared. You know fat old Rolly, he never packs a gun.
Gingerly, he heaved to his feet, balanced, and limped towards the door.
Well, so long, gentlemen. This is no place for a peace-loving citizen.
Hold it, grated Pat. You always hide your horse in the brush when you go a-visiting? Rolly's chins wobbled as he shook his head in gentle rebuke.
It's not hidden, Sheriff, he corrected. It's tied in the shade. Horses feel the heat just like humans.
I would sure crave to put the heat on that hog, murmured Pat as they watched the fat man slowly wobble down the slope. What in the thunder happened around here?
Seems maybe Rolly braced Nels for his cut of the payroll, supplied Sam promptly. Nels, he fans his smoke pole, and Rolly jerks out a hideaway, and the lead gets a-flying. Rolly goes down and Nels beats it.
He picked up the 2 empty shells Pat had dropped onto the tabletop and sniffed them.
They've been fired recent. They stink of burnt powder.
Pat dropped the shells into a pocket of his loose hanging vest. Well, you heard his story, and I reckon he'll stick to it, unless we can prove he's lying. The sheriff jerked out his makings with a gesture of disgust. If this ain't the doggonest case, every time we hit good signs, some gent fouls it up. Reluctantly, he watched the cattle buyer break through the brush. In a short while, Rolly reappeared, astride the gelding, and winding between the silvery trunks of the shivering aspens.
Well,
Sam said, ever impatient, edging towards the ponies.
What's the play?
Mosey back to town, growled Pat. Guess we've been eating dust for nothing. We sure won't be flushing Nels around here with this fracas with Rolly. Maybe he figures he killed the big slob. Maybe he just crippled him a purpose and cleaned out the cash. You can't prove nothing. Not a mile distant, the report of a single shot, sharp and distant, ripped through the sleepy air of the heat-blasted hills. Still as statues, the 3 lawmen listened. The echoes of the report murmured away into the distance. Nothing further broke the silence save the drone of flies round the ponies and the faint splashing of the spring. Pat met Sam's inquiring eyes. "What do you make of that?" he asked. "Maybe Rolly shot a squirrel."
"And he just swore he didn't tote a gun. Rolly's too slick to tip his hand that way. Let's get going."
The sheriff was already loosing the reins of his pony. He flung into leather, wheeled, and pricked the sorrel into a gallop, and Sam and Ezra trailed him. Clear of the aspen, the 3 hurtled down trail. It dipped through the sparse timber of a draw, meandered over the floor of a tiny valley, and then straightened as it shot through a boulder-littered canyon. It was in this canyon that Pat sighted the riderless gelding, cropping sparse herbage. He pulled down his pony, arm upraised to check the two riders drumming behind. The unwieldy body of the cattle buyer lay on the trail, flat on his back, his paunch curving up like a balloon. Pat swung out of the saddle, dropped on his knees beside the bulky form. Rolly's fat lips gaped like a codfish, and there was no life in his eyes. With difficulty, Pat rolled over the slack form. A gray stain on gray shirt below the cattle buyer's left shoulder answered the question in the sheriff's mind. "He's bushwhacked." Sam pressed close, staring. "Nels sure had the last word in that argument, the darn sidewinder," rumbled Ezra. Pat straightened, eyed the steep slope on either side, and sprinkled with jack pine, patched with juniper. "The killer laid for Rolly up yonder. You go cast for sign, Ezra. This is murder." The big man toiled up the slope. Pat hunkered against a tree trunk and mechanically rolled a smoke as he eyed the corpse. If Nels had plugged Rolly, must have had a mighty urgent reason to close his mouth. He must have known there were 3 lawmen within sound of the shot, or maybe, Pat mused, he didn't. With a fortune and loot gold at stake, Nels was too shrewd to take chances. Ezra was ferreting around high on the slope. Presently he came sliding down, crashing through the thin brush. He tossed an empty shell towards the sheriff. "Winchester." "Whose?" inquired Pat. "Nels Larson," gritted the redhead. "Leastways he forks Nels' horse. The critter's soft-shoed and pads a mite. He hightailed her over the ridge." "Well, I guess we gotta pack this big pig back into town." Pat rose and stamped out his butt. Sam's inquisitive fingers were exploring the dead man's pockets. "Holy rattlesnakes, puppies!" he ejected. "Take a look at this." He held up a pair of light steel handcuffs. A quick step and the sheriff was beside him. Pat threw open the dusty, unbuttoned vest. Sewn on the inside lining was a metal badge. "Well, I'll be jiggered," he rapped out. "Can you beat that? He's a Pinkerton man." End of Chapter 12. Chapter 13. While the astounded sheriff examined the metal badge that was sewn into the pseudo-cattle buyer's vest, Sam and Ezra digested its import with incredulous eyes. "Not Fat Raleigh," protested Sam, finally finding his voice. "There ain't no 2 ways about it," pronounced Pat. "Look at the badge and the cuffs." But he's closer to LaRoe and Silky than their shirts," pointed out Sam, still unconvinced. Well, that was his play. Light was breaking in the sheriff's mind. Raleigh was an undercover man planted ahead. Looked like he was mighty close to locating the loot. Nels or LaRoe had gotten wise and told the fat man up to the Circle L and then fed him a dose of lead. Pat's eyes softened as he gazed at the limp, fleshy form. Raleigh had guts aplenty. He'd wormed his way into the renegade gang, well knowing that one slip would mean his finish, and, well, he finally slipped. Ezra's deep voice broke into the sheriff's thoughts. He nodded at the dead detective. "Played a lone hand and lost the trick. Well, just as well try to corral a jackrabbit in these here hills as round up the coyote who downed him." 100 eyes followed the little cavalcade that rode into town, while Raleigh's remains flopped across the saddle. The town was still agog with the jail break-in affray and of the previous night. Pat sensed that his prestige has dropped plenty. Well, he thought grimly. The last card ain't been played yet. They towed the body to the shed behind the mercantile store that served as a mortuary. Already it was jam-packed with victims of the overnight riot. Jake Pierce shouldered along the plank walk as they emerged and hastened down the alleyway that led to the morgue. "You bringin' Rolly in?" His voice was husky with concern. Pat nodded. "Who got him?" "He was bushwhacked by Nels Larson." The detective swore deep in his throat. "Raleigh was hot, too," he muttered, "but the doggone mule wouldn't run in harness. He was hell-bent to go it alone." He raised his voice. "What say you spill the story?" Pat told of trailing Larson and Rowley to the Circle L, finding Rowley wounded, the bushwhack bullet. "And before we go ahead," he concluded curtly, "you best spread your hand, Jake. You got any more undercover men around here? Selkie, for instance?" The Pinkerton man shook his head. "No, not one that you'd know. Raleigh was always a lone wolf. He was stalking the reward money. Reckon those snake-blooded hairpins outguessed him. Any chance on pulling in Larson?" "Not as long as he rides clear of town. Nels, he was born in those hills. We'd never corral the buzzard in his own country. I'd gamble the loot's been cached up there, too." Jake gave out in disgust. "Seems like we're butting into a rock wall. First Blondie's knocked out, and then Maggie breaks jail, and now Larson plugs my best man, and we ain't undercovered $1 from those 2 payrolls." He shrugged. "Well, guess we best get on with the job. So long." He moved down the alleyway and mingled with the throng on the plank walk. Bill North ducked through the fly curtain that draped the low framed door of June Larson's tiny pie shop. Cool and serene as always, the girl regarded her visitor with appraising eyes. Since the episode of Maggie's visit to the jail, North had steered clear of the pie shop. "Hello, June," he grinned. "Long time no see." "I'm open every day." Her voice was unconcerned. "Let's let bygones be bygones," he begged. "I've been awfully busy since they gave me the paymaster's job. The payroll came through today, which means I've been sweating over timesheets all night." "Well guarded, I hope." There was a material note in June's clear voice. "I'll say the yard's overrun with armed men. They took no chances this time. Had a pilot engine ahead with the pay train, and the deputies packed like sardines into the booth." The tone of the young paymaster's voice changed. "Let's forget that beastly railroad. This is goodbye, June." Her eyes widened. "Goodbye?" "Yeah, I've quit the Chicago and Rio Grande. I've always hated the job. Now, I'm gonna go make some money. Big money." The girl smiled faintly. "I like to make money, too. May I share the secret?" North glanced quickly around, his voice lowered. "The steel's almost through the valley. In 3 months, Dutch Springs is gonna be a ghost town. They'll jump the construction camp to Indian Flats 30 miles to the north. Got the tip from a pal at headquarters." His voice vibrated with eagerness. "And look what happened here. It'll be the same story all over again. Land will skyrocket, and I'm in on ground break. Maybe I can make $1 million. He paused, breathless. "That's gambler's gold," smiled June. "What do I care?" "It's like quicksilver. It's hard to hold." North smiled. "You watch me." June pursed her lips. "Perhaps," she said thoughtfully, "it isn't goodbye." You mean you'd come? Began North excitedly. The girl smiled faintly.
Don't be jumping to conclusions. I can't sell pies in the empty air. Will you buy me some good lots in Indian Flats, Bill?
And you'll follow the camp?
Perhaps.
Her voice was tantalizing. North leaned quickly over the narrow counter and grasped the girl's shoulders with both hands. Say, June, if I make a killing up there, would you... Her eyes met his, burning with eagerness, placidly shrugged free.
Bill.
There was a sharp note in her voice.
Please remember that I'm still married. Later, perhaps.
His hands dropped reluctantly. Sometimes you remind me of a marble statue. Beautiful, but no more emotion than a block of ice. He turned towards the door.
Wait,
cried June. She stepped back at the partition that screened off the kitchen, reappeared with a heavy leather pouch. Coins clinked as she dropped it on the counter.
$1,000 in gold, she said calmly, to buy business lots, and give me a receipt, please.
Gee, whistled Bill. That's some real money in pies. You're an amazing girl, June, and elusive as a shadow, damn it. He pocketed the pouch and penciled the receipt upon the writing tablet she pushed towards him. And now how about a kiss for some good luck? June held out a cold right hand.
Goodbye and good luck, Bill.
She spoke as impersonally as if selling a pie. Deep inside, something irked Bill North as he pushed through the clamor of Main Street and headed for the yard. He was treading the ties below his office when he realized just what it was. Not June's tremid response to his advances, or even the cool reminder that she was still married, but her insistence upon a receipt for the $1,000 in gold that weighed in his coat pocket. The longer he considered her request, the more it became irritated. True, it was wholly reasonable and businesslike, but it was plain proof that the blue-eyed June didn't trust him. Or else why should she demand a written proof that she had given him the money? June's a businesswoman, he told himself, angry at his own discontent. She's had a hard struggle, and that pouch of gold is probably all she has to show for weeks of toil in front of a hot stove. But still, the memory rankled. Valise in hand, he stepped aboard the big yellow Concorde. The usual crowd of lawyers gathered around when it jostled to a stop on broad leather springs outside the Jewel Hotel. Saginaw Sam, the whiskered driver, wound the lines around the brake lever and jumped down. He grabbed the valise and pitched it into the boot. North sank back against the cozy cushions. It felt good to be out of Dutch Springs with its booze and clamor and killing. Good, too, to be free of that railroad job where a fellow wore out his eyes and nervous system for the pittance of Chicago and Rio Grande paid, while all around him astute men were piling up fortunes. Gambler's gold, June had called it. Smart girl, that. She was right. The railroad gambled millions on pushing steel through the overland. The motley army of construction laborers gambled their lives on the job, and their hard-earned dollars in their brief hours of ease. The proprietors of the saloons and joints gambled their wits, and the quickest-witted cleaned up. He was through with watching other men making money. He'd grab his share, and Indian Flat was a good place to begin. That tip from Chicago had given him a head start on the wise guys. He would be a fool if he didn't cash in. Conscious of the vast content, the young paymaster gazed out of the little square window of the stage at the plank walk along which a tightly packed group of laborers eddied back and forth, joking and shouting with full pockets and abiding thirsts. Poor fellows, he thought, for 100 tomorrows they'd be toiling in the scorching heat of the plains for their pitiful paychecks while he'd be in the money. Saginaw's whip cracked, and the iron-bound wheels bit into the grit. As the stage started rolling, the door swung open and a tall man in a white linen duster flung in. With distaste, North recognized Leroux, owner of the bucket of blood. The saloon man's features were still marred with the impact of the sheriff's hard fist. One eye was partly closed, and one was secured by plaster on each side of his thin nose. He subsided on the cushions opposite North with a gasp of relief. His small eyes started over the big features of this fellow passenger and registered quick surprise. He nodded curtly, pulled a cigar from an inside pocket, bit off the end, and lit up. "You goin' far?" Leroux's high-pitched voice rasps on North's nerves. "Going to Indian Flats," he replied shortly. Damn the fellow's inquisitiveness. No sense in lying to him, though. He'd find out later, and it might arouse his suspicions. Leroux chewed his cigar. "Aren't you with the railroad?" "I quit." "Well, ain't much for a bright young feller like you in Indian Flats." The saloon keepers focused searching eyes on the young man's features. North stifled his growing anger. This dive keeper reminded him of a buzzard with his hooded eyes and curved nose, except that he was picking pockets instead of flesh. Caution warned him to keep his temper. A false move, and Leroux would scent his motive for the trip. "Well, anything for a change," he returned lightly. "Where are you heading?" "Indian Flat," rasped Leroux, his thin lips twisted maliciously. "For the same reason that you are." Cold premonition gripped North. For a change of scenery? His tone was guarded. Leroux laughed. "Hell no, to buy land." Quick denial leapt to the young fellow's lips to be checked at the sight of the derisive amusement in the saloon keeper's eyes. "How do you know?" He began lamely, then stopped at Leroux's chuckle. "Young feller, you ain't played much poker. You quit the road in a hell of a hurry and hit the stage for Indian Flats. I just put one and one together, and they make Indian Flats the new construction camp. Me, I was riding up to visit a lady friend, and now I reckon it'll be mighty profitable trip. Thanks for the tip. It's worth 10,000 to me." Mentally, North cursed his luck in riding with the saloon keeper. Now the seeker was out, the wolf pack would dash for the flat, to grab sites for their dives and dance halls. What a fool, he told himself bitterly, to allow the quick-witted Leroux to worm the secret out of him so easily. Leroux's nasal tones cut into his chagrined silence. "Maybe we could make us a deal. We're gonna chance to corner all the land around Indian Flats, and there's a mint of money in it. I like you, and you got guts, if you ain't got savvy." North, already hot under the collar, exploded. "See here," he grated. "I detest you and the buzzard like you who clean out the pockets of the poor devils who lay steel. I'll mind my business, and I'll thank you to keep your long nose, well, what pat left of it, keep it out of my affairs." A flush tinged on the saloon man's shallow features. His eyes glinted, but his cigar glowed as evenly as ever. "So that's how it is." His voice was mocking. "You're too Simon Pure for the likes of me. How come you got coin to buy land anyway?" North's big fist nodded. "Another crack like that, Leroux, and I'll be closing that other eye." The other smoked silently, calculating eyes steady on North's angry face. Not another word passed between them on the dusty 30-mile trip to Indian Flat. Creaking and swaying, the stage left the level prairie and wound up the flank of the low ridge, rattled over the boulders of the narrow canyon, and dropped into a discouraged cow town simmering beneath the gaunt cottonwoods. Saginaw hauled his team to a standstill before a graying structure which a sign protruded and proclaimed to be the Traveler's Rest. North stepped into the dust and gazed curiously around. The Traveler's Rest was the only two-story building in sight. Across the widening of the wagon road that formed the only street, he saw a tumble-down saloon and a barber shop. A wagon was drawn up outside a long, squat building labeled McAllister's General Store and Post Office. Along the road squatted a few frame buildings and tin-roofed shacks. And that was all there was to Indian Flats. Looked like June's $1,000 would buy the entire town, thought North, as he toted his valise into the bare lobby of the Traveler's Rest. A white-haired old feller slowly hauled his bent frame out of a rocker, hobbled behind a counter, and pushed a well-thumbed register forward. Conscious of LaRoe's form in the background, North signed hastily, the ancient carelessly lifting the first bunch of keys dangling from a nail.
"Number 3, he wheezed. "That'll be $2.
North dropped the coins on the counter, regarded the labeled key with a quizzical amusement. "You sure this is the right key?" he inquired.
"They're all the same," snapped the oldster. "Saves time and trouble."
North picked up his bag and mounted a stairwell. At its head was the usual corridor with rudely numbered doors like a row of cells. He entered number 3, threw open the window to circulate the hot, stagnant air. This done, he dumped his valise on the iron bedstead and eyed the cracked pitcher and battered dresser, and then scaled his hat towards the valise. Then he sat gingerly in the more substantial of the 2 straight-back chairs to consider his plan of camping. Better go slow, he mused, or those musty old-timers will smell a rat. He heard LaRoe's footsteps on the bare stairwell, his quick, nervous steps along the corridor. Outside they paused. The door eased open slightly, and the saloon man's detented features appeared.
"Just bought the hotel, North," he rasped. "Thought I'd put you wise and save your time."
The door closed with a bang and rattled the partitions. In stunned surprise, the young fellow gazed at the painted door. He heard LaRoe enter a room further down the corridor, grabbed his hat off the bed, and headed off for the sun-swept street. End of Chapter 13. Chapter 14. Shadows surrounded the melancholy cottonwoods when North finally returned to the rude hospitality of the Traveler's Rest, tired, dusty, but well pleased. From the grizzled old Scotchman at the store, he had acquired a section bordering the wagon road north of the road. Sight of glittering gold eagles had influenced the barber to part with a half-dozen lots next to his shack, and North had a line on the owners of several other places that followed up on the morrow. He stripped off coat and shirt, poured warmish water from the pitcher into a white china wash basin, and sloshed the prickling dust from his head and chest. Toweling vigorously, he swung around in surprise as the door hinges squeaked. Unbelieving, he dabbed the water of his eyes, goggling at the visitor in open-mouthed amazement. Vivid and crimson shirt-waist, an artificial rose splotched against the rich brown glory of her hair, stood Maggie Maloney. For several moments, North could do no more than gape. And then he remembered LaRoe's mark on the stage explaining his trip. Mentally, he cursed his obtuseness. If he hadn't been wrapped up in rosy dreamings of money-making, he would have guessed the identity of the lady friend.
"It's me, in person. You look like you've seen a ghost,"
Megan said nonchalantly and sank into a chair beside the bed.
"Well, what are lots selling for today, Mr. Capitalist?"
North recovered his aplomb. circling questions in his mind. What was behind this visit? Had Leroux sent his lady friend to worm more information out of him, or was she playing a game of her own? Damn it, she was pretty. Not the chaste, serene beauty of June Larson, but the warm, passionate beauty, enhanced by the tantalizing invitation of her dark eyes and the curve of her red lips. June might have the cold perfection of a lily, but Maggie brought the exhilaration of a scarlet rose. Inconsequently, he wondered if Maggie would have demanded a written receipt of her money. North tossed the towel to one side, fished for his pipe, and stretched out on the other chair. If this was to be a contest of wits, he endeavored to hold his own. Leroux had made a fool of him once, and once was plenty. "How's your friend's eye and nose?" he inquired genially. Maggie shrugged. "You mean Leroux? Any change in his fish face would be an improvement." "I thought he was a close friend of yours," he commented meaningfully. Storm signals flared in Maggie's eyes. "You see here, big boy, another crack like that, and I'll damage your good looks. Leroux's my boss, and that doesn't make him my bedmate. I boss his dance hall and kid his customers, and as a man," she wrinkled her nose, "he stinks." "Pure as the driven snow," murmured North. "As pure as that moon-faced cow in the pie shop you're so sweet on." Quick color leapt to the young fellow's face. "You leave June out of this," he replied stiffly. "You're crazy over Angel Face, aren't you?" mocked Maggie. "And she's got as much use for you as she has for a worn-out shoe. Wise up! She's stuck on that bronc-buster husband who used to quirt the lights out of her." North jerked out of his chair, face white with anger. "You see here," he choked, "you're not fit to lick June's boots. You get out of here before I throw you out." Maggie gained her feet as effortlessly as a kitten. Angry lights glimmered in the dark pools of her eyes. Defiantly, she faced North's big form and towering above her. "Listen, if you got the guts to take it," her husky voice deepened with intensity, "June Larson meets her husband most every night out behind the pie shop. They kiss and slobber over each other like a couple lovesick kids. Now throw me out." North brushed past her and flung open the door. "Get!" The cryptic command came in a strained whisper. "It hurts, doesn't it?" she jeered. "First June, then Leroux makes a fool out of you. Between them they'll skin you and nail your hide to the wall. Good night, softy." Maggie swung past him, swaying out to the door. "And if you're interested—" There was a curious intensity to her battering tones. "Leroux has room number 10 and I have number 7 on the opposite side of the passageway, and I don't loan my key." He slammed the door in her face. Still quivering with anger at Maggie's taunting words that had aroused, he paced the strip of carpet between the window and the door. Why had she revealed her presence at the Traveler's Rest? She must have known he'd report it to Sheriff Stevens the moment he returned to Dutch Springs. She was a fugitive from justice, a vampire of the dives who sucked the dollars from fools and threw them aside when their pockets were empty. He was a fit companion for men like Leroux. Calmer now, he refilled his pipe, but questions still hurtled around into his brain. What was Maggie's real purpose in coming to his room? And her jealousy of June? Wonder if she told the truth about June's love for her husband. After all, she had never given him any real encouragement. Maggie sure was a good looker, full of fire. If she hadn't hit the dance hall trail, she would have made some fellow a wonderful wife. Oddly disturbed, he stared out the unwashed window. Never loaned her key, as if he'd want to borrow it. 3 days had passed before the lumbering Concord, on the return trip from the valley, would pick up passengers at Indian Flat. Bill North determined to make the most out of every hour. Spurred by LaRoe's competition, and determined, for reasons he could not fathom, to justify himself in Maggie's eyes, he hired a saddle horse. From sun-up to sundown, he rode the range around the little settlement, buying every acre of sand and sage that the sight of gold would persuade dazed owners to relinquish. The comment of one leathery-faced old desert rat, as he signed away his 160 acres, was typical.
"You're kind of loco, son. This range ain't worth $1 an acre, but if you're hell-bent to pay 20, it's yours."
Money belt lighter, but with a vast content, North hunched over the dresser in his stuffy hotel room late in the evening of the second day and tallied his newly acquired holdings. He had seen nothing more of Maggie and little LaRoe. The saloon man had been busy. North had seen him driving around on the barber's buckboard, but their trails had not crossed. North checked his lots and acreage with a pencil, sketched them out on a rough map, his face creased into a triumphant grin. Well, there wasn't much left for LaRoe. Beyond the hotel and a few town lots, it seemed like he had crowded the saloon man out of the picture. Well, tomorrow he'd hit the stage and record his deals on the county courthouse in Dutch Springs. Then, when news of the new camp seeped out and a pack of land-hungry wolves dashed Indian Springs, they'd find that they were shut out. They'd have to come to him before they could build their saloons, erect their tents, and throw up their flimsy dives, and he'd set the price. So absorbed was he with the pleasant picture that he had not heard the door swing open and Maggie Maloney slip in. His head swiveled in a startled jerk at her discreet cough. An angry exclamation trembled on his lips, to die as he gazed at his visitor with glowing perplexity. It was the same shapely Maggie, but subtly different. Her thick chestnut hair was neatly coiled around her head, innocent of artificial flowers and jeweled combs. She wore a plain shirt-waist of pale orange, fastened high upon her white throat with plain gold brooch. A neat, dark skirt swept her small shoes. Her dark eyes burned against pale features, innocent of rouge, but her red lips still held their challenge-defiant quirk.
"You better listen before you kick me out again."
Her husky voice was low. With a puzzled frown, North gathered his papers and dropped them into the valise. This new Maggie was singularly appealing. "Come in," he invited uncertainly.
"I am in."
Maggie leaned back against the closed door. Abruptly she flung a question.
"Are you planning on catching the stage for Dutch Springs tomorrow?"
He nodded, an exclamation of the visit breaking upon him. If she wanted to seal his lips about her presence in Indian Flats, Sheriff Stevens would be on her trail like a bloodhound.
"And you'll record all the land you bought around this neck of woods?"
"Yeah?" She laughed.
"My God, you're cat's meat for a guy like LaRoe."
North frowned. "I don't get it." Maggie made a hopeless gesture with her hands. He noticed with surprise that they were slim and white as June's.
"You wouldn't. In this game you've got against much chance as a newborn lamb against a wolf. The stage leaves here at noon. LaRoe got a good saddle horse in the barn back of this joint, and he pulls out at daybreak. He'll beat your time to Dutch Springs by 6 hours.
"Well, what of it?" North fingered his chin in puzzlement.
"What of it?"
Maggie's tone sparkled the old vibrant fire.
"He'll record everything you think you've bought."
"But he can't. I've paid in gold. I have the owner's signatures," exfoliated the young paymaster, with growing disquiet.
He's been dogging you. Paid twice what you paid, and cheap at that. Every record he got is dated 2 days ahead of yours, and he'll record first. When you get there, they'll give you the horse's laugh or jug you for misrepresentation or forgery or something.
But they can't do that. I have the evidence. North gestured towards his valise. Maggie laughed, a hard laugh.
What can you do? The land's already recorded in LaRoe's name. These hicks will claim lapse of memory and give you your money back if you can catch them.
I'll sue the crooks, snapped North.
And then what? LaRoe will hire a good lawyer and keep the case for trial for 6 months or more, and then if you win he'll appeal, and by the time it's settled, Steele will be out of the valley, and he'll give you the land for nothing. That's just what it's worth when the camp moves on.
North jumped nervously to his feet, advanced to meet the girl still standing by the door. Won't you have a seat? He inquired shamefully.
I was wondering when you'd get around to asking me, returned Maggie dryly.
She sat down sedatively. Look here, he barked, swinging towards her. All this is just a crazy dream. It's not possible.
Say,
her voice was pitying.
You're in a fight now where no holds are barred. There's big money in this, and anything's possible, even a stab in the back.
North strode back and forth. His mind was in a whirl. The revelation that the girl, quietly watching him from the chair, had made was incredible. Laws were made to prevent such bald-faced theft as this, yet the longer he considered it, the more plausible LaRoe's play became. The law was on his side, but its slow-moving machinery ground out justice. Months would have passed. LaRoe would have resold the land and skipped to heavens knows where. A sudden suspicion stabbed him. Why had Maggie betrayed her boss? Was this another of LaRoe's tricks? He met Maggie's eyes, and then feverishly began to throw his toilet articles into the valise.
What's the big idea?
Droned the girl lazily. I'm riding into Dutch Springs right now.
At last he shows a glimmer of common sense, she murmured.
Where's LaRoe? North flung over his shoulder.
Grabbing some sleep.
North strapped his valise, grabbed his hat off a nail, and headed for the door. Maggie rose. He paused beside her, fidgeting uncertainly. I don't know why you did this, he began doubtfully. I don't understand it at all, but... Faltering, he glanced down into the limpid mystery of Maggie's dark eyes. Quickly he bent and kissed her soft lips. Her swinging hand stung his sunburned cheek. North jerked erect, his eyes watering from the smart of the slap, blinking in amazement at the white blur on her face.
Get out!
Maggie's voice was throaty with anger.
I may be a Judas, but you can keep your Judas kisses.
End of chapter 14. Chapter 15. Dutch Springs was virtually a ghost town when Bill North eased his laboring pony past its flimsy facade in the early morning hours. The moon bathed silent the main street with cold white light. Waning shafts of yellow streamed from the Golden Eagle. North glanced through the windows as his mount dragged past, and he glimpsed an intent group hunched over a card table. The ever-open doorway of the bucket of blood yawned black in the shadows. A drunk stirred sluggishly in the glitter. He pushed on to the yard. Unless replacements for the paymaster's office had come through, they were empty bunks in the freight car. At the worst, he could snatch a few hours of sleep on the floor. Stiff-limbed and weary, he piled out of leather onto the sleeping car and hammered on the sliding door. Geoffrey Glencourt, tussle-headed and frowning eyes, finally slid it open and stared out owlishly. "Hello, Jeff. Stiff as usual," greeted North. "My dear friend, I'm not drunk, just merely sleepy, corrected Glencourt solemnly. This happens to be a most unearthly hour to make a social call. I need a bed.
Well, then come on in,
yawned the other. But leave the horse outside. North watered his pony in the mule lines and stripped off the saddlery and tied it behind the car. Pulling off his boots, he hoisted his aching limbs into the empty bunk with vast thankfulness. Glencourt was already snoring. In the bright sunlight of morning, North ducked into June Larson's pie shop. The little store was radiant with sunshine, and the ex-paymaster was in a radiant mood. Shaved, a hearty breakfast beneath his belt and his real estate deals on the record, he was literally exuding satisfaction. "Back again, June!" he shouted boisterously, clanking a half-empty pouch on the counter.
"Did you buy my lots?"
asked the girl with a questioning glance at the pouch. Her cool reception dampened North's soaring spirits like a dose of cold water. His grin faded. "I did," he replied stiffly. "6 on the main street, such as it is. $600 all recorded in your name."
"Well, that's sweet of you."
June smiled for the first time.
"Thanks, Bill."
But the zest had gone out of the young ex-paymaster. "Pretty as a picture and a dollar sign for a heart," he thought moodily. "It was a pleasure," he growled. "There's $400 gold in that pouch, and I'd like a receipt." June's blue eyes opened wide.
"You're not angry?"
"No, just businesslike," he returned curtly. "Hadn't you better step over to the courthouse and check the records?"
"Bill!"
Her voice was reproachful, but a half-smile lingered on her firm lips.
"I suppose you bought up the town. Tell me all about it."
North thawed beneath the caress of her clear voice and the eagerness of her eyes. "There's not much to tell," he grumbled. "I've just about bought up the burg, but I had some competition. That Leroux fellow was on the job too."
"How could he know?" she breathed, hanging on to his words. "I never breathed a word to anyone."
"It's my fault," North admitted, and told her of the incident in the stage and his substantial clash at the hotel. He was careful, however, to omit all mentions of Maggie. Women never understand one another.
"Oh, you're on the road to a fortune."
Homage trembled in June's odd tones. "You don't seem as though I could miss." It was difficult to keep complacency out of his voice. June fondled the sagging leather pouch with slim fingers, clinking the contents with pursed lips.
"Would you think me an awful hog if I was to ask a favor?"
she inquired softly. North succumbed to the old fascination. "Shoot!" he beamed.
"Could I have more lots for this money?"
Once again he recoiled beneath a stabbing pang of doubt. Just what thoughts were passing behind those cool blue eyes? Had she any use for him at all, except as a tool? But a glance at her pleading face erased the suspicion. After all, he could afford to be generous. He had land aplenty tied up. He pulled a folded sheet out of his pocket and smoothed it on the counter. It was the rough map of his acquisitions in Indian Flats. "How would this place suit your ladyship?" He jabbed a forefinger on a piece near the hotel.
"Splendid,"
enthused the girl.
"Why, you own all the land around. That makes us neighbors."
"Say, June," impulsively, his big hand covering hers, "why not partners?"
"Some day, perhaps," she returned hurriedly. "Now, run over to the recorder's office like a good boy and make the transfer."
North met lean, gray-shirted Pat Stevens on the courthouse steps. Figure you pulled out of this ungodly hole, drawled Pat. I heard you quit the railroad and hit for Indian Flat. Run across any sign of Maggie? North shook his head in vigorous denial. Well, I heard a whisper she might be around the flat. Reckon I'll ride up and take a look-see. Well, look who's here. Covered with a mantle of dust, Leroux pulled up at the hitching rail and carefully swung out of the saddle. Kind of saddle sore, chuckled Pat. He took the stage that way, too. Leroux mounted the wide wooden steps with quick, eager paces, glancing sharply at the two men, stopped abruptly in his tracks as though he had encountered an invisible wall. Morning, Leroux, sang out North cheerfully. The saloon man stared at the tall, young ex-paymaster as though unable to believe the evidence of his eyes. You're too late, mister, added North. I've already recorded. For a full minute, the saloon man stood immobile, small eyes darting from North's smiling features to the sheriff's impassive countenance. And then, without further word, he passed them and pushed on to the courthouse. Appears like he was considerably surprised, commented the sheriff, eyeing his companion curiously. Surprised? North grinned as he turned to look after Leroux. He nearly dropped dead. Leroux was throwing questions at the clerk behind the wicket in the recorder's office when North entered the big bare room on the second floor. The young fellow stood back waiting. Leroux pushed through some documents to the recorder, turned and approached the man who had outsmarted him. North tensed and braced for trouble, but Leroux had recovered his aplomb. There was an expression akin to respect in his hood's eyes as he stepped close. So, you grabbed the jackpot, he rasped. North nodded. I guess I figured you wrong. Leroux's voice was puzzled. You're slick. Well, I grabbed quite a slice. Say, we ought to get together. I'm holding everything, declared North decisively. Well, who's asking for a cut? Demanded the saloon man impatiently. This is our big chance to clean up if we jack up prices. Just as soon as the grapevine gets it, there'll be a stampede to Indian Flat, and we got it all sewed up. And we gotta sell high. No undercutting, you get me? North nodded, weighed the other's words, and half suspected a trick. Look. Leroux pointed a bony finger into the young man's vest. You're smart, but you're green. Me, I know this racket. Don't sell a square yard for a month. Maybe 2 months. Make 'em sweat. The bunch will go crazy. They gotta buy what we got or be shut out. Make the suckers pay, and plenty. You get me? I'm trying to figure how you get me, returned North brusquely. Forget it, snapped Leroux. I'm not quite big enough fool to believe you have interests at heart. To hell with your interests. The saloon man's voice was cold. You cut your prices and you hurt me. The higher you sell, the higher I can sell. We got to get with it together. You understand? North nodded doubtfully. Well, then let's work together. No sales for 2 months. We tip each other off before we make a deal. Suits me. Honky-dory. Young feller, get set to make a killin'. Leroux turned again and disappeared through the doorway with a quick, cat-like step. North completed the routine of transferring June's additional piece of land and then followed slowly, pondering on the dive keeper's proposition with a furrowed brow. Intuition warned him against any kind of cooperation with the ratchet-faced Leroux, but common sense seemed to dictate it. How could he lose? Damn it, the road to Easy Street promised to be anything but smooth. Sight of the sheriff still lounging on the courthouse steps, recalling Maggie to his mind. Her recapture was sure if Pat Stevens rode up to Indian Flats. Suddenly his feelings towards the dark-eyed belle of the bucket of blood had changed. He stood irresolute on the plank walk. At least he owed her a chance to escape after what she had done for him, but how could he get word to her? The stage wouldn't go through again for 3 more days. He could ride to Indian Flats, but that might arouse the glim-eyed sheriff's suspicions. Uncertainly, he drifted past saloons and bawdy houses. A banging and a rattling from the street attracted his attention. Behind a team of husky Missouri mules, a tarp-covered wagon jolted over the ruts, piled high with pots, pans, and saddles, and bales of merchandise. On the box sat a smooth-faced young fellow with keen eyes and a curved nose. Inspiration hit North. He ducked beneath a hitching rail and hailed the range peddler with upraised arm. "Hey, you headin' for Indian Flats?" he bawled. The peddler checked his team. "You call her, mister?" "It's worth $5 to me if you can deliver a letter to the Traveller's Rest before sunup." For a moment the peddler hesitated, shrewd eyes on North's excited face. He spread his hands expressively. "Before sunset, $10, mister." "It's a deal," snapped North. He searched his pockets. The peddler twisted his lines around the brake lever and slid down. "You lost your letter?" he inquired politely. "No, I need a paper and a pencil to write it with." The peddler's hand dove beneath the flapping tarp and delved into a box, and he pulled out a cardboard package. "We got beautiful linen stationery and envelopes and 2 pencils. $1, he beamed. North threw him a coin and broke open the package. Leaning against the wagon box, he wrote his note, addressed the envelope, and then sealed it. He placed it in the peddler's ready palm with a gold eagle, and then stood hesitatingly eyeing the open package of stationery. "Just throw it in there," suggested the peddler with a quick smile, indicating the box from which he had extracted it. Glad to be rid of his bundle, North pitched the surplus stationery into the receptacle, while the peddler stood by, washing his hands with invisible soap. The young ex-paymaster glanced down the street. Sheriff Stevens was hunkered on the courthouse steps, smoking lazily as he watched the passing throng. "It's too far for him to see me," thought North with relief, with all this dust and confusion. He stood back and watched the peddler whip up his team, and then headed into the Jewel Hotel to book a room. Now that the tension was relieved, and the effects of the 30-mile ride and long hours without sleep made themselves felt, his limbs felt as though they were loaded with lead. He yawned as he plodded slowly up the stairwell. What did it matter anyway? All he had to do now was eat, sleep, and draw golden dividends. The peddler's wagon clanked along dusty Main Street. Pat Stevens rose leisurely as it rolled past the courthouse. Strolling across the front of the knotted mules, he raised his hand. For a second time the peddler hauled on the reins. "Let me see that note there, Ike," drawled the sheriff. "Note?" The peddler's voice was shrill with astonishment. "Yeah, the note that tall young feller passed." Ike stretched out his long arms in protest. "I swear by the prophets he bought a beautiful package of stationery for $1. Maybe I could sell you a package, little damaged, half price." "Ike," returned Pat with weary patience, "I ain't in a bargaining mood. There's a nice clean cell behind the courthouse. You let me see that note or I'll jug you, aiding and abetting a criminal to escape the due process of the law." Ike's arms dropped in despair. He met the sheriff's stern gray eyes and his shoulders lifted, and he fished North's letter from an inner pocket. Pat glanced at the hastily scrawled address. Ms. Maggie Maloney, The Traveller's Rest, Indian Flats. With an expressionless features, he handed it back. "So long, Ike," he grunted, and then headed for the livery barn. End of chapter 15. Chapter 16. Indian Flat wilted before the fiery breath of the midday sun when Pat's pony stirred the dust of the wagon road. "Hello, Tim," he flung casually towards the ancient dozing in the rocker beneath the canopy of the Traveller's Rest. "How's business?" The oldster blinked and yawned.
"Oh, stage dropped off 2 locoed jaspers from Dutch Springs, and they done bought up the whole dang country and then split the breeze like the devil was on their tails. A mighty pretty gal, too, drifted in. She rattled her hocks at sunup. There's some queer going-ons, if you ask me."
The sheriff grunted with annoyance. Once again Maggie Maloney had slipped away. "Where'd she bunk?" he inquired.
"Oh, room 7.
Tim stretched lazily.
You can take any key, they all fit."
Pat lifted a key off the nail and jingled upstairs. Room 7 was cleaned up and ready for occupancy. The bed was made, threadbare carpet swept, and jug filled with water. The sheriff dropped down on his knees and peered beneath the sagging springs of the iron bedstead. As he expected, Tim's sweeping was perfunctory. A soiled handkerchief was balled by the wall. Pat retrieved it from the accumulating of dust and fluff and gave it a sniff. Maggie's odor de mort. From the carpet across around the dresser he gathered several stray hairpins. With this evidence of the fugitive's occupancy, he hit for the lobby. Outside, Tim was still dozing away. "Where'd the girl head for?" inquired Pat, settling down beside him.
"Oh, be damned if I know. The long-nosed gink rode out with her."
"Leroux," murmured the sheriff, "and he rode in alone. Well," he straightened, "reckon I'll mosey along the back trail. I'll be seeing you." Shadows crept across the flats when the conglomeration of the tents and clapboards that smothered Dutch Springs came into sight. The trail-stained sheriff piled out a leather before the courthouse. Sam paced the office, behind the boarded window frames, as restless as a cat on a hot stove. At the sound of the sheriff's step on the gravel outside, he charged through the doorway.
"They got it again,"
he announced tensely. "The payroll?"
"You bet your boots. Jake Pierce sent word an hour back. Says the hot footer for the yard."
Pat swung around. Again forked the jaded sorrel. Illuminated by flares, the engine panted on the siding outside the pay office. A curious crowd of construction men were gathered round. Coupled to the engine were the express car and caboose. The entire side of the express car was twisted and shattered. A glance told Pat the story. A powder charge. Jake Pierce pushed through, the lounger chewing on a cold cigar.
"Nicked us again," he grunted. "In broad daylight, too. Come on over to the office. I got the Wells Fargo man in there."
Pat dogged him into the paymaster's office. A heavy-built man hunched into a chair. His broad forehead was disfigured by a huge black and yellow bruise. The hair was singed off his head, and eyebrows made him resemble that of a newly-born baby. His blue shirt was patched with powder burns.
"Meet Sheriff Stevens, Markson,"
grunted Pierce. He dropped heavily into a chair.
"Give the yarn again, will you?" "Ain't much to tell."
The expressman's man's voice was flat and lifelike.
12 or maybe 10 miles down valley, a herd on the track pulled us up. Some jaspers with white masks threw down on the engineer and fireman and uncoupled the engine and pulled it ahead. I heard shots from the caboose, and then a white masked man yells for me to open up, and I gived him a load of buckshot. Next thing, the whole dang car blew up and I passed out. When I came to, the engineer was dousing water over me.
Pat turned to the Pinkerton man, who was puffing a cigar in disgusted silence. How about the guards?
There were two in the caboose, and they was both plugged.
Any clues? Pierce dug into his pocket and produced a wadded linen handkerchief and passed it to the sheriff. Even as he caught the ball of linen, Pat recognized the scent. It was Maggie's, he ejected. He eyed the damning piece of evidence thoughtfully. Soaked with that blamed odor d'amour. Appears that she's wanting everyone to know that she was there, the dang hellcat. Anything else? The detective fumbled in his vest pocket and pulled out a small bone hairpin. Pat eyed it curiously. Can I hang on to this? And the wipe? Pierce nodded morsefully. The train crew see anything? Just saw 5 hombres riding west. By now they're so deep in the barrens we couldn't dig 'em out before doomsday. Pat rose. Well, reckon I'll drift. Back in town, he left his pony at the livery barn to be watered and graded. Sam was itching for action. He was still pacing the office. Pat told him the sparse details of the latest outrage.
What'll we do about it?
Demanded the squat rider. I guess we'll hit for the Circle L, returned Pat shortly. I gamble that Nels Larson has a hand in this. Beneath the serene star-studded canopy of the heavens, the two riders tied their ponies in the brush and ghosted towards the Circle L ranch house. By its appearance, it might have been unlived in for 100 years. The big barn behind the house towered gaunt, and bats circled noiselessly. The quiet was unbroken save for the faint splashing of water at the spring and the intermittent croaking of frogs. The two lawmen gained the side of the silent house and engine round front towards the door. It creaked open under the pressure of the sheriff's hand. With cocked guns they stepped into the darkness. Nothing stirred. Pat struck a match. The tiny flare revealed nothing save the crud and the dust-coated furniture. We're drawing a blank. Pat grinned at the disgust that spiced Sam's sharp comment. Plenty of time for action yet, though, he drawled. Reckon we'll bunk down till sunup. In the attic. Pat boosted his short partner through the aperture into the kitchen ceiling and then hoisted his own lean body up behind him. At each end of the attic, the square windowless holes showed gray in the gloom. From a corner came a faint drone with the nest of hornets. Pat crawled along the rough planks until he lay what he judged was the center of the living room below. With his Barlow knife, he set to work whittling a small hole between 2 planks. Pat sprawled out in the darkness beside him. It was warm in the confined space beneath the sloping roof, and the hour was late. As the sheriff whittled away industriously, he heard his partner's deep, regular breathing.
Sam, he called softly.
But Sam, he was fast asleep. Pat finished the job to his satisfaction, and then pocketed his knife. From force of habit, his right hand strayed to the makings for the pocket of his shirt. He checked the impulse. If anyone entered the room below, the scent of tobacco smoke would be a sure giveaway. The sheriff rolled over on his back, relaxing gratefully, and reviewed the events of the past few hours. It was plain Maggie had been using the Traveler's Rest as a hideaway. Both LaRoe and North had apparently got wind of the fact that Indian's Flats was to be the site of the new construction camp, and then went and bought up every available piece of land. North's part was puzzling. He was a sworn enemy of LaRoe and the dance-hall girl, yet he had ridden out with LaRoe and had sent the girl a warning. But reasoning, the sheriff, he could not have worked out in cahoots with her, else why should he have sent the note, well knowing that she would have left the hideaway long before it arrived? Pat sighed. It was a mix-up. The whole damned business, from the murder of Mark Wisner to the latest hold-up, it was all a mix-up. Why did Maggie drop that scent-soaked handkerchief in the wrecked express car? Was it an accident? Or was it a challenge? Or was it Maggie who dropped it? For a while he lay, half dozing, Sam's heavy breathing in his ears, and then, through the brooding quiet outside, drifted the faint but unmistakable tingle of a bit chain. The sheriff snapped into wakefulness. With mounting excitement he heard the soft crunch of pony hooves on the sandy earth and the jingle of spur chains and muffled voices outside. He wriggled over to the hole he had whittled in the floorboards. He heard the door creak open and was aware of men moving in the darkened room below. The sound of Sam's breathing seemed magnified as the sheriff strained his ears to follow the movements of the mysterious intruders. Pat nudged his sleeping partner with his boot. As he caught the glimmer of a match through his peephole, he heard a faint tinkle as the chimney of the oil lamp was removed. He tingled with anticipation. In another minute the lamp would alight, and he could identify the intruders. Sam awoke with a snort. One of his feet hit in the hornet's nest. A droning angry buzz and Sam's yell of anguish as the stinging fury swept about him rent the night. Pat, too, was fighting off the buzzing horde. Quiet silence fell on the room below. Then the roar of a .45 filled the house and a slug ripped through the planks. Pat jumped up and hit his head a resounding thump against the roof, reeling, half-stunned, while more guns crashed and bullets whined about him. Sam fired a shot through the floor and bumped against the sheriff. "Let's go," snapped Pat, hauling Sam towards the nearest window with one hand and fending off hornets with the other. Wide awake now, Sam wriggled backwards through the window and hung by his hands and dropped to the ground below. Crouching against the wall, gun in hand, he waited. Pat dropped beside him. Indistinct in the semi-darkness, a fast figure rounded the house, and gun of Sam spat fire. The figure jerked to a stop and swayed and staggered back out of range. "Head for the bush," barked Pat. The pair broke from the shelter of the house. To their left stood the big barn, ahead were the corrals, behind which the brush was bunched thick. They crossed the stretch of starlight open ground, running hard, dodging from right to left. More guns flashed and blossomed behind them. Lead moaned through the night and spat viciously into the earth round their flying feet. Pat and Sam reached the corrals and ducked between the rails. Pat at his heels, he loosened two more shots in a gun-fanning group, while dark figures loomed against the ranch house. The two raced along inside the rails, plunging through on the other side. Another breathless spurt, and they crashed into the welcoming cover of the chaparral. Branches whipped their faces. They pushed on, until the spread was hidden by undergrowth. Their pursuers' fire slackened, then ceased. And once again, deep quiet enveloped the Circle L. Sam stopped, panting. "Good gosh," he gasped. "What a stampede! Lead buzzing like hornets, and hornets stinging worse than lead." He ruefully fingered his swollen features. "Dog blast it!" exploded the sheriff. "You're no more help than one blind mule sticking a nest of hornets onto us just when I was going to get wise to who the glutes were." "Say," groaned his squat partner, "I thought I was in hell wrastling 10,000 devils. I'm all swolled up like a paisin pup. Now what do we do?" "We sit tight. For gosh sakes, don't be stirring up a pack of rattlers next."
"Nothing can sting worse than them measly hornets," returned Sam feelingly.
Peering through the interlaced brush, the pair watched the house. Shadowy figures moved around the yard, and after a while a blurred file of riders dropped down towards the aspen grove and faded into the night. "Let's go." The sheriff stealthily moved forward.
"Back to that hornet hell?" wailed Sam. "No siree, you give me the rattlers."
But Pat was already ghosting towards the corral. His squat partner groaned and then hastened into his wake. The Circle L was dead and deserted as it had been when they first entered. Pat lit the glass bowl lamp on the table, his eyes searching the room. A tiny lace-bordered handkerchief lay on the bearskin rug. The sheriff gathered it up. No need to stiff it. The rank of odor de mort filled the room. He tossed it to Sam. The latter's features misshapen from the hornet stings screwed up in disgust.
"I reckon Maggie left her calling card again."
"The girl is sure set to let the world know that she's a bold and bad bandit," commented Pat thoughtfully. He blew out the glass-funneled lamp, and the room was plunged into darkness. "Let's go rustle up our ponies and then hit for home." Next morning, the sheriff washed down his customary stack of flapjacks with black coffee at the restaurant. He rolled a smoke, slid off the stool, and drifted across Main Street. Despite his protests, Pat had packed his partner home to his ranch. The squat rider needed a wife's care, and the sheriff decided a mess of hornet stings was no joke. Quick, angry steps pattered onto the lean-to as he was sitting down at his desk. June Larson swung through the doorway, storm signals in her usual placid blue eyes.
"A thief has broken into my store,"
she announced, her clear voice vibrating with anger.
"The whole place has been turned upside down, and my personal belongings are scattered everywhere."
"Grab any coin?"
"No, thank heavens. My money was hidden, and the sulking coyote never nosed it out."
"So we busted in for nothing. Well, June, guess he won't be coming again."
"But he did take something,"
objected the girl. "Yeah?" Pat eyed her with interest. "Such as?" She bit her lip with annoyance.
"Well, small personal belongings, nothing of real value."
Pat rose. "Want I should go over the place?" A thought struck him. "Say, don't you bunk down behind the store?" A quick flush stained the clear skin of June's cheeks. For a moment her troubled eyes met his and then dropped.
"Usually I do," she admitted, "but occasionally I ride up to the old Circle L camp near Finger Rock."
"And spend the night with your husband?"
"Yes."
Her voice was faint. "Are you still in love with that Jasper?" June nodded mutely. "And last night he didn't show up?" Her eyes widened.
"How'd you know?"
The sheriff chuckled. "You'd be surprised how much an old warthog like yours truly gets to know. Well, June, I reckon you better sleep with a shotgun from now on."
"I always do,"
replied the blue-eyed girl tensely. End of chapter 16. Chapter 17. After June's departure, the sheriff gave himself to thought. Feet cocked on the much-abused desk, door wide open to admit light, he slid down comfortably into his swivel chair and frowned at the boarded-up windows. Langard's lank form blocked the doorway. "Hey, Wes," greeted Pat. "I can use you." He waved the old-timer over to a chair. Briefly, he told of the cached loot at the Circle L and his misadventures with Sam the previous night. "You gather up 3 good men," he concluded, "and stick around the Circle L, post a lookout on Coyote Ridge. If trouble brews, signal 'em, and you can send up smoke by day or flash a lamp at night. Then he can hightail her for town, and I'll be out with a posse pronto." West nodded.
Do we try and bring Nels in? He queried.
Pat smiled. Sure, if you can corral the buzzard, but I'll stake my saddle against your Stinson that you'll never set eyes on the Jasper. Larson's a slippery sidewinder. Ezra was the next to drift in. He spread his huge form over the straight-backed chair and chuckled deep into his throat. You ought to see Sam. The little runt is as tetchy as a bronc with saddle spurs. Both papers closed and his mug swollen up like a pot-belly maverick. And Kitty's plastering poultices all over his map, and he's spitting worse than a wildcat. Seems like you Jaspers sure stirred up a pile of hornets last night. We'd had that payroll gang dead to rights if Sam hadn't done kicked over that hornet's nest, admitted Pat with a twisted grin. But I got a line on Nels. It seems like June's crazy over the galoot and meets him in a line shack over there near Finger Rock. She won't ride out again, seeing that I'm wise, but I gamble Nels rides in. I want the buzzard. Now, from now on, you keep cases on that pie shop. When Nels drifts in, we'll corral the lobe. If in June rides, you trail her. The sheriff had yet another visitor before the sun rose high. Jake Pierce. The ruddy-faced Pinkerton man strode in, plumped down into a seat, and regarded Pat with gloomy eyes. Got any line on the coin? He inquired. Oh, just a hunch, admitted the sheriff. Right now I'll be betting my shirt on it. If it proves a winner, it'll knock your hat off. Oh, how? Pierce's eyes brightened. He leaned forward eagerly. Pat chuckled. I might be a dang fool, Jake, but I'm not spreading my hand yet. Not for a while. The detective chewed the cigar that projected from his mouth in silence. Well, if we don't make an arrest that'll stick, he declared finally, I might just as well hand in my badge. They'll lift it anyway. A murder, 2 train hold-ups, and 3 payrolls melting into thin air while we all just sat around. Pat wiggled deeper into his swivel chair. Me, I thinks faster when I sat around for a while. Pierce snorted. Well, the headquarters sure be craving action. They're darn near burning down the wires. He spread his hands. What more can I do? I got 2 men combing the hills, and another planted in the bucket of blood, and 2 more drifting around the dives. And the whole damn crew ain't caught a whisper. This bunch of bandits is so tight-lipped they can scarcely breathe. Got nothing on the roll? Asked Pat thoughtfully. Not a thing. Figure where North got the coin to buy land around Indian Flats? Not from the Chicago Rio Grande. I checked his record way back. It's clean. Well, we know Nels Larson's in her deep. Blondie's already paid with her life on her part, and it don't look good for Maggie. Well, I guess we'll just mosey along, murmured Pat lazily. You are acting mighty self-satisfied, accused Pierce. For gosh sakes, don't be holding out on me. I'm bad at headquarters. Give me a break. His voice was almost pleading. Jake, promised the sheriff, I'll cut you in on the killing, and I got a hunch it's mighty close. And that's all the trouble Pierce could get out of him. Towards noon, the sheriff stuck on his Stinson and drifted over to the Gold Eagle. The buckboard rattled as he left the plank walk, its whirling wheels smoldering him with dust. Close behind it raced a livery pony, a sober-clad gambler in the saddle, hands locked tight on the horn. With puzzled eyes, the sheriff stood back and surveyed the procession that swirled through the dust clouds, ponies and buckboards and sulkies, anything on wheels that a horse could pull, tearing out of town as though from the plague. Finally, he dodged across the main street. Bill North sat on a bench outside the Jewel Hotel, watching the parade with a smile. The sheriff plunked down beside him. "Heard of rats leaving a sinking ship," he grunted, "but first time I've seen it." North grinned. "You hit her, Sheriff. The rats are streaming out of Dutch Springs. It's just about as sunk as a construction town. In a month, it will be as dead as last year's calendar." "So they're hot-footing it to stake out claims in Indian Flats, is that it?" North nodded, absorbed with the stampede. "But they'll find all the claims are settled by Bill North and LaRoe." The young fellow's head jerked around. "How'd you guess that?" "Well, I just rode over to the flat." "For Maggie?" ejected North. Did you?" He stopped, embarrassed. "No, some jigger tipped her off. Name of North." Pat watched the young fellow's flushed features from beneath the brim of his Stinson. "How come?" he demanded curtly. North shuffled his feet uncertainly, staring moodily at the dusty fog. "Well, I suppose I better tell you the whole story." His voice was reluctant. "It might sound a wee bit fantastic, but it is true." He told the sheriff of his tip from Chicago, meeting LaRoe on the stage, the saloon keeper's attempted double-cross, Maggie's warning, and his night ride to outwit the hatchet-faced saloonman. "So you see," he concluded, half defiant, "I kind of owed it to the girl. I didn't like her sort, but I couldn't do less." "And now you're set to clean up?" mused the sheriff. "Clean up?" North's voice pulsated with triumph. "Why, I bought land for $20 an acre that'll sell for $1,000. "And it's worth maybe $1, drawled Pat. "That's range land," returned North impatiently, "but not as building sites." "And you got it all corralled?" "Well, between us, LaRoe and I have the whole country tied up. If they want to pitch a tent or build a saloon, they'll have to pay our price. Sheriff, I'm in the money." "Are you working in cahoots with LaRoe?" "Well, we can have a verbal agreement not to sell without consulting each other to prevent these sharks from playing LaRoe off against me," explained North. Pat rose. "'Pears like you got it figured out, Pat, but I never saw a balloon that wasn't liable to burst. When it bursts, I'll be out there on Easy Street." The sheriff moved off along the plank walk. He glanced through the carefully washed windows of June's pie shop. Larson's blue-eyed wife was standing behind the counter. She gestured. Pat ducked through the low doorway, but not before he had noted a rider with a disheveled shock of red hair hunkering against the front of the gambling joint across the street, apparently asleep. "Maggie Maloney's in town," announced June dramatically. "The shameless creature bought a pie not 10 minutes ago. She was wearing a man's pants and blue shirt and wore a black sombrero." "Any idea where she's hanging out?" June's slim shoulders raised. "With some man, probably." Pat leaned neglectedly on the counter, cold gray eyes on the girl's face. "You don't seem to cotton him, Maggie, do you?" June's eyebrows lifted. "Should I? A dance hall jade turned robber? A woman whose name is banded about every saloon?" "Well, I guess not," agreed the sheriff slowly. He headed for the street. "Thanks for the tip, June." For 2 hours, the sheriff hunched in a cowshed, lay within sight of the rear of the bucket of blood, and watched LaRoe's back door through a gape in the sun-shriveled plank walls. Flies buzzed around him in a torrent swarm. The stench of manure lay heavy on the hot air, and the fleas were thick. But at last Pat's patience was rewarded. A slim, black-headed feature emerged, glanced quickly around, then strode up the alley between the saloon and the dive next door. Directly his quarry disappeared into the shaded alley, the sheriff stepped out of hiding, running across the intervening bushy flat, and plunged into the alley. Maggie, if it were she, was appearing from the further end. She mingled with the crowd clumping along the plank walk. Pat kept the black Stetson in sight as she moved casually along. The press of men thinned, and the sheriff dropped back as the girl approached the edge of town. Wooden plank walks gave place to a wide, sandy wagon road, along each side of which were bunching tents and shacks. The black sombreroed figure cut off at an angle, and then threaded through the tents, opened the door of a small, tin-fronted shack, and stepped inside. Pat circled the shack, noting there was no rear door and the windows were too small to permit exit. He knuckled on the door. Maggie's head, crowned with a billowing mass of hair, poked out. Her dark eyes focused on the expectant sheriff. There was more mockery than fear in them. "Well, well, the law. Step right in, Sheriff." Wary of a trap, Pat entered, eyes alert, and saw at a glance that Maggie was alone in the one-roomed cabin. The place was neat and clean. At one end, a blanket, strung on a wire, partially screened a small iron bedstead. The bed was made up. The rich silk bedspread struck an incruous note in a rich clapboard cabin. A dresser over which was hung a large oval mirror, a small iron stove, together with a table and 2 chairs, completed the furnishing. The table was covered with freshly starched white linen cloth, and a bowl of artificial red roses stood in the center. Pots and pans hung from nails back of the stove, and 2 shelves were laden with dishes and groceries. The wooden floor was swept clean. Maggie dropped into a chair and motioned the sheriff to the other. "Well, bring out the handcuffs." Amusement lingered in her husky tones. Kind of thought maybe you'd go quietly." There was a twinkle in the gray eyes of Pat. "I thought you'd snap out of that pipe dream," she returned Maggie cautiously. "Do I look like a train robber?" The sheriff's gaze ran over her high boots and dark pants and rough shirt. "Well, you don't really look like Maggie Maloney, Queen of the Bucket of Blood." "You can't hold me if you arrest me," taunted the girl. "The boys smashed your musty old jail last time, and they'll do it again." He never cornered a fugitive who acted less like one, decided Pat. "You still use the same brand of scent?" he inquired. "I never use any other. My friends tell me it's fascinating." "Ma'am," said the sheriff with frank admiration, "you don't need any scent. Now, listen to me." 30 minutes later, the pair left the cabin and headed for the courthouse. Maggie stepped briskly to keep pace with the sheriff's long stride. Pat glanced through the window when they reached June's pie shop. Maggie smiled and called a greeting to the serene-faced owner. Powder white, the perspirating Jose staggered into the store, shouldering a sack of flour. In the little lean-to office, Pat rasped his chin and gazed at his prisoner in perplexity. "I'd hold you at my place," he offered, "but could be Sally might have a bit of a misunderstanding." His face creased in a grin as a thought struck him. "I reckon we'll ride over to Sam's ranch. Gamble the little runts is driving his wife crazy. He's nursing a mess of hornet stings. The gal would welcome a bit of feminine company, and I gotta keep you under cover for a while." That evening, Jake clumped into the sheriff's office. "I just heard that you corralled Maggie," he barked, suppressing excitement in a deep voice. "She be talking any?" Pat shook his head. "No, not a word." "Let me see her," blurted Pierce. "I'll make her sing. We gotta crack this case in a hurry." The sheriff leaned back in his chair and shook his head slowly. "I got her in a hideaway, and she won't sing. Not to the tune that you fancy." "She will when I get working on her," reiterated the detective doggedly. "No." Pat's voice was decided. "We've been barking up the wrong tree, Jake. The scent was too strong for us. I mean, the scent anyway. Maggie Maloney was being framed. End of chapter 17. Chapter 18. For once in his life, the poker-faced Pierce registered surprise. The cigar drooped helplessly from his slackened jaw. He stiffened and stared at the relaxed sheriff, slid low in his beloved swivel chair with incredulous eyes. Pat grinned. "You ain't fallen for the gal, have you?" stammered Pierce. "No, Jake. I got a wife I wouldn't trade a dozen Maggies for. I reckon I took the wrong road way back, and now I'm back trailing fast." "But the mask and the scent, Leroux, Blondie, the jailbreak, they're all tied in." Jake was obviously at a loss. "They don't tie Maggie in." There was a flat finality in the sheriff's voice that warned Pierce of the futility of an argument. So he switched to another line of attack. "Then why you holding the gal if she's in the clear?" he demanded. Pat smiled, reached for the inevitable makings. "Did you ever set out a trap to catch a wolf? Well, you gotta fool the wolf and set two traps. One where he figures you will, and the other where he figure you won't. I'm hunting for wolf right now, and I gotta fool the critter." Pat paused and scraped a stinker to ignite his smoke. "Well, where's the traps?" "The first one's up there on the Circle L, the 3 men gunning for Larson. The second, well, no one knows but yours truly, and yours truly won't be talking." Pierce chewed his cigar with angry impotence, spat out the shredded butt. "See here, Pat," he pleaded. "You know I'm in bad at the headquarters. I gotta see some action. The Chicago and Rio Grande pays Pinkerton to protect their payrolls. Our men have been working around here undercover ever since they spiked the first rail. We had 2 guys planted in the yard and Roley to keep an eye on the town. The line never lost a payroll till Wisner was knocked off. On top of that, the buzzers lifted 2 more. Is my name Mud? It's worse. It stinks at headquarters. Raleigh stopped a slug. I hustle in 2 more men, and what do we uncover? Nothing. And now you got the lowdown and you act all coy. Give me a break." It was a stirring speech for the usual placid Pierce, and it plainly came from his heart, but he didn't know Pat Stevens. Once he decided upon a course of action, the sheriff could be as stubborn as a Missouri mule. Though he would never admit it, Pat was proud of the prestige that he had built up in the stormy history of Powder Valley. It irked him that the railroad had so little confidence in his ability that they planted Pinkerton men in his ballywhack to protect their payrolls. Jake Pierce was on the up and up. He had to do his job, but he was an outsider, and Pat couldn't forget his unconscious air of superiority when he first dropped into the office. However, much Jake's feelings would be ruffled, the sheriff decided to finish the job on his own. Maybe they'd have a little more respect for a simple western sheriff if he cracked the case under their noses. These thoughts ran through the sheriff's mind as he idly watched the smoke from his cigarette snaking up into the smoky light of the bracketed lamp. "Sorry, Jake," he said aloud. "I just don't happen to be in a talking mood. It won't be long now before the case busts wide open and I'll ring you in at the finish. You can take the credit, too, if it'll square yourself with headquarters. I got the wolf spotted, but not the coin. If the critter gets a whiff of our scent before we spring the trap, maybe we'll never locate it." "And what if he gets wise and plugs you?" objected Pierce. "Then I'm in a jackpot." "Well, you just gotta take that chance," said Pat gently. Lips set in a tight line, the Pinkerton man jerked to his feet and stalked out. Pat's lips curled in a smile as he listened to the fast receding steps. He knew just how Jake felt, but that this was one hand that he was determined to play out. The sandy soil outside crunched again, and Ezra stuck his flaming mop around the doorpost. "Nels," he grunted. Pat jumped up and hastily buckled on his gun belt and yanked on his hat. He stepped out into the gloom. Ezra led the way, walking in the shadow of the courthouse. In its further end, a few paces from the plank walk, he stopped and pointed. Main Street was darkening, save where flares outside the dives and dance halls sputtered amid those yellow halos and rectangulars of light slating out from the saloon windows. Across the street, 100 paces up, was June's pie shop. A dim light glowed within, silhouetting 3 bureaus tied to the rail outside. Bending low beneath the weight, a tall Mexican in steeple-top Stinkin was packing out a sack of flour. He dropped it across the back of the bureaus and then straightened with visible relief and then re-entered the shop. "That's Nell's," growled Ezra. "Well, let's go get him." Pat's voice was taut. "You mosey along the side and you cover him up from the street. I'll brace him. You get going." Ezra faded into obscurity of the canopied plank walk. Pat methodically checked the position of his gun butt and angled across the dim street towards the bureaus. The plank walks were thick, with idling construction hands drifting from saloon to saloon, but the street was clear. 20 paces from the animals, the sheriff stopped. Nels Larson reappeared, toting another sack on his broad back. Bent low, he did not see the waiting sheriff in the subdued light. With a grunt, he dumped the sack across the burrow. Pat's sharp challenge cut through the gloom. "Hoist him up, Nels." Quick as a panther, the long-sought bandit ducked and drew. 2 guns thundered almost as one. Pat heard the hum of a speeding slug and thumbed and fired again. As the echoes rolled along the street and the loungers packed on the plank walk broke and ran all ways like a flock of panicked sheep, another gun spit flame and thunder on the bandit's further side. Larson whirled and flung a shot at the crimson flash and backed across the plank walk, crouching. Pat inched forward and fired again. Ezra's gun spat steadily from the darkness while the cornered Nels flung lead to the left and right. The rolling roar of gunfire filled the street, and laces of flame flicked through the powder haze. The hoarse shouts of excited spectators, the pounding of running feet, and the crash of a store window as a shot went wild and fell unheeded upon the sheriff's ears. Every faculty was concentrated upon Larson's hunching form. Of a sudden, the bandit jerked to full height, as though twitched by an invisible wire. Pat thumbed the hammer and loosened his 5th and last shot. Nels staggered, shook as though with a palsy, and crashed down upon the plank walk. Pat ducked under the rail. Beyond the sprawling form, he sighted Ezra's big form, easing along the storefronts with a smoking iron. Together, they reached the fallen man. Larson's eyes were closed, his limbs were slack, and the gun had slipped from his relaxed hand. Pat holstered his iron, bent and pulled open the bandit's shirt. "He's got full of holes as a colander." There was wonder in the sheriff's voice, wonder at the man's vitality. "He was dang hard to kill," grunted Ezra. "I gamble I never missed a Jasper once with the light behind him." Pat pushed through the fast-growing throng that gathered round and then entered the pie shop. The window was shattered and a slug had gouged a splintery furrow across the counter. June was rising off the floor. "Dead?" Her face was bloodless. The sheriff nodded. "I warned him, but he had to come," she said stonily. "Guess Nels didn't know what fear meant," returned Pat quietly. "Well, it's better than a rope." June stared voicelessly at the elbowing mob outside. At the hitching rail, the 3 burros still stood. "Perhaps," she said tonelessly, "you'll have someone pack the flour back in?" "I'll take care of the flour," said Pat. "Now you get out back until we pack Nels out of here." He pushed past the surging of onlookers and left Ezra to supervise the removal of the dead man, and slid across the back of one burro and led the two pack animals down the street. An hour later, the sheriff and Ezra lounged in the lean-to, hashing over the fracas. "Well," chuckled the redhead, "I would just like to see Sam's map when he hears about this. We get the kingpin while he's at home like an old hen. That'll teach the little runt to have a little more respect for hornets." "Who claimed we got the kingpin?" Pat's face held a ghost of a grin. "Well, ain't Nels?" "Nope. The kingpin is a woman." "A woman?" gasped Ezra. "Yeah, and she's due to make a call." As though she had been summoned, June Larson, face hard and white as marble, entered the lean-to. Questioning, her cold blue eyes scrutinized the sheriff. "My flower?" she said briefly. Pat smiled. "Well, ma'am, you won't be baking any more pies." Her eyebrows went up. "No?" "Not in Dutch Springs." "I don't know what you mean." Her clear tones were as brittle as glass and as hard. The sheriff's gray eyes met her. "I'd hate to see a gal that's born and bred on the range spending the rest of her life plaiting hair bridles. I'll give you till sunup to split the breeze. Good night, ma'am." June froze, her half-open mouth ready to speak, and then clamped it shut like a steel trap. Abruptly, she swung around on her heel. Ezra had taken in the brief exchange with a drooped jaw, his one eye swiveling betwixt Pat's lean features and the girl's taut form with bewildered in his depths. "Say," he burst out as June Larson disappeared in the darkness. "Am I loco or are you? You ain't telling me that gal had a hand in the Wisner killing?" "Nope." "Or looting the payroll?" "Not the first one." "Dog blast it, Pat, you got me tied in knots," groaned the big redhead. The sheriff rose and yawned. "Well, you just go get some shut-eye. We got us a big day tomorrow. And dream about how you're going to spend the reward. We got plenty a coming. Remember the railroad standing offer 1/4 of Discovery?" "But we ain't recovered none," protested Ezra. Pat patted his puzzled partner on the shoulder. "Vamoose." End of Chapter 18. Chapter 19. The amazing rumors swept through Dutch Springs like prairie fire. A dozen gargled versions were repeated in dives near down Main Street. It reached the sheriff's ears as he sat on a stool in the Chinese restaurant behind a smoking stack of flapjacks. The line was abandoned. An excited teamster relayed the news as he swallowed a cup of coffee. He had picked it up in the yard. Corroboration came from others. Soon the entire restaurant was buzzing with the news. Pat, placidly packing away flapjacks, lost not a word. Deep inside he was conscious of a surge of joy. The impossible had occurred. Powder Valley would be returned to the ranchers. Dives and dance halls would melt away, and once again cattle would be king. He checked his rising enthusiasm. This was probably no more than a wild rumor inspired by news that the construction camp was moving. He slid off the stool and pushed through the curtains. Men were gathered in knots on the plank walk. Already a pall had seemed to descend upon the dives as though they had heard their death knell. One saloon bore a large, hastily lettered sign, "For sale, cheap." The sheriff headed for the yard. Stanton, the soldiery operator, was on duty in the telegraph office. "What's the lowdown on this yarn about quitting construction?" inquired Pat. "It's right here." Stanton fingered a wad of flimsies, extracted one, and extended it towards his visitor. Pat spread the yellow page on the plank counter. With quickening interest, he read, G. McAllister, Chief Engineer, Dutch Springs. Consolidation with C and RG rejected at special meeting of Overland stockholders. Directors have decided to abandon all trackage north of Eagle Creek and proceed with original surveys. Stop all construction immediately and cancel local contractor. Further instructions will follow. Walsh, Superintendent. The sheriff whistled softly. Say, that'll cost the Chicago and Rio Grande plenty.
They got plenty, grunted Stanton indifferently. I gamble plenty of Jaspers lost their shirt there at Indian Flats. Land was been skyrocketing up over there, and the camp was due to move on pronto. The rumor hit Bill North with the impact of a .45 caliber bullet as he was descending the stairwell of the Jewel Hotel. Jabbering men packed the lobby. Snatches of talk drifted to his ears. Pulling out for keeps. Overland never would work with the CRG. Crazy schemes anyway. His stomach shrank into an icy knot. He pushed towards the desk, where Shackleteeth Simpson, the clerk, blinked behind steel-rimmed spectacles. What's all the fuss about? He demanded. Ain't you heard? The old clerk's false teeth chattered like castanets. The railroad's pulling out. No more steel in Powder Valley. The coyotes got it all back. Hooray, says I. North stood motionless, faculties paralyzed as he grasped the extent of the calamity. Shackleteeth forgot his excitement at the look of the horror on the young man's face. He grabbed North's arm and shook it violently. Hey, snap out of it, mister. North turned away and headed like automation towards the street. Unseeingly, he stared ahead as he pushed his way through a group of chattering men. It was impossible. Inconceivable. The Chicago Rio Grande was scheduled to link up with the Overland. It had extended millions in construction. Plans were laid for the next jump forward to Indian Flat. There was a mistake somewhere. This must be a mistake, otherwise he was ruined. Every dollar he owned was tied up in land around Indian Flats, land that was worth $1 an acre, according to Pat Stevens, and he had paid 20. The bubble had burst. He drifted down to the bucket of blood, elbowing through the throng that clustered along the bar, and ordered a bottle of red-eye. The fiery liquor, instead of downing his despair, intensified it. With lackluster eyes, he downed drink after drink. Yesterday, he thought bitterly, he was a millionaire on paper. Today, he was a pauper. Sickened by the whiskey, on empty stomach, he pushed the bottle away and leaned on the bar, head cradled upon his hands. The drone of conversation around beat upon his ears. Dully he listened to the loud talk of those who jostled him on either side, and then a remark burned upon his brain and jerked his head around. A sober-faced gambler was talking in a flat monotone. You can't trump LaRoe's ace. He's as slick as a new deck. He loaded up on Indian Flat lots and sold them all at fancy prices. I know I bought one. He wouldn't deal unless I promised not to record it for a month. How do you figure that one? Well, no one could ever figure LaRoe, chuckled another. But the words died on North's ears as he thrust away from the bar. So, LaRoe had double-crossed him. Damn his crooked soul. The young ex-paymaster's strong hands clenched and unclenched as a black rage possessed him. He'd tear that slimy buzzard to pieces, smash his hatchet face to a pulp. Dark eyes smoldering, he searched the saloon and sighted LaRoe's tall figure by gambling tables. Swiftly, he strode over the sanded floor.
The saloon keeper was talking to Silky Shelby. Seated, the still-faced gambler was idly shuffling a deck of cards. At North's approach, he hissed a warning. LaRoe's small eyes flickered over the tall figure that threaded purposely through the table. His right hand slid beneath his black coat, but he greeted North with the usual stock smile. "So, we're all cleared out, busted," barked the young fella. LaRoe shrugged. "Well, that's the way the cards fall." "For me, but not for you, you dirty double-crosser." North's voice was strained with passion. He moved closer, fist bunched. "I'm gonna smash you, LaRoe." The saloon man's hand dropped out from beneath his coat, light reflecting upon the blue steel of a derringer. Before he could use it, North's right fist pistoned into his stomach. With a grunt, LaRoe doubled like a folded ruler to stop an uppercut that snapped his head back and glazed his eyes. North leapt forward like a tiger to slash the swaying form, and something crashed against his ear. LaRoe dissolved into a myriad pinpoints of dancing light, and then darkness enveloped his numbed senses. He did not see Silky sliding his clubbed gun back into its shoulder holster, or the angry-eyed young woman who flung herself like a wildcat upon the startled gambler. North returned to consciousness with a groan. His head felt like a seething cauldron of lead. He fingered it gingerly and encountered wet claws. Hazily he stared around. He was laying on a yellow bed, screened by a hanging blanket. Brow wrinkled, he strove to recall events. Fuzzily he remembered drinking in the bucket of blood and hitting LaRoe, and then oblivion. But where was he now? This was no hotel room. A slim white hand pulled the curtain aside, and Maggie Maloney appeared with a basin of water. North frowned at her in bewilderment. What happened? Where am I?" he croaked. "Silky conked you in the bucket of blood," returned Maggie in a matter-of-fact voice. "And you're in my cabin. Now, make a scandal out of that. I got back from Sam's place just in time, it seems." She deftly unwrapped the towel from his head and wrung out another and laid it upon his throbbing forehead. "You'll soon be as fit as a fiddle. Silky knows just how hard to conk a guy. He should, the snake. He's had plenty of practice." North's eyes followed her as she bustled around the bed. "Say," he said slowly, "I just can't figure you out." Maggie smiled and patted the pillow to better support his head. "Don't try. Just get some sleep." "LaRoe tricked me." "He'd double-cross his own mother." "You heard about the railroad? Seems I've lost every dollar." She stood above him, dark eyes soft, as she read the despair stamped upon his features. "You'll make plenty more, big boy," she assured him lightly. "Now get some sleep." She pulled the blanket back into place and left him. The cabin was in semi-darkness when North again woke. His head pounded like a hammer when he rolled off the bed, and he staggered slightly as he moved to the window, but he could think coherently. It was dark outside. Maggie Maloney had disappeared. He stuffed his pipe and settled into a chair thinking, and his thoughts were not on LaRoe or his blasted hopes or even of the bewildering Maggie, but of a fat, middle-aged Lothario, belly bulging over his belt, staring into the black muzzle of a gun. Finally, North's worried brow cleared, and his decision was made. He rose, knocked the dottle out of his pipe, and then gently eased on his Stetson. Still shaky, but stepping out with more assurance every minute as he inhaled the cooling breeze that soured down from the Cumberlands, North headed for the glare of Main Street. Now, in the first shearing shock of his misfortune had passed, a feeling of calm possessed him.
You'll make plenty more, Maggie had said. Little did she know. Gambler's gold, it came easy and melted fast. It was greasy gold. Slipped through a feller's fingers like quicksilver. Well, he was through with that. His thoughts flew to Maggie. There was a world of understanding in those deep, dark eyes. She was like a gorgeous rose, warm and glowing with life. Sure, June had beauty too, but glazed with ice. He left the friendly darkness and hit the plank walks, drifted along beneath the lights, watching the motley crowd of men spend their last dollars in Dutch Springs that were in the vanishing dives. A finger tapped the ex-paymaster's shoulder and a lazy voice drawled. "I've been looking for you." North turned. At the sight of the sheriff, he smiled wearily. "I was looking for you, too. I have a confession to make." "Murder?" North nodded with a tired smile. Gosh, if his head would only quit throbbing. He swayed back and forth, and Pat grabbed his arm, steered him towards the courthouse. The two faced each other in the little lean-to. The sheriff swung around in a swivel chair. North, big frame, slumped in a straight-back chair, hopeless resignation in his eyes. "Wet your whistle." Pat fished out a bottle from a desk drawer and pulled the cork with his teeth. North stretched out his hand gratefully and drank deep and passed the bottle back, and the liquor brought life into his eyes. "How'd you know?" He spoke as indifferently as if he was discussing the weather. Just horse sense, I guess. Wisner bolted himself in the armored car with the payroll. He opened up and sat down behind his desk and never drawed his gun. That meant he recognized the feller he let in and was mighty sure it was a friend. Who would he open up to with a safe full of gold except Glencourt or you? Glencourt was in town and you were alone. But you stuck your own neck in the noose. Remember the morning after he was killed? I routed you out and told you that he was plugged. I didn't say killed. You come right back with, "So Wisner's dead?" You knew. So then I checked up on this. The sheriff pulled a creased yellow sheet from the dress drawer. North glanced at it indifferently. Identity established, changed name before proceeding to Chile. Full report followed by mail, Acme. You claimed it was about your brother. Acme proved you a liar. You'd been checking in on Wisner. His name was Langsworthy once, and he changed it to Wisner and hit for Chile and came back and signed up with the Chicago Rio Grande. And they gave you a full report. I don't know why, nor do they, but you knew him before you come to Dutch Springs, and my guess is that you came to croak him, and maybe you can tell me why. Pat paused, built to smoke, his gray eyes focusing on North. The young fellow pulled out his pipe and stuffed the bowl. Couldn't figure the motive, and the other payroll hijacking coming right after, followed the sheriff. It kind of threw me off the trail for a while. A feller like you don't kill for fun, and the coin never come to light till you loaded it at Indian Flats. I calculated to give you enough rope to hang yourself, and you did. And lost every flippin' dollar, injected North. Pat rattled the jail keys. Well, I reckon that's all, unless you want to talk. It was my intention to make a clean breast of the whole affair, returned North calmly. My hands were not altogether red. I dealt justice even if it looks like murder. Wisner was my father. He paused. I'm his illegitimate son. He lured my mother from her home and then left her alone in New York. She was too proud to appeal to her family and had to earn a living by waiting in Bowery restaurants, washing dishes, and sweeping floors. His voice faltered and recovered. And then her health failed, but
Until the day she died, she worked to keep body and soul together decently. I was only a child, but I understood her struggle. I swore then that I'd get the man who dragged her down. Well, and I got him, but it was a long, long chase. Stealing the payroll was an afterthought. I thought it would hide the motive. I buried it beneath the car, but I forgot the gun. Guess I got kind of panicky because I pitched the spent shell into the stove and then tossed the gun into the brush outside. That nearly tripped me up. You remember the Pinkerton detective? He smiled crookedly. They say there's never a perfect crime. Silence lay heavy in the little lean-to as North finished. Pat studied him without speaking. Restlessly beneath the scrutiny, the young fellow jerked nervously to his feet. Well, I guess I'm ready to hang, hopefully with a smile. Pat motioned towards the door. Vamos, he drawled. North stood stock still, staring at the lean-faced sheriff in amazement. I don't understand, he stammered. Git, grunted Pat. Wisner had it coming. I'll call it justified homicide. Forget Wisner. I have. End of chapter 19. Chapter 20. Two open sacks of flour sagged against the back wall of the sheriff's office. Right hand powdered white to the elbow, Pat sat in a swivel chair and regarded them. A heavy step shook the floor and Jake Pierce's solid form blocked the doorway. You sent for me? He inquired gruffly. Sure. Pat waved to the chair. Rest your legs. Rest? Grated the Pinkerton man. How can I rest with Chicago on my neck? They still squawking about the coin? What else? Well, they can quit. It's been recovered. Pierce moved closely and sniffed suspiciously. Can't be smelling liquor, so I reckon you ain't drunk. Maybe you got a wee bit of the sun? Pat chuckled and nodded towards the flour sacks. There's your coin. First, the Pinkerton man stared at the whitened sacks and then at the lounging sheriff. He noticed the flour smudge on Pat's arm and stepped abruptly across the office and plunged his hand into the nearest sack. Amazement slowly registered upon his ruddy features as he groped. He yanked out a bulging leather pouch. The coins within clinked as he fingered it. Well, I'll be damned, he breathed, staring at the whitened money bag as though in a trance. Then Jake came to life, dropped the pouch on the floor, and plunged both arms into the sack. Flour flew in a choking dust over his head and shoulders as he pulled out pouch after pouch, dropping them indiscriminately on the floor, frenziedly fishing for more. Finally, he desisted and turned to face the grinning sheriff. His dark suit was smothered with clinging flour. His face and Stetson were white. All around his feet on the floury floor lay Chicago Rio Grande bullion. His eyes shone. Say, how in hell? Well, sit down, said Pat. You look like you need a wee bit of a bracer. He produced the bottle, and Pierce took a long pull and breathed deeply and stuck a cigar betwixt his lips and lit up. Well, for gosh sake, spill the yarn, he begged. You got me all groggy. The sheriff stared reflectively at the white money bags. Well, it ain't much, actually, he confessed. Should have wised up before, but I hit the wrong trail. I had LaRoe pegged as the kingpin with Maggie taking a hand. Figured the gal was crazy for a thrill. Remember the mask Ezra picked up after the Coyote Cut smash? That sidetracked me. It carried Maggie's scent, and she swore no other gal could get it. Well, you picked up a wipe at the express car after the last hold-up, soaked in scent. And I picked up another in the Circle L ranch house. They all stank of odor de mort. So that got me thinking either Maggie was doggone determined to tell the world she was looting payrolls, or someone else was hell-bent on framing her. And then I got a break. After the Coyote Cut affair, I rode up to the Circle L with June Larson. She dropped a hairpin. Women seem to shed 'em everywhere they go. He pulled a small, amber-colored hairpin out of his vest pocket, and Pierce examined it intently. That's the pin, and here's its twin. The sheriff produced another pin identical to the other. That there's the pin from the express car. From another pocket, the sheriff rustled some more hairpins, long and slender. And these I gathered from the carpet in Maggie's hotel room at Indian Flat. Pierce nodded, listening with absorbed interest as the sheriff went on. So the finger pointed at June Larson, but it just didn't seem possible. Then I kind of began to think back. June loosened a shot when we were riding up to Circle L after the Coyote Cut smash. She fired at a squirrel for fun, she says, but I think it might have been to warn Nels. And then she split the breeze at noon when she found I was hunting for the payroll cash. Right after, that's when the gang jumped me. Pat paused and tilted the bottle and cleared his throat. Well, even then I was scared of tangling my rope. Maggie swore no other gal in Dutch Springs could get her scent. And then I tapped the pie shop. Busted in when June was out of town. Not cinched it. The danged blonde had a half-empty bottle of Eau de Mort stored away in her hairpins, matched the two in your paw. But I wanted the loot. It sure was cash somewhere. If I put the finger on June, she'd play dumb, and Nels would hightail it. So I played possum. I put Maggie wise and corralled her for a bit just to make June feel good. And then I set Ezra to watch in the pie shop. He sees Nels packing out sacks of flour. Now why in the hell would Nels be packing out flour? And the answer hit me right then as we blasted Nels. The gold was in the flour sacks. I recalled that after each holdup, Jose was bringing in loads of flour for June. So I give June a chance to light a shuck, and she took it. Ezra tipped Jose, and I gamble the greaser's over the border by now. And I reckon, well, that's all. Pat rolled a smoke. Pierce ran a hand over his floury chin. No arrests, he murmured doubtfully. You got plenty of gold. Ain't that enough? Lay it all on Nels. He ain't here to argue. The Pinkerton man nodded. Well, it is your case, Pat. I've been trailing way behind. Like hell, came back the sheriff emphatically. We're in this 50-50. There's plenty of reward money to split. Pierce rose and coughed with embarrassment and extended his hand. You're a true man, Stevens, and a damn sight better detective than ever wore a Pinkerton badge. Oh, forget it, snorted Pat. Here, kill this bottle. Toting his valise, Bill North issued from the Jewel Hotel. On the plank walk outside, he hesitated, gazing indecisively up and down the street. Already the spirit of carnival had died in Dutch Springs. Tents were coming down. Barkers were silent. From the yard came the shrill whistle of engines and hauling flat cars of laborers southward. Like a magnet, Maggie's cabin drew the young ex-paymaster. Swinging his valise, he hoofed it down Main Street. Outside the little shack, he dropped his bag and hesitated and then knuckled the door. It opened and Maggie stood before him. Hello, she cried. How's the landowner? Feeling lower than a snake's belly, he answered ruefully. Well, stop croaking and come on in. He stepped inside. Maggie closed the door. North stood by the table and shuffled uncomfortably. Maggie pushed a chair forward. No change for a seat. He gulped and suddenly reached forward and dropped his hands on the girl's shoulders. Listen, Maggie, I'm down and out. I've got nothing, not even a reputation, but I'm a doggone good mining engineer, and I can make good in South America. Will you... He swallowed hard. Will you marry me?
Sure.
Her husky voice was soft, her dark eyes radiant as she met his pleading gaze.
You can kiss me. I won't slap you this time.
After a while, Maggie slipped out of his embrace.
Gosh, she breathed. What a bear. When do we head for South America?
Just as soon as I can earn the price of passage. Maggie's lips curved in her impudent grin. She crossed to the stove and lifted the lid and tugged out a sooty canvas sack.
Why work? There's plenty of cash.
North hefted the sack. Say, he expulsed, I can't use your coin, honey.
Arguing before we're even married, accused Maggie with a smile. This isn't my money, sweetheart, it's LaRose. The proceeds from the sale of his land in Indian Flats, the dirty double-crosser.
In silence, North stepped up to the stove and thrust the sack inside. Let's go, he said curtly.
But,
began Maggie, wonder in her eyes. It's gambler's gold and it carries a curse. We're going to start with clean hands. Maggie's cheeks dimpled, and she threw herself into his arms. End of chapter 20. End of Gambler's Gold.